Chapter 1083. Meditate and Calm the Soul. Chapter 1083. Meditate and Calm the Soul. Underscore. Just like Leona, after Benny had shown his talents, he had become burning hot in others' eyes. Warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area wanted him, and so did the Divine Light and Fighting League. At this moment, the forces staying on the Cloud Sea Star were boiling up because of Benny. They all asked Yin to have this talented commander. After that battle, Benny's debut had shown off his talents. He had become a character that could call the wind and summon the rain. People directly ignored his low realm as they only considered his talented leadership. But Benny listened to Yin and knew whom he could trust. Thus, he just kept silent. So, everybody now targeted Yin. Yin told them that they didn't have the spare efforts to train the Corps for different forces. At this moment, they would only help the Fiery Rain Star area. Afterward, when they had free time, they would discuss this matter again. He understood that the Fiery Rain Star area was now bearing a heavy pressure from the God Clan's threat. At this moment, many forces of the Fiery Rain Star area were facing the God Clan. It was crucial to him and the Fiery Rain Star area to improve the overall competence of the latter's competence. Only when the God Clan got damaged would it have no free time to notice the growth of Bloodthirsty's bloodline. It wouldn't pay attention to the Agate Star area then. Yushan and Xiao In were thrilled on listening to Yin. They felt so lucky, and this trip wasn't in vain. Divine Light and Fighting League felt extremely disappointed. However, Yin didn't have any relationship with them, and he didn't promise them anything. Shortly after, Yin, Yushan, and Xiaoan discussed. They agreed to arrange the Fiery Rain Star area warriors to stay on this Cloud Sea Star. The Cloud Sea Star was in a corner of the Shadow, ghostly prison. It was near the Space Passage Hub and also near the Divine Light and the Fighting League. With the Child Formation, it was connected to the Devil Blood Star. Its location was quite convenient for them. No matter it was for Leona to come and train, or for the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area to return to their headquarters and transport more materials, it was really convenient. The Cloud Sea Star used to belong to the Dark Shadow clan, and the Divine Light had claimed the star after that. However, since Yin had rescued 3,000 warriors of the Divine Light, they decided to retreat from this place. If Yin hadn't participated, normally, the Fighting League would take this Cloud Sea Star. Actually, Miao Rong and Xia Xanyin had planned to claim this Cloud Sea Star. However, after Yin, Xiao In, and Yushan had discussed their plan, they decided to make the Cloud Sea Star their rest stop. So, Miao Rong and Xia Xanyin didn't hesitate to agree and declare that the Fighting League wouldn't have any other intention toward this planet. Thus, the Cloud Sea Star belonged to Yin for the time being, and the warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area could stay here for a while. Because of Yin's special relationships with Xia Xanyin and Ziyao, warriors of the Divine Light and Fighting League could come to the Cloud Sea Star as well. Somehow, this planet had become the communication center of different forces, a crucial place. With a number of more than 10,000 warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area here, the other forces in Shadow Ghostly Prison didn't dare to mess up with the Cloud Sea Star. With the Fighting League's backup, no one would come here to court death. The Cloud Sea Star had been appropriately arranged, but Ziyao and the Divine Light experts hadn't left yet. They wanted to stay and widen their knowledge when Leona came back. They didn't want to learn the art of commanding Corps. Yin didn't oppose, so Jubo and Sana were happy. They found some islets to stay as guests here. Xia Xanyin and Miao Rong hadn't left yet, so the warriors of the Windstorm and Watermoon War Department were also settled on the Cloud Sea Star. They had the same thought as Jubo and Sana. They wanted to exchange the excellent tactics and strategic disposition of troops with Benny and Leona. Of course, Ziyao and Xia Xanyin wouldn't neglect Yin. They often met up with him, talking about cultivating methods to seize the chance to be with him. Time flew hurriedly, and half a month passed by. Within this period, when Leona hadn't arrived yet, Benny had taken the Fiery Rain Star area warriors to play with him. He had applied many strange and rare methods to train the troops, some of which were unimaginable. For example, he let some warriors with the same power Upanishad use a secret technique to connect their soul altars, which would combine their powers when attacking or defending. Benny had some secret techniques that could connect people closely. They worked and gave rise to incredible attacks indeed. He also arranged the warriors with power Upanishads that could support each other into smaller stations. The powers they used could support each other magically. At the same time, he did prepare the formation using different weapons and armors, and also some odd dispositions. Benny had them all in his head. He just lacked experiences. Today, as he got the fiery rain star area's volunteers for his practice, he was so happy that he didn't feel tired at all. Shaoyin and Yushan had paid close attention. In the beginning, they couldn't ease their mind because they didn't know what he was doing. However, after 10 days, when they saw how powerful their soldiers were when they applied Benny's techniques, they immediately decided to make their troops cooperate their best with Benny, no matter how hard he wanted them to play in the field. They could ease their minds now, and even thought that if Leona didn't arrive, Benny here would be enough to transform the corps they brought here into a mighty force that could resist the God Clan. For half a month, Shiyan often took a walk with Xia Xianyan and Ziyao around the Cloudseer star. When they had free time, they would go to watch the sky and the ocean, putting aside the worries of chaos and the threat from the God Clan. It was a rare chance for them to relax their tense nerves. Shiyan sometimes tried to understand his power Upanishads as well. Unexpectedly, he did harvest something. Under the state of his calm mind and soul, when he let go of everything to understand the magnificent natural sights around, it seemed easier to increase his realm. This finding surprised and cheered him up. All of a sudden, he recognized that he had never had a quiet moment in his life, and he actually needed time to relax. He should stop somewhere to admire the beauty of nature and let his heart and soul feel at peace. While he sometimes had a flash of recognition of his powers, the tier of power Upanishads in his soul altar would be sparkling with starlight. At the same time, his life and death power Upanishad seemed to generate something magical. He wouldn't try to put his mind to study them, just enjoying those fleeting glimpses. In this state, he felt his soul slowly sublimate. His ethereal extent had some changes as he reached the second sky of ethereal God realm. He suddenly realized that when he had his soul and body relaxed this time, it was a rare spiritual baptism for him. He really needed this kind of calmness and peace to increase and strengthen his realm. This kind of peaceful and relaxing life also cheered up Ziyao and Xia Xianyan. After the small quarrels they used to have in the beginning, they had become calmer. Sometimes, when they went with Shiyan to watch the clouds changing in the sky, they could stay silent for a long time as they just simply enjoyed the sweet, comfy moment with their loved one. It wasn't a short time since the two women had known Shiyan. However, they had never had a moment when they could ease their mind and enjoy the natural attractions around with Shiyan. The days and nights they had spent with this man had always been accompanied by fighting, running, magical encounters, and dangers. There were very little moments they could just stand and enjoy the magic of life without worrying about the chaos behind. The quiet and cozy life in this cloud sea star was what they had always yearned for. Just like Shiyan, they also had the chance to relax and open their mind to comprehend the mysteries of their powers Upanishads. They felt that their souls being purified, and something had changed in their soul altars as well. This wonderful feeling was hard to describe. Unfortunately, the happy days couldn't last long. On this day, while they were standing on the reef to watch the immense sea with many white waves, they heard Shao and screaming. Many warriors of the fiery rainstar area were gathering on the gourd-shaped island far from them. The battleships that had anchored and emerged undersea also floated up. Shao In and Yushan wore a solemn face as they were observing the sky. "What's going on?" Ziyao's face was cold. "Someone comes to provoke us." She felt irritated because her peaceful days were disturbed. She didn't want to shout and curse. Yeah, if it were not someone coming, Shaoan wouldn't be that cautious. While frowning, Shiyan said, "It should be someone mighty who can threaten Xiao An. Let me check it out. Then, while closing his eyes, Yin sent a wisp of his soul consciousness, which flew like a space saber that could cut off the sky, disappearing into the void. After 10 breaths, his eyes slowly darkened. It's the potion and tool pavilion as the main force. They also have the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, and Ice Clan, with around 2,000 battleships and 30,000 warriors. Xia Xian Yin and Zi Yao changed their complexion. They're the force of second Elder Gu He, right? Xia Xian Yin threw Zi Yao a glance. A couple days ago, I received the information saying that the Elder Conference of the Potion and Tool Pavilion ended. Zhualu didn't participate in that conference. When we returned from the space passage, Zhualu had taken his subordinates and disappeared. No one knows where he is now. He sure knows his fate if the Potion and Tool Pavilion will chase and exterminate him. He has taken action and avoided the danger. With Zhualu's absence, in the Elder Conference, second Elder Gu, he took the control. He has vaguely replaced the Pavilion Master. I don't know the details, though. Although Feng Yin was there, she's not a member of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, so she couldn't join the conference. But I heard that Fu Wei, Bettina, and Jia Duo failed. Fu Wei has to face the wall and reflect on herself. Xia Xian Yin frowned deeply while talking. We don't know what happened inside the Potion and Tool Pavilion structure. The only thing we can confirm is that the ruling party of the pavilion now isn't Bettina or Fu Wei. It's second Elder Gu He. Gu He, Yin contemplated, then looked at Zi Yao. Gu He and the Divine Light had a close relationship. He thought if Xia Xian Yin knew about the issues of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, Zi Yao must know something as well. Gu He's the second elder of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. His power in the Potion and Tool Pavilion isn't less than Great Elder Zhualu. Today, the cooperation between Zhualu and the Dark Shadow Clan has been exposed, so he has lost his party and the ally. Gui now naturally controls everything. Third Elder Bettina doesn't have a strong background, so she couldn't face Gu He. This time, it wasn't beyond our expectation that Gu He won in the Elder Conference. Xiao thought, and then said, something had happened back in the Elder Conference, but we don't know the details. We just know that Gu He keeps the Potion and Tool Pavilion's cannon now. The one with the cannon will be the master of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, right? Xia Xian Yin changed her visage. Yeah, the former pavilion master of the Potion and Tool Pavilion had his soul vanished. He's not different from a dead warrior now. With the cannon, Gu He only needs to carry out the last ceremony and ritual, and he can be the newly elected pavilion master. Xiao nodded. Doesn't it say that the one who found the cannon could step on the glorious throne of the pavilion master? Yin was confused. I guess Gu He found some reason to blame Fu Wei for something. Otherwise, he couldn't have taken the cannon from her. In short, the current master of the Potion and Tool Pavilion is Gu He. If not, it would not have been easy for our Divine Light to enter the shadow, ghostly prison. Gu He had arranged everything. My teacher has carried out his plan, said Xiao. Then, why does Gu He come to Cloud Sea Star? From his momentum, I guess he is aiming at the fiery Rain Star area warriors. Xia Xian Yin was also confused. We will know shortly. Yin stood up. Starlight swirled around him like a sprinkle which condensed into small meteors. He then shot out in the direction of the gourd-shaped island. Xia Xian Yin and Zi Yao followed him immediately. Chapter 1084. Gu He. Chapter 1084. Gu He, __. The Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships emerged from the thick clouds of the Cloud Sea Star, putting pressure on the small sea area underneath. The heavy, mountain-like pressure came from the warriors on the battleships with so many giant, crystalline artilleries. The energy inside those artilleries was brimming as if they could fire at any minute. The battleships of the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, and Ice Clan surrounded the Cloud Sea Star from 3 different major directions. They blocked the sky, releasing their intimidating auras. Second Elder Gu He of Potion and Tool Pavilion was close to the Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, and Ice Clan. He also had a close relationship with the forces like Divine Light. He was a mighty character who had the competence to resist great elders Walu. Right now, as Walu had fallen, he had to live like a stray dog. No one knew where he was hiding. Guhi became an overlord, the official representative of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. It was his time now to rule over all the offices of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. Xiao In, Yushan, and the warriors of the fiery Rainstar area were looking at the sky with stern and dark complexions. Many battleships of the fiery Rainstar area were mobilized from the nearby islands and in the sea area. They flew up while releasing a hazy halo. All things were ready to engage in the coming battle. Right at this moment, Shi Yin glided like a meteor over the sky and appeared above the gourd-shaped island. Miao Rong, Zhu Bo, Sana, and the experts of the Divine Light and Fighting League also gathered up. They were so surprised on seeing the Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships emerging. An orange-red, crystalline war chariot, which was strangely beautiful and yet luxurious, appeared with dazzling light. It carried a lot of strange, divine crystals. An obese man squinted his small eyes while watching the warriors gathering underneath and maneuvering his war chariot to approach the other. That man was a human. At first glance, he appeared like a flesh mountain, with the fat in his body bouncing as he moved. The loose garments on his body were precious, but they couldn't cover the fat and flesh of his body. They looked as if they could burst off at any minute. This man had big ears, a round face, and a pair of bizarrely small eyes. If they didn't observe carefully, they couldn't even have seen his eyes. His fat had pressed and deformed his facial features. Guhi, Xiaoxian Yin called him. Shi Yin arched his brows, looking at Guhi while putting up his guard. Zhu Bo and Sana of the Divine Light hesitated when they saw this plump of flesh. However, they still stepped out and greeted him. Guhi squinted his small eyes, trying to pull a smile. He nodded to Zhu Bo, talking gently. You guys are all here. It's good then. Zhu Bo and Sana didn't understand a thing. Guhi looked at Xiao In and Yushan, his eyes getting colder. He shouted all of a sudden, "Why did you people of the fiery Rainstar area come here without permission? Who allowed you to cross the border? You brought more than 10,000 warriors and several battleships. Are you declaring war on our Agate Star area?" Hearing him, everybody was startled. The battleships of the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan were anchored not far from them. They silently moved, sending sharp auras to this area. They were ready to engage in a battle. Xiao In and Yushan frowned while exchanging looks, their faces darkening. We came to Agate Star area because we have an agreement with someone in your star area. We don't have any bad intention towards the Agate Star area. Yushan hesitated for a while before pitching her cold voice. It has nothing to do with your Potion and Tool Pavilion, right? Is the Potion and Tool Pavilion the owner of the entire Agate Star area? Do we need your permission to enter the area? The Fiery Rainstar area and our Agate Star area don't get along well. Guhi smiled coldly. He snorted, then continued. We used to fight fiercely back in the days. Our Gu family had laid down our lives to withstand one family of the Fiery Rainstar area. Afterward, the space passage that connected the two star areas was sealed. We do have an unwritten agreement that no party is allowed to trespass the other's territory. Today, you guys have come without any precaution. We can consider it to be your war declaration. Gu family. Shaoan was surprised as he sneered. Ah, turns out it's that Gu family. Ha! That family had been almost exterminated. I didn't expect someone from that family could rise again. Who are you? Guhi had a cold and harsh look. I'm Shaoan. Ha! That year, your Gu family was beaten up by my Xiao family. I guess you've heard about your ancestors' humiliation, right? Ha! Shaoan laughed like crazy. Guhi had an extremely cold face while his eyes showed his deep grudge. He gazed at Xiao In for a while and then thundered. We give you half a month to leave this place. Otherwise, we'll consider it as your declaration of war. We will unite to kill all of you. Mr. Guhi, Zhu Bo frowned. They didn't come here to attack the Agate Star area. They have some other plan. Cut it off. Guhi swung his hand, talking unreasonably. They're from the Fiery Rainstar area. Anyone who accompanies them will be the Agate Star area's traitor. I will talk to your Divine Light's master. You guys should help us deal with those aliens, or just step aside. Don't cause trouble to the Divine Light. Jubo changed his face. His cold eyes sparkled, but he didn't talk more. Miao Rong and Xia Xianyan also frowned. They then discussed quietly, but they didn't give an opinion. The Fighting League and Elder Bettina had a close relationship. However, they didn't like the Great Elder and Second Elder. If they joined this talk, it would lead to an adverse result. Gui would treat them harsher. Apparently, because Zhuolu was crossed out, Gui became the overlord of the Potion and Tool Pavilion after the Elder Conference. Gui and Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan had a close relationship. With the agreement of the three great clans, and the allies in the Divine Light, and the other strong forces, Gui could be arrogant because his time had finally come. Turning one's back on him at this moment wasn't a wise move. However, Gui didn't dare to declare war that simply. The total warriors of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, Crystal Clan, Fire Clan, and Ice Clan were around 30,000. Although they outnumbered the other, Yushan and Shaoan's force had more ethereal God Realm experts. This fight would relate to the war between two star areas. If it were triggered with more incipient God Realm experts, the Potion and Tool Pavilion might win. However, it would be a strenuous triumph, as they would lose a lot of experts. After that, they would have to face the anger of the Fiery Rain Star area when they sent more forces to take revenge. The warriors that Yushan and Shaoan had brought here weren't from the same force. They came from different clans and different forces. It would cause a great trouble indeed. If they were killed here, the war between two star areas, the Agate Star area and the Fiery Rain Star area, would explode immediately, clearing up everybody. Although Gui was haughty, he wasn't impulsive. He didn't dare to act rashly. I just want to know one thing. Does the Potion and Tool Pavilion have the power to decide things in Agate Star area? Yushan asked coldly. It's not that our Potion and Tool Pavilion can decide the fate of this star area. I've talked to the forces everywhere. Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, Wood Clan, Ice Clan, and Ghostmark Clan all think that if they let 10,000 warriors of the Fiery Rain Star area stay in Agate Star area, they won't be able to sleep well. If you don't want to leave, we will expel you, said Gui. Did you talk to Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League? Yin asked all of a sudden after keeping silent for a long time. Kid, who are you? Gui's eyes were cold. You are only at the original God Realm. Do you think you have the right to intervene? My first name is Shur, and my last name is Yin. While frowning, Yin said, I think you've heard of my name before. Gui's eyes had a gleam of surprise, which he hid immediately. He then talked with a stiff face. Never heard of you before. I don't need to talk to you. He looked at Miao Rong and Xia Xianyan, his face getting less tense. I've talked to Feng Han. He said he didn't care about anything here. About the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. Because of the far distance, I'm still trying to reach to them. I think they would agree with my decision. It's 10,000 people from Strange Star area coming to the Agate Star area. This potential danger is really big. We can't bear the unexpected events, if any. We must expel them. Gui was determined to shoo them away. Miao Rong and Xia Xianyan were bewildered. With a begrudging complexion, they didn't say anything. Since Gui got the authority of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, of course, Feng Han would give him face. He didn't say anything, but it didn't mean he agreed. However, from what Gui told them, Feng Han had agreed with his operation. The atmosphere became tense. The Potion and Tool Pavilion brought the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan to this area with massive momentum. They looked as if they would fire up at any moment. Yushan and Shaoan's force wasn't bad. If they had to fight, they wouldn't be afraid. However, it would be tough to return to Fiery Rain Star area. At this moment, the Agate Star area didn't need to face the God Clan's attack, while the Fiery Rain Star area still had to engage in the war. Although Yushan and Shaoan felt irritated, they couldn't afford the possible losses in this area. You tell me. Yushan turned to Yin all of a sudden, talking begrudgingly. We arrived here as you promised us. We just want to improve our core's competence. What we need are talented field commanders like Leona and Benny. If they can come to our fiery rainstar area, we can go back now. We must seal the space passage connecting to fiery rainstar area. Gui shouted coldly. Your fiery rainstar area is having a terrible fight with the God Clan. If the God Clan comes here through the space passage connecting your fiery rainstar area, it will be a catastrophe to our star area. Thus, when you leave, we will absolutely seal the barrier. We will not have any connection anymore. Hearing Guhi, all the people on the gourd-shaped island had a grimace. Once they sealed the passage between the fiery rainstar area and agate star area, the connection between the two star areas would be cut off. If Leona and Benny got there, they wouldn't be able to return. Of course, it didn't suit Shurian's thought and benefit. In his eyes, the God Clan was the biggest enemy. The agate star area should join hands with the fiery rainstar area to resist the God Clan. The fiery rainstar area had many experiences and information about the God Clan, so they could help figure out how to deal with the enemy. And, at the same time, the Ascot family was fabricating the secret treasure to clear the space passage connecting to agate star area. Once they got it done, the agate star area would have to face the Ascot family of the God Clan immediately. If they could have this ally from the fiery rainstar area, they could exchange information and forces, which was good to both sides. If they fought alone, they would be smashed and their star areas would be occupied. Shurian's face was getting colder. He lifted his head to look at Gu He of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. It's me who gave Fu Wei the Potion and Tool Pavilion's cannon. According to the rules, Fu Wei's the official master of your pavilion. You're just an elder. Do you think you can stand here and bluster? Chapter 1085, Soul Incantations. Chapter 1085, Soul Incantations _ Yushan, Xiaoan, Miao Rong, and Zhu Bo were astounded, their eyes strange. Everybody here was heavy-hearted because of Gu He. As they had to think for the welfare of the forces behind them, they didn't dare to confront Gu He directly. Because Gu He represented the Potion and Tool Pavilion, Shurian was indifferent. He didn't care about the superb position of Potion and Tool Pavilion in Agate Star area. He directly questioned the dubiety of Gu He and his power. Gu He paled. Some warriors with profound realms and cultivation bases behind him were filled with rage and murderous intentions. One of them was at Second Sky of Incipient God Realm, a hidden consecrator of Potion and Tool Pavilion whose name was Eno. This expert cultivated soul incantations. Eno frowned, his eyes suddenly as dark as the bottomless abyss. He gazed at Shurian, a strange, malicious soul energy that could pull the soul altar out of the body immediately fastened to Shurian's soul, trying to pull his soul out of his body. Yushan and Xiao and discolored. Xia Xianyan and Zi Yao turned cold. Slow down. A clear but cold voice arose. Layers of magical energy rippled. Time suddenly slowed down. The operating rules of everything were forced to change. The spiritual energy of the soul-cursing technique casted by Eno was also affected. The energy that tied Shurian's soul became slow and powerless. The pulling force applied to Shurian's soul was reduced massively. Eno had a handsome face. He didn't look old, but his eyes were deep and archaic, hiding some unknown magic. His handsome face twitched and changed gloomily. Green light dots flew out like the ignis fatuus from his eyes. A soul curse was released from his eyes, and it hit the targeted soul hard. Boom! Xia Xianyan's brain was shaken hard, as if she had gotten hit by lightning. Her sea of consciousness blasted and shattered. She couldn't gather her soul consciousness again. She paled while her soft body shook badly. The god power of her body was running out. Her time power Upanishad dissolved. Eno's soul incantation continued to tie Shurian's soul and attempted to pull it out. Xiao and Yushan had cold faces as they took action. A sea of fire seethed in the void. Shortly after, it covered this area. Inside the sea, thunderbolts moved like winding dragons that vented out their anger. The soul incantation that Ino had cast was burned. Its energy was consumed by the fire, and its will was smashed by the thunderbolt. It dissolved instantaneously. Ino's beautiful face was colder. He couldn't help but snort. He didn't attack the second time and turned to see Gu-He. Gu-He shook his head slightly, his small eyes deceitful and malignant. Fu Wei violated the regulation of Potion and Tool Pavilion. She's forced to face the wall and reflect on her mistakes. The elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion had discussed, and we all agreed that she doesn't have the right to keep the cannon. We don't have any other option around. I will now keep it. Gu-He scanned the crowd and spoke arrogantly. This is our internal matter. I can't tell you the details. You just need to know one thing. I have full authority to represent Potion and Tool Pavilion. After that, he didn't care about Shurian anymore, so he didn't give him an explanation for Ino's attack. He swung his hand impatiently. We'll give you time to prepare. Please leave. Otherwise, when your time is up and you're still here, we won't be polite anymore. Shurian now had cold and harsh eyes. He touched his forehead. Death energy was released, which cleared the remnant of the soul incantation in his brain. Turning around, he walked to Xia Xianyan and asked with great care, "Are you all right?" Xia Xianyan smiled and lifted her head to look at Ino standing by Gu-He. She lowered her voice. "He didn't dare to harm me." Shurian's face was malicious. He nodded and then lifted his face. "I found the cannon. I handed it to Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion. I feel so annoyed today. I want to take it back. Return the cannon to me." Gu-He's eyes were scornful. He stooped and glanced with disdain. "The cannon belongs to Potion and Tool Pavilion. No matter where it has drifted to, it's a halidom of us. No matter who gets it, it still belongs to Potion and Tool Pavilion. Moreover, Elder Fu Wei had paid fully for the cannon. According to our Potion and Tool Pavilion's business regulations, our deal was closed. The cannon has nothing to do with you now. You won't hand it back to me?" Shurian pondered for a while. "I'll take it myself." Crack, crack. A faint blue ring on his fat middle finger sounded with a crunch. The surface of the ring cracked. Something wiggled out of the ring directly and shot away. A thin slit appeared, and that object swayed into that slit before it closed shortly afterward. Gu-He and the other warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion grimaced. They all looked at Shurian hostilely. The murderous intention in their eyes couldn't be hidden. "Well, I have a good habit," Shurian looked innocently. "When I deliver anything precious, I always attach a restriction. Especially such things like this cannon. I have to be more cautious." Before Shurian knew the cannon's identity, he had seen its magical features. As a routine, he had left a wisp of his soul consciousness with space power. That way, he could use space power Upanishad to track the thing down. Fu Wei didn't know that because she didn't check the status of the cannon. He thought that he would never have a chance to use that restriction. It turned out the changing situation made him do so. Fu Wei was currently grounded. He didn't expect that the cannon would fall into a cunning person like Gu-He. He didn't believe that Fu Wei would violate rules. Everything Fu Wei had done, she did it for Agate Star area to eliminate the traitor of Potion and Tool Pavilion. She didn't do anything that made her ashamed. Shurian understood that Fu Wei was tricked. Gu-He had set her up for something or made up a false accusation. In short, Shurian knew that it was Gu-He who was behind all these things. If Fu Wei kept the cannon, he wouldn't say anything. However, as Gu-He controlled Potion and Tool Pavilion now, of course, Shurian couldn't just defend without attacking. "You dared to do something on the cannon of our Potion and Tool Pavilion." Gu-He twisted his face. His layers of fat rattled, which made him look like a giant maggot. Swish! The corner of Shurian's eyes had a slit. He rose his hand to grab the void, and the cannon was now in his hand. "If you want to take the cannon back, tell Fu Wei to meet me. You don't deserve to keep this thing." Shurian spoke curtly and impolitely. He nodded to Fei Lan and Ka Tuo behind him. "Go to Devil Bloodstar and call Precursor Blood Devil. I want to see if Gu-He can control everything in Agate Star area." Fei Lan and Ka Tuo nodded quietly. Their figures flashed and disappeared in the child formation. Thousands of fiery Rainstar area warriors with Xiao In and Yu Shan gathered around the child formation. Even if Guhi wanted to stop them, he couldn't do anything. He could only see Fei Lan and Ka Tuo leave. Kid, you've interfered with Potion and Tool Pavilion's internal issue. You have taken our cannon. Your sins can't be forgiven. Gui took a deep breath and nodded to Ino and then shouted, "Kill him for me." Ino's deep and dark eyes had a strange light. The corners of his mouth moved as he was about to cast the soul incantation. Xiao In and Yushan snorted. They swayed and stopped by Shi Yan. They all looked at Gu He and Ino with cold, malicious eyes. "Do you really want to fight with our agate star area?" Gui shouted with a cold complexion. "You can't stand for the entire agate star area. You can't represent Potion and Tool Pavilion, either. You can speak on behalf of yourself only." Shi Yan sneered. "It's true that the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan have sent their soldiers to cooperate with you, but I don't think the three big forces would bet the future of their entire clan on you. Gu He, the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan in Agate Star area were all mighty clans, especially the Fire Clan, as it could resist the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. It was the strongest force. Ice Clan and Crystal Clan were a little weaker, but not by much. If the three clans followed Gu He, it would be very difficult. It was too bad that the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan didn't send any elders to this operation. As they didn't send any strong warriors with high positions here, it meant that they weren't dependent on Gu He. It was just a cooperative activity between them. It was just a collaborative relationship. Of course, they wouldn't risk their lives under the circumstance that they couldn't have any profits. Thus, Shi Yan didn't believe that the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan would risk their lives with Yushan and Xiao In for Gu He. Indeed, Gu He grimaced more upon hearing Shi Yan. Ino took action again. This time he was still discreet. Shi Yan stood still, holding a blood broadsword in his hand. The blood eyes on the sword started to wiggle. Blood beamed across the sword, spreading like gossamers and covering Shi Yan shortly. Some kind of energy that could seal the soul, sea of consciousness, and the soul altar was released from Shi Yan. However, Yushan and Si couldn't sense anything. Although Ino had mastered the soul incantation, and he had released many deadly curses, he couldn't block Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. They could only float around his body, but they couldn't find the entrance. Divine weapon, Ino discolored. He gazed at the blood broadsword that Shi Yan was holding in his hand. His dark eyes changed strangely while he was casting his secret incantation. He wanted to affect the energy of the blood sword. Boom! A brutal, evil energy shot out from the blood sword. It was like an immense blood sea attacking his soul. Ino's deep eyes had a gleam of fear. He also looked aghast. The strange eyes on the blood sword opened. The blood beams had locked Ino from a distance. The sword was like a ferocious monster that was accumulating energy to storm over Ino. Ino's consciousness was hazy. He hastened to stop his incantation and tried to steady his sea of consciousness and soul altar. His face grimaced. Rolls of fat on Gu He's face shivered as he was scared. He studied Shi Yan. He had heard of the name Shi Yan earlier. In Potion and Tool Pavilion's Elder Conference, this name was spoken together with Bath, Gute of the Monster Clan, and Blood Devil of the Demon Clan. It was mentioned more times than even Bath and Gute. Being the second elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, how could he not know about Shi Yan? However, he had underestimated Shi Yan's abilities. Holding the blood sword, Shi Yan's eyes were as scarlet as blood. His appearance was extremely cold and harsh. He indifferently looked at Ino and Gu He and didn't say a thing. He was waiting. He was waiting for experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. It would be more favorable for him when they came. Xiao In and Yushan were so astounded to look at the evil deeds he was using. They stood on his left and right and were ready to protect him. They knew that when the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan arrived, the wind on this cloud sea star would change. Chapter 1086, The Fate Traveler. Chapter 1086, The Fate Traveler _. Eno's eyes were cold and blurry like ice while he was controlling his wisps of soul consciousness, which moved like invisible spiritual snakes. They all aimed at Shuriyen. However, the soul incantation he had cast was going to deviate if they aimed at Shuriyen. Without Shuriyen's soul energy waves to detect, his curses couldn't perform. Shuriyen held the blood sword in his hand while the blood beams spread all over his body and created a thick blood cocoon that covered his body. Nothing could intrude. The soul's secret techniques couldn't lock him, so the incantation couldn't work anymore. Eno was so irritated and he wanted to vomit blood. This was the first time he had ever encountered a bizarre situation like this along his path of cultivating soul incantations. He knew that the blood sword Shuriyen was holding was strange and evil indeed. He also knew the reason why his secret curses couldn't work. It was because of that blood sword. However, as Yushan and Xiao were watching cautiously, he couldn't storm over to snatch that blood sword. Apparently, he couldn't use the secret techniques to kill Shuriyen. The fat Ongu's face shivered. His small eyes flared with ferocious light and gazed at Shuriyen with deep resentment. His Gu family and the Xiao family of Fiery Rainstar area had a bloody grudge. Since Gu was just a small child, he had listened to the teachings of his ancestor. He must make Xiaoan's family pay a big price. Thus, Gu hated anyone who came from Fiery Rainstar area. This time, it was coincidental that Xiaoan was in this group. Gu wouldn't let this chance slip away. Shuriyen, Xiaoxian Yin, and Ziyao called him with worried faces. They hurried to approach him to check his situation. Staying inside the fine blood fibers, Yin looked cold. He squinted and shook his head to tell Ziyao and Xiaoxian Yin not to worry about him. This man robbed Potion and Tool Pavilion's cannon. Do you outsiders want to interfere in the internal issues of our Potion and Tool Pavilion? Gui's face was cold, but he couldn't hold his flame of anger anymore. He glared at Yushan and spoke. If you mean it, don't blame Potion and Tool Pavilion for not showing mercy. Gui's mentality was almost cracked. Yushan and Xiao could recognize Gui's mental state. They frowned quietly. They were also anxious as they continued to turn around to check the child formation. They hoped that the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan could come here soon. Gui took a deep breath. He seemed to have made up his mind. He swung his hand as he'd prepared to start this battle, his face cold and harsh. However, his big mouth parted as if he was about to talk, but he couldn't make a sound. Gui's big face winced and piled up the rolls of fat. His eyes were aghast. He looked really awkward. Many warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion surrounding the area were bewildered. They looked at him confused as they didn't know why he couldn't make a sound, although he was obviously shouting. Gui started to sweat. His face slowly paled. His column-like, big neck wiggled as if he was searching for something. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Divine Light, Fighting League, and Fiery Rainstar area were dumbstruck. They also followed his line of sight to see what was going on. Gui suddenly stopped. He looked in a direction. It was where Shuriyen was standing. The eyes of dozens of thousands of warriors were now gazing at one spot, which was next to Shuriyen. No one knew for how long there was a white-headed, archaic old man standing next to Shuriyen. That old man wore a silver robe. His brows were long and white like mist. His eyes were filled with a smile, and his face was especially smooth as it was like white jade. It seemed like he was still pretty young. He was holding a scepter, which looked like a branch of an old, dead tree. The wooden material of his scepter was strange. It could release the energy waves of life. The arms of the old man had many magical wooden textures. Those textures were strange and wonderful. However, they looked exactly the same as the texture of his scepter, which seemed to contain some principles of this world. This old man was a member of the Wood Clan. Holding the scepter, the old man was smiling while studying Shuriyen. Sometimes he touched the blood-fine fibers on his body and gave profuse praises. At this moment, the numbers of experts on the gourd-shaped island were as many as clusters of cloud in the sky, which included more than 10 first sky and second sky of incipient God Realm experts. However, before Gu spotted the archaic man, no one had recognized the old man was there. Everybody was astounded, as they could never have imagined something like this. They all looked at the white-haired wood oldie. The oldie ignored all of them. He was still studying Yin with great curiosity. His pair of eyes was full of childhood interest and warmth. He didn't have any malicious intent. However, under his gaze, Yin felt very irritated. It felt like the old man could read all that he had experienced in his life easily. The eyes of that old man seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and all of their experiences they had in their whole life. From a distance, Gui looked at them. In his rice-sized eyes, he seemed to be begging as if he couldn't even talk without permission from that old man. Standing by Yin, Yushan and Xiao En were so solemn looking at the old man. They exchanged looks as they could grasp the fear in each other's eyes. All of a sudden, Yushan and Xiao En bent their bodies to greet and say, "Precursor." Then, they stood with their bodies bending and didn't say more. Miao Rong of the Fighting League and Zhu Bo of the Divine Light studied the old man and tried to find information of him in their brains. Shortly after, Zhu Bo shivered, divine light shooting out of his eyes. His eyes were glued to the wooden scepter in the old man's hand. He muttered, "It's made of the life tree of the Wood Clan, a precursor of the Wood Clan, Shangchun, great sage Shangchun." His voice was so low that the others around couldn't hear. Only Sana heard him. Sana was skeptical and lowered his voice. "Who is he?" "Fate, the Fate Traveler." Zhu Bo forced a smile. Sana discolored in fright. Gui was still begging, looking at the wood old man. Yin pulled himself together. He suddenly found that Eno's soul incantation was cleared while he didn't recognize it. He looked at Eno, who was wincing with trickles of blood on the corners of his mouth. He looked hurt and was begging. He was baffled and couldn't help but look at the wood old man next to him. Frowning, Yin said, "May I ask what you want, Precursor?" The wood old man smiled, his left eye blinking. Instantaneously, Gui, who was fixed over there, was able to stammer, "Great sage. Why are you here?" "Great sage." Many people looked bewildered. They looked at the wood old man and tried to identify him. Miao Rong of Fighting League was shocked. Dazzling light shot out from his eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his face was filled with respect. He bent his body slightly to show his respect for a junior. I didn't say more. "I'm here to save your life." The wood old man shook his head, looked at Gu He, and sighed. "Your Gu family has declined for several thousand years. Until your generation, no one made a raise. Why do you want to find trouble for yourself? Do you really want your Gu family to be uprooted?" Listening to him, Gu He's face turned gray like the earth. However, he bought it. Just like a primary student asking for his teacher's advice, he said, "Great sage, please explain to me." "Okay." The wood old man smiled and pointed at Yin, his voice slow and tender. "If I didn't come, here's what would have happened. You guys would fight with the warriors of Fiery Rain Star area. Fiery Rain Star area would fail. However, when a Monster Clan and Demon Clan comes, both of you would have gotten huge losses. Then, the people of Fiery Rain Star area would have left. You guys would also expel this young man to Fiery Rain Star area. However, in 100 years max, he would return. He would eradicate your Gu family. You Gui would be killed too." The old man spoke casually, but many people didn't believe him. They thought he just spoke nonsense. However, Second Elder Gu He of the Potion and Tool Pavilion felt like he had just fallen into an ice chamber. He saw his death in advance. He paled and shook uncontrollably. He just stood there, shivering with an extreme fear. He had no doubt of what the old man had just told him. When he saw Yin again, Gu He was panic-stricken. He looked both crazy and perplexed. "Oh, I can add one more thing," the wood old man sighed. "If you started this battle, Fiery Rain Star area and Agate Star area would be involved. The Star War would happen, and the God Clan could invade Agate Star area and Fiery Rain Star area in 200 or 300 years." He pointed at Miao Rong, Zhu Bo, Yushan, Xiao En, and Eno. He spoke nonchalantly. "All of you would have died in the battles." Those people under his finger felt their souls shudder. They were so frightened as they could foresee their future. "You say it as if they're all true," Yin smiled oddly. "It's really bad that you're not a hoax medium." "Oh no, I'm the biggest hoax medium in Agate Star area. The old man grinned, his makings relaxed. But many people believe in this hoax medium, because what I've told you could be your future. Great sage, I'm wrong. The second elder changed his visage and bowed deeply. He acted repentantly and earnestly. Everybody was stunned. Sigh. If it's not related to the fate of the two-star areas, I don't need to spend my efforts to calculate and make people skeptical. The wood old man shook his head. The wooden scepter in his hand released extreme energy waves that could affect people's souls and gave them a hallucination that made their souls collapse. Sure Yin was an exception. Yu Shan and Xiao and discolored in fright. Please advise us your status and title. Xiao and hesitated for a while before asking with respect. I'm Shang Chun, said the wood old man faintly. Shang Chun. Shang Chun, you are the fate traveler who cultivates fate power Upanishad. You've been to our fiery rain star area, right? Xiao En was suddenly excited. He asked with his arms swinging, I know you. The secret books of a Xiao family mentioned you many times. I've traveled through many star areas, not only your fiery rain star area. Shang Chen smiled. Oh, right. I used to drink with Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was Xiao En's grandfather. However, he had fallen in the battle with the God clan. Shang Chen's profile in the books of the Xiao family was written by Xiao Zhan. Oh, turns out it's you, Precursor Shang. Xiaoan was happy. He showed more respect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Xiaoan was thrilled, the child formation behind him activated. Beautiful halos expanded. The experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan emerged with Bath, Gute, and Blood Devil as the leaders. The three of them were full of murderous auras and ferocious faces. They came for a bloody battle. More and more monster and demon experts came unceasingly. Gui discolored. He glanced at Shang Chun, his face modest. He just stood quietly and didn't dare to pitch his voice to ask for a battle anymore. Chapter 1087, Great Sage. Chapter 1087, Great Sage, Blood Devil. Gute and Bath were annoyed because Leona wanted to leave. Wen Fei Lan and Ka Tua told them the situation where Guhi of Potion and Tool Pavilion wanted to attack Shi Yin. They grumbled and came like thunder. Warriors of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan all wore heavy armor with fearsome iron helmets. Their murderous auras shot out like sharp tips. When hundreds of monster and demon warriors lined up neatly, a flow of bloodthirsty aura gushed out like an overflowing river. There was no emotion on Leona's daunting face. She looked cold and harsh, her eyes radiating a dark halo. After those monster and demon warriors had undergone her training, they seemed to be dyed with blood. This kind of thick blood scent nauseated people. The warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion faced the soldiers behind Leona with fear. Blood Devil, Gute, and Bath stood arrogantly in the front. Standing behind him were some first sky of incipient God realm experts. They were all heroes of monster and demon clans. Their auras were like the rainbow, their energies fierce and abundant. It wasn't like when they had entered Shadow Ghostly Prison where only Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute were incipient God realm expert. Of course, back then, there were only 3 incipient God realm experts of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. Since they had other important roles, they didn't join the trip to Shadow Ghostly Prison. It was different today. When they knew Potion and Tool Pavilion had taken the Fire Clan, Ice Clan, and Crystal Clan to this place with around 30,000 warriors, Blood Devil and the others had to mobilize the experts of their clans. There were 9 incipient God Realm experts from Monster Clan and Demon Clan, including Blood Devil and the other 2, and more than 10 experts at Ethereal God Realm. Although there were just several hundred warriors who came here this time, they were all from the elite force. What happened? Blood Devil's voice was like a bronze bell that rang. He coldly glared at Guhi. Congratulations, Second Elder, for your higher position. However, Potion and Tool Pavilion has never interfered in any important matter of Agate Star area. After you hold the office, you want to break the rules immediately, don't you? Usually, Potion and Tool Pavilion would never participate in any dispute of Agate Star area. However, they often affected the forces discreetly in the shadows. Everyone knew that. Gui took the Ice Clan, Fire Clan, and Crystal Clan here, which meant that they had to sweep off the outsiders from Agate Star area. However, they had broken the rules of Potion and Tool Pavilion. As Blood Devil came, he immediately asked Gui without trying to be nice or polite. Gui furrowed his brows. He begrudgingly looked at Shang Chun and didn't say much. What Shang Chun said had shaken him hard. He was threatened. Gui couldn't help but glance at Shi Yin, his face grimacing more. He knew that, at his position, Shang Chun wouldn't deceive him. What Shang Chun said was all the truth. If he started a war here, his Gu family would be uprooted. He would be killed too. The young man in front of him would be the originator. Gui was so worried. Blood Devil, Shang Chun called him quietly. Blood Devil, Gu Te and Bath heard his voice. They were surprised, and their bodies shook. They immediately greeted him solemnly. Great sage. They seemed to know Shang Chun better than Gui. At first glance, they knew Shang Chun's identity. They immediately showed him their respect. This dispute ends here. Don't extend it further. Shang Chun sighed, and then added, if you don't want to see Fiery Rain Star area and Agate Star area fall into the God Clan's control, you must calm down now. While talking, Shang Chun looked really tired. It seemed like talking was also strenuous for him at this moment. A wisp of blood mist silently diffused from Shang Chun's god body. His abundant qi drained quickly. He did not look good at all. His face gradually paled. It seemed like an invisible hand was destroying his mind and body at the same time. He could freeze Gui and hurt Ino in just a blink, and no one could recognize his attack. However, he currently didn't have a beam of power to resist. He could only stand and bear the pain. Shang Chun coughed terribly. A trickle of dark blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He smiled sadly. Lifting his head to look at the immense horizon, he shivered. Everybody was frightened. They looked at him, but they didn't know what was happening to him. The ones who could understand the situation had bitter eyes while they felt many waves rising in their hearts. Blood Devil was shaken. He walked to Shang Chun and prepared to use the immortal demon blood to heal the old man. It's useless. Shang Chun waved his hand to stop Blood Devil, beaming a forced smile. It's the price that I have to pay. Otherwise, I can't see that spiderweb of fate or the path to walk. Pausing for a while, he tried to look excited. Don't worry. I'm all right. I've risked my life to stop your battle. I hope you will listen to what I've told you today. Gui, Xiao In, Yushan, Blood Devil, and the others looked at him and nodded. No one dared to protest. Don't fight. Give up the racism. Give up family hatreds and resentment. Let go of the dispute between the two star areas. Shang Chun looked and talked to them. The barrier between Agate Star area and Ancient God Star area will be forcefully torn in 10 years max. When that happens, the great army of God Clan will invade you. I hope you will be well prepared in 10 years. Improve the competencies of everyone to the utmost. If you can't defeat the God Clan, you will be killed. You will be enslaved. All warriors of Agate Star area, Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, Gui, Ino, Miao Rong, Jubu, and even the warriors at Incipient God Realm had ashen faces. No one doubted Shang Chun. Everybody stooped and felt heavy-hearted. Shang Chun looked at Yushan and Xiao En. It's the right move that you came to find Leona to train your soldiers. In this vast universe, the ones who could face the God Clan are only members of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline. You will have only 7 or 8 years before the massive operation of the God Clan. They will attack Fiery Rain Star area with their best power. If you can win in that battle, Fiery Rain Star area won't need to worry about the God Clan for a long time. You need to hurry and try your best to prepare for that coming battle. Xiao En and Yushan were frightened. They nodded. They believed what Shang Chun had just told them. Shang Chun coughed, his line of sight falling on Shi Yin. I was asked to be here. I want to take you to someplace. Follow me. Who asked you to come to see me? Shi Yin was surprised. Shang Chun grinned and didn't explain. 4 rings suddenly flew out of his sleeve and flew toward Fei Lan, Leona, Kada, and Benny respectively. Someone asked me to deliver those rings to you guys. They are pretty useful to your realm and power. I wish for you to reach the perfect state in the future. He looked at Shi Yin and said, you don't need to take care of them for a while. They have their own destinies. Fei Lan, Leona, Katoa, and Benny received the rings. They sensed for a while. Seconds later, their eyes brightened and their faces were happy. Apparently, what the rings stored was extremely suitable for them. You too. Shang Chun regarded Fei Lan and Leona and smiled. The ones you want to find have escaped adversity. You don't need to worry about them. They're doing well, though. You will meet them soon. Fei Lan and Leona were very happy. Fei Lan's man and Leona's father had left Raging Flame Star area a long time ago. They didn't receive any message from them for such a long time. After they had arrived in Agate Star area, they knew that the ones they wanted to find used to be confined by the Dark Shadow clan. However, after leaving the space passage, they didn't find anything. The two of them were disappointed and worried. Today, hearing Shang Chun, the two of them had finally eased their minds. They were even happier than receiving the rings. They both said thanks to Shang Chun. Benny and Cocteau also bowed to him with sincere faces. No need to thank me. Shang Chun shook his head. It's I who owes you. He immediately turned to Shi Yin and said, you don't need to worry about them. Come with me. Hurry up. To where? I will tell you on the way. All right. Shi Yin simply confirmed with Shang Chun. You gave Potion and Tool Pavilion's cannon to Gu He, said Shang Chun all of a sudden. Give it to Gu He. Shi Yin shook his head and smiled coldly. He doesn't deserve it. It was to Fu Wei. The cannon is destined for her. Today, among the elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion, only Fu Wei has the capacity to decode the mysteries of the cannon. Shang Chun looked at Gu He and pondered. Fu Wei is the future of Potion and Tool Pavilion. If she can't decipher the cannon's mysteries, you will follow the trail of the former Pavilion Masters. Only if Fu Wei can break the mysteries of the cannon can you escape your fatal destiny. Gui paled. The former Pavilion Masters had forged weapons or refined pellets until they had fallen into bedevilment, shattered their bodies, and left only a dying wisp of a soul. They couldn't stand for a long time, though. It seemed to be related to many secrets in the refining of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Lower realm blacksmiths and alchemists wouldn't meet such a bottleneck. However, when they reach a particular level, they would eventually fall into such a destiny. The previous Pavilion Masters and the oldest elders of the Pavilion had disappeared like that. Gui took a deep breath and said with a dispirited face, I understood. It's good that you've understood. Shang Chun nodded. I just want the best for you. I want you to live longer. Remember to give the cannon to Fu Wei. Otherwise, you will die eventually. Shang Chun looked at Shi Yin and said, give it to him. We are in a hurry. We don't have much time to waste here. Your great-grandpa is waiting for you to rescue him. My great-grandpa? Shi Yin discolored in fright. How is he? He's too extreme. He has a problem. I've confined him for the time being. The situation is serious. Shang Chun sighed. We should talk on the way. Shi Yin didn't hesitate anymore. He snorted at Gu He and threw him the cannon. If you still have the cannon the next time I see you, I will take it for the second time. Well, I will take your life with it too. Gu He discolored. He didn't dare to open his mouth and talk. He just grabbed the cannon with a wince. After he had listened to Shang Chun's prophecy, saying that he would die by Shi Yan's hand if he fought him, Gu He was wary of Shi Yan unknowingly. Facing him, Gu He couldn't help but be restlessly anxious. Chapter 1088, Soul-Rotting Aphids. Chapter 1088, Soul-Rotting Aphids, _ Shang Chun rushed away. He was here for about 1 hour before he departed. However, in 1 hour, most of the experts of Agate Star area and Fiery Rain Star area seemed to be under his spell. They had made up their mind to stop the potential battle from happening. Quickly, all the warriors in that place scattered. Gui took the cannon and drove his battleships away. Warriors of the Ice Clan, Fire Clan, and Crystal Clan left with him. Zhu Bo, Sana, and Ziyao of the Divine Light discussed for a while and then decided to return to Divine Light's headquarters. They had to start preparing for the fierce war that would come in the future. Blood Devil, Yushan, and Shaoan discussed with the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area for a while to outline their plans. Leona would arrange and help the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fiery Rainstar area train their soldiers. Yushan and Xiao and really liked Benny, so they asked Benny to help Fiery Rainstar area soldiers in training to prepare for the Great War in the future. Shang Chen's words were vague and seemed to be far ahead. However, no one dared to doubt him. They deemed his words as the truth and the basis for their plans and strategies. The Fate Traveler, Shang Chun, stood as the mysterious prophet who had operated for many years in Agate Star area. None of his prophecies were wrong. Rumors said that when Shang Chun was just a little boy, he could vaguely see the past and future of people. For a long time, Shang Chun had earned a living as a fortune teller. One day, he could all of a sudden predict the future. Gradually, he had become famous and got the wonderful power Upanishad to understand fate. Several thousand years had passed, and the name of Shang Chun had been spread out between the top strong forces. Experts who knew his talents would consider him the life coach to consult. Shang Chun didn't fail them. He had solved many disasters that could have eradicated the entire Agate Star area. He had kept Agate Star area safe through many perilous periods. Because of Shang Chun, the blood war to come had to stop before it actually took place. Gu He left with the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Forces of the Divine Light and Fighting League also left the planet. Afterward, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute also returned to their places through the Child Formation. Leona stayed in Cloud Sea Star. Together with Benny, they helped Fiery Rain Star area experts train their troops. Cloud Sea Star resumed its tranquility. Inside the deep and dark sea of stars, two figures flashed and disappeared like meteors. They had left Shadow, ghostly prison, and went pretty far. In Agate Galaxy, they traveled like two shuttles. The space nodes around them had fierce commotions as they continually swayed through the spaces. They disappeared shortly after into a space slit and reappeared in another area. Today, the two of them arrived at the edge of Agate Star area, an area of floating, dead stars. They landed on a desolate dead star with many rough caves. This dead star had no earth and heaven energy or living being energy waves. It was so cold and quiet. Swoosh! Shurian landed on the ground and was sweating. Are we there yet? You always urge me to use the space power Upanishad to go through the space nodes and teleport on a small scale, but you didn't tell me about the situation yet. Did you know that moving continually like that will consume my soul energy by a lot? Apparently, his condition wasn't good. After they had left Cloud Sea Star, Shang Chun continually urged him and showed him the direction so he could use the space power Upanishad to teleport. Shurian had to consume his energy constantly. After many times, he was almost exhausted. Currently, he had consumed 70% or even 80% energy in this body. Each time he teleported, he could cross several life stars, which was around billions of miles. If he hadn't reached Ethereal God Realm, he would be exhausted already. During this journey, Shang Chun didn't say a word. He wore a heavy-hearted face and pondered. He didn't react to Shurian's question, which made Shurian more suspicious. Shurian burst out eventually. Shang Chun still had a solemn countenance, but his eyes were much better. He suddenly smiled and turned his head to see Shurian. I found the right one indeed. With First Sky of Ethereal God Realm Cultivation Base, you could teleport 11 times. Each time, we're traveling billions of miles. The power you have in your body is really extraordinary. I gave up everything to go with you. I'm not here to listen to your compliments. Shurian was hurried. How is my great-grandfather? Shang Chun pondered for a while, and then said, You should see it first. A light blue halo expanded from his palm and rippled like water waves. Slowly, it projected some images. A massive blue ice crystal emerged. This crystal was blurry and sparkling with a chill-to-the-bone cold air. It confined a tall and thin body. That person seemed to have his body's functions and soul confined and frozen. "That's my great-grandpa," Shi Yin hissed coldly. "Take a closer look." Shang Chun sighed. The blue light in his palm changed again. The blue crystal zoomed bigger. Yang Tian Emperor was inside the ice crystal, and it became clearer. Shi Yin could see that his entire body was bleeding with many cuts. He looked like a person when a beast had used its claws to scratch him. Some scratches were so deep that Shi Yin could even see his bones. It was because of the distance and the ice crystal that Shi Yin didn't recognize his situation at first glance. At this moment, Yang Tian Emperor's god body was magnified several times. Shi Yin could see the wounds stretch over his body like many deep ditches that even reached his skeleton. There were hundreds of scratches expanding and crossing each other all over his body. Shi Yin's face looked like he had a layer of frost covering it. However, his voice was extremely calm. "Who did that?" Shang Chun maintained his hand's position. He looked at him naturally and calmly. "He did that to himself." Shi Yin trembled. The murderous aura in Shi Yin's eyes was like an evil dragon turning its body. "He did that? You're telling me that he did that to himself?" Heavy murderous aura. Shang Chun was shaken. He knitted his brows and sighed. "He's worth being the heir of that bloodline. It's true that he did that to himself. You keep watching." Shang Chun spurted a silver electric beam that seeped into the image in front of them. He magnified Yang Tian Emperor's image several times. Now, Yang Tian Emperor looked like a giant who could shade the entire sky with his mountain-like body. Inside his deep eyes were strange lights. Shi Yin could feel some strange but fierce energy fluctuations in his brain. Shi Yin suddenly closed his eyes. A wisp of soul consciousness flew out and tried to sense something. After a while, he was shaken. He opened his eyes, which were filled with fear. What were those tiny creatures in his soul altar and in his brains? He could feel clearly hundreds of thousands of little creatures inside Yang Tian Emperor's brain and soul altar. Those creatures were very small, so he could only sense them with his soul. However, they were so evil and strange with cold qi and were filling Yang Tian Emperor's head. Shang Chun balled his fingers into a fist. Yang Tian Emperor's image disappeared. Yang Tian Emperor has been in evil north zone of Agate Star area for many years. He received the profound inheritance of the despair power, Upanishad. He consistently challenged the local experts. In that way, he increased his realm and power stably and rapidly. Every time, he always challenged the expert whose realm higher was than his. He defeated them in the end. It was the mystery and yet essential feature of despair power Upanishad. He has comprehended its essence. The last expert he had challenged in the North Zone had a rare, evil treasure, which contained a significant amount of those creatures. Before he died, he had released them to erode Yang Tian Emperor's body and soul. He immediately fell into a bedevilment status. He lost control of his soul and consciousness. He crazily scratched his body like that. He had almost destroyed his god body. This creature is called soul-rotting aphis. It's a kind of micro-demonic insect. Those aphids can gnaw the brain and reproduce. They can invade people's thoughts and distort the sea of consciousness and soul altar. They will make people crazy and lose themselves. Pausing for a while, Shang Chun continued, Yang Tian Emperor has the soul-rotting aphis in his brain. He lost his mind shortly after. He has fallen into bedevilment. He has destroyed his body. I've used the blue ice crystal of the extremely cold North Zone to stop him and the aphids in his brain. In that confinement, we can preserve him well. I can use heaven flames to refine those insects or worms, said Shi Yin. Shang Chun shook his head and said casually, we can't use that method. Heaven flames could burn the soul-rotting aphids, but they could also burn Yang Tian Emperor's soul. Those demonic insects have blended with his soul consciousness and brain. At this moment, they are one. If you burn the soul-rotting aphids, Yang Tian Emperor will be killed too. Listening to him, Shi Yin frowned. Do you have any method? Of course, I have a method, Shang Chun nodded. We need you to do that. Follow me first. When we get there, I will tell you the details. Shang Chun touched the ground under his feet. A strange noise echoed from deep inside the ground of this barren dead star. It seemed like he had just activated some mechanism. He nodded to Shi Yin and then plunged down to the dark cave that had just cracked under their feet. He entered the dead star directly. Hesitating for a while, Shi Yin jumped into that cave and entered the dead star. After 15 minutes, Shi Yin saw Shang Chun stand on a high triangle tower. That tower was made of empty fantasy crystal. It had so many exquisite and complicated light beams crossing each other. Obviously, it was a magical teleport formation. Underneath the teleport formation were many top-quality divine crystals, which contained an enormous amount of earth and heaven energy. This kind of energy was so thick that it was almost like water. When it rose, it was like the water of a dreamy lake, and it made people feel awed. At a first glance, he knew how complicated this teleport formation was. It was much more exquisite than the child formation that he had refined. Where does it connect? Standing bewildered for a while, Shi Yin asked. We should leave Agate Star area first, smiled Shang Chun. This teleport formation could cross star areas? Shi Yin discolored in fright. Shang Chun nodded. In our Agate Star area, this is the only profound space teleport formation that can cross the space border. I've been watching this place for so many years. Chapter 1089, Desolate. Chapter 1089, Desolate. _ In the center of an energy sea that looked more like a lake, dazzling lights shot out, weaving into a complex formation. A fierce wave of energy triggered. Shi Yin and Shang Chun glowed like blinding crystals. They disappeared in the brilliant light. Both of their bodies and souls were teleported. They disappeared from this dead star. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed unceasingly inside the dead star. The cave that had been cracked slowly closed. The marvelous space formation didn't have energy waves anymore. The top-quality divine crystals with abundant energy had lost the energy after they were activated. Now they looked like dull, ordinary stones that were inlaid in the formation. No energy waves anymore. Inside the thick fog, Shang Chun and Shi Yin were like two shining beams moving forward. This kind of mist had magical powers, which could separate the soul consciousness. In this area, Shi Yin couldn't sense his surroundings. He felt blind with his eyes open. Obviously, it wasn't the first time Shang Chun had come here. In this thick mist, he continually gave Shi Yin direction and guided him to move forward. Do we leave Agate Star area? Shi Yin was baffled. In that great space teleport formation, Shi Yin felt like his soul and body were separated. He felt so dizzy. When he woke up, he found himself in this place. However, he didn't see the same teleport formation here, which made him astounded. Usually, the teleport formation couldn't teleport one way. It required another teleport formation in the destination to connect the route and teleport people or things. However, when he woke up, he saw himself in the thick mist without another teleport formation. He was so surprised. It's true. We aren't in Agate Star area anymore. Shang Chun nodded and said, we are in the peripheral area of another star area. It's called Fantasy Mist Star Area, which is adjacent to Fiery Rain Star Area and Agate Star Area. It's not really far from the place we have just left. Shang Chun looked ahead of them, his body releasing magical energy fluctuations that could clear the mist in front of them. He focused and didn't say much to Shi Yin. Why did you take me here? Shi Yin frowned. Someone asked me to do so. Who asked you? One of the undying bastards of your bloodthirsty bloodline. I owed him one. I've promised him so today. I fulfilled his wish. Who is that precursor? Frederick, Shang Chun said through his gritted teeth. Shi Yin was baffled. He thought, and then shook his head. I've never heard of him before. Shang Chun turned his head to look at Shi Yin and the blood vein ring on his finger. He spoke faintly. Hasn't it told you anything? Its memory isn't complete. Shi Yin answered honestly. He recognized his intention immediately and asked, can you tell me more? The story related to the ring and the descendants of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline? Can you tell me the secrets you know? Shang Chun pondered for a while and then shook his head. I don't know. You'd better wait until the ring gathers its memory fully. It will tell you then. I'm not from your bloodline. I don't know many secrets of yours. If I tell you something, it's just the surface of the matter. I may disturb those bastards' arrangement. It's not going to be okay then. Those bastards? Who are you referring to? Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He asked excitedly, some precursors of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline are still alive? How many of them? He always thought that the precursors of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline were all dead. The only one who was still alive was the one who cultivated death power, Upanishad. But he still didn't have many clues related to that man. Would that Frederick be his name? How could they die easily? Shang Chun pouted his lips, his face awkward. You've underestimated their tenacious vitalities. Can you tell me which power Upanishad Frederick cultivates? Shi Yan asked earnestly. Until now, Shi Yan had known 5 out of 8 inheritances of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline, which included death, erosion, darkness, chaos, and destruction. He didn't know about the other 3. As Shang Chun mentioned them, of course, Shi Yan had to know them. Frederick is a member of the Corpse clan. Of course, he cultivates the corpse power, said Shang Chun casually. Corpse? Corpse power? Shi Yan's face became odd. Corpse power is one of the great 8 inheritances. Of course, Shang Chun's face was also odd. You don't even know about the great 8 inheritances? Shi Yan felt so ashamed. He beamed a forced smile. Until now, I've known only 5 powers Upanishads including death, erosion, darkness, chaos, and destruction. Now I know about the corpse power. I don't know the other 2. The despair power Upanishad that your great-grandfather is cultivating is also one of them. This kind of power Upanishad requires a lucky encounter and innate endowment to enter. There's no inheritance that could get them into this cultivation path. Your great-grandfather is so stubborn, but it's what helped him understand the truth of despair power Upanishad. Oh, right. Agate Star area used to have a peerless expert who inherited the despair power Upanishad from your Bloodthirsty's bloodline. Your great-grandfather could sense the energy of despair power Upanishad. That's why he came to the North Zone to look for something. Now he has a profound knowledge of that man, explained Shang Chun. Shi Yan had divine light shining on his face. Oh, it turns out that the despair power Upanishad is one of the great 8 inheritance. The last inheritance is called soul driving. It's an evil secret soul technique, which is much profound than that amateur Eno. Shang Chun was still frightened as he mentioned that man. Your precursor who has mastered soul driving power is the most mysterious man in this universe. Besides the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8, no one knows his real identity. Rumors say that he doesn't have a body. He's just a wisp of a soul wandering around the Big Star area. He has driven many experts into the dark. The soul of those experts became part of him. He turned them into puppets that he could control. Taking a deep breath, Shang Chun looked aghast. The force he controls is so dominating. He's the big brother of the Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. He's the most dangerous and mysterious expert. He's the archenemy that all 12 families of the God Clan want to kill. The 12 families of the God Clan have spent their strong armies with countless efforts and time, but they couldn't figure out his real identity or his whereabouts. Shang Chun seemed to be wary of that person who had mastered the soul-driving technique. When he talked about that expert, his face also changed. Haven't you mastered the fate power Upanishad? Even you don't know his real identity? Shi Yan was surprised. The fate power Upanishad isn't something like you imagine. Quite the contrary. The more you've comprehended it, the more complicated fate means to you. Shang Chun sighed and mumbled, the deeper I learn about it, the more helpless I've become when I couldn't do anything to turn things around. The spiderweb of fate is so complicated. I can only have glimpses of it. So, how many people of the Bloodthirsty's bloodline that you know are still alive? Pondering for a while, Shi Yan asked. There are at least 3 out of 8 members of the Bloodthirsty's entourage. Frederick cultivates corpse power. Xian he cultivates death power, Upanishad, and the one who cultivates soul, driving power. No one knows his real name. Besides them, there are some more possibly living in different corners of this vast universe, said Shang Chun. So, the Bloodthirsty's bloodline doesn't have only 8 people? Shi Yin was astounded. You're so ignorant that it's funny. Shang Chun explained with an odd face. The great 8 inheritances of Bloodthirsty have their fruits everywhere. Of course, there aren't only 8 people. The Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 are the 8 leaders of the 8 great inheritances. Although there aren't many people who cultivate the 8 great powers, it's not only 8 of them in this universe. However, after that war with the God Clan, almost all members of the great 8 inheritances were killed. The 8 members of the entourage were also damaged badly. Some disappeared. How mysterious or special is the master of the Bloodthirsty? Shi Yin asked. It seems like my inheritance comes from him. Him? I'm not qualified to talk about him. Shang Chun changed his face in fear. He immediately closed his mouth, his panic-stricken eyes glancing at the blood vein ring on Shi Yan's finger. Pondering for a while, he said, Wait until the ring spirit has restored its memory. Then you can ask it. I don't dare to say anything related to him. After that, no matter what Shi Yin tried to ask him, Shang Chun remained silent. He didn't say anything while wearing a bizarre countenance. After a long time drilling through the thick mist, Shi Yan's eyes brightened as he screamed. There's a life star. A beautiful sky star was inside the thick mist. It radiated a fierce halo that looked like an electric arc that covered everywhere. It was a still planet as it was moving with energy that could destroy everything. Under the magnificent halo of the star, Shi Yin found many mineral stars and dead stars surrounding that blue sky star. However, while the star was moving, it often impacted and crushed the dead stars and mineral stars standing in its way, as easily as breaking dried tree branches. Those mineral stars and dead stars turned into smaller meteors that fell extremely quickly. That blue sky star was very massive. It was much bigger than any star Shi Yin had seen. His soul consciousness couldn't cover the entire star, and those electric arc layers had sealed the whole planet. The blue sky star was maneuvering with an earth-shaking energy fluctuation. It was much faster than the speedy battleships. Shang Chun screamed excitedly. Finally found it. Shi Yin was scared. The destination, you said, is this life star? Shang Chun nodded and said, I've agreed with Frederick to bring you there. I went to Agate Star area to find you and arrange for you to access that life star. Access that life star? Shi Yin was surprised. Why do I have to go here? The thing that could cure your great-grandfather is in this planet. Besides, it has more magical things. Frederick wanted you to go there for something better for you. Shang Chun looked so bitter and regretful when he took out a blue sky fruit, which looked similar to that life star. I have to exert a lot of effort to have this guiding fruit. Oh, never mind. The favor I owed your Bloodthirsty's bloodline could be paid off with this, though. Can you give more details? Sure, Yin was a little annoyed. This life star is called Desolate. It's an ancient continent. In this vast universe, there are only 5 ancient continents. This Desolate is one of them, but it isn't similar to any other ancient continent. Desolate doesn't give birth to any creature. It only bears precious and rare, original incipient great herbs and other materials. It will open every 10,000 years for 10 years. Yeah, you know the ancient continents have the origin. The origin, somehow, has cognition. You can consider Desolate a life star with cognition. Only the guiding fruit growing in Desolate can let you in. Here, it's for you. Shang Chun explained and then handed Shi Yin that strange fruit. Chapter 1090, Outstanding Talents. Chapter 1090, Outstanding Talents, _ The guiding fruit was as big as a walnut. It had a strange blue hue with many strange patterns on it. Strange energy was surging inside that fruit, which was someone resonating with the ancient continent called Desolate. With a close look, Shi Yin could see that the patterns on the guiding fruit were releasing the clear blue light. Shang Chun threw the guiding fruit to Shi Yin. his face bitter and regretful. The guiding fruits are scarce. People got it from the previous time that the ancient continent opened. It's called the Key of Desolate. You can use it to enter Desolate. I have fulfilled my promise to Frederick. The guiding fruit felt a little cold in Shiyan's hand. Still furrowing his brows, Shiyan didn't understand Shang Chen's intention. I don't get it. Okay, it's like this. Shang Chen looked at the ancient continent called Desolate in front of them. His eyes sparkled with divine light. Desolate has many secrets. It also has the most magical, wonderful herbs and stones. Most of them are at original incipient grade, which is most suitable for refining weapons and pellets. In this vast sea of stars, you can consider Desolate an undiscovered treasure house. What does it matter to the soul-rotting aphids inside my great-grandfather? Shiyan tightened his fingers around the rigid fruits and asked, "Why does Frederick want me to get in there?" "There's something that could wash the soul-rotting aphids in your great-grandfather's brain. That thing is rare and hard to find. It's in the ancient continent." Shang Chun pointed at Desolate and said, "That thing is called seven-colored demonic flower. It looks like a beautiful girl's face. It can cry or smile. And yes, it has cognition. It can poison a person's mind. That flower is an original incipient great herb. It's the most precious tonic to refine many soul spells and charms." Pausing for a while, Shang Chun continued, "And I don't know why Frederick wants you to get in there. But I think that people who get the guiding fruit would risk their lives to get into that continent. Because of those rare treasures of earth and heaven?" asked Shiyan. "Nah. It's only one reason," Shang Chen smiled and said. "Desolate is an ancient continent. It has cognition. Right from the beginning, it has sealed itself and kept wandering around the significant star areas. It opens every 10,000 years. Besides giving birth to the earth and heaven precious treasures, there are more mysterious areas in the center of Desolate because it has maintained the primal status since the beginning. The other ancient continents have exhausted their energy to produce creatures. Gradually, they became just like other typical life stars. But Desolate is different. It has never given birth to creatures. Earth and heaven energy in that continent is still at its thickest level. There's something marvelous of the primal time. However, only those who can get in there could understand. As far as I know, experts of the great star areas who returned alive from Desolate always had a harvest. Their realm-breaking speeds would increase unimaginably." Shiyan was bewildered. He asked, "Experts from other star areas could get in that continent too? What's the realm-breaking you've mentioned?" "Of course the experts of the other star areas would come here." Shang Chen's face was calm. "As far as I know, this time, there should be dozens of warriors entering the ancient planet. They're all outstanding talents of the big star area. Their powers are astounding. Just like you, they even have the ability to challenge warriors at a higher realm." Pausing for a while, Shang Chun said earnestly, "The breaking I've mentioned is about your powers Upanishads. I heard that warriors could fuse different powers Upanishads in Desolate. I think Frederick wants you to come here because of this feature. Your powers Upanishads are many, which hold you down. Desolate is extremely suitable for you." Shiyan pondered for a while and then said, "Is it true that anybody with the guiding fruit could enter Desolate?" "No." Shang Chen shook his head. "Desolate will resist and expel incipient God Realm experts. Since the incipient God Realm experts' energy is too abundant, it would damage Desolate structure. Thus, incipient God Realm experts wouldn't be able to get in there. Only warriors like you, the outstanding warriors at Ethereal God Realm, can access that continent. You will meet plenty of Ethereal God Realm experts from different star areas, not only Fantasy Mist Star area. There will be experts from many star areas, including the God Clan experts." "Will there be fighting?" asked Shiyan seriously. "It's not, Will. Battle happens every minute in the most furious and bloody way. The original incipient grade materials and marvelous regions that cultivate different power Upanishads can make people crazy. Right at the moment you get in there, you'll have to face the strongest ethereal god realm experts in this universe. Since you're at first sky of ethereal god realm, huh? You must be more careful, boy. While talking, a book flew out of Shang Chen's sleeves. As it was flipping in the wind, Shi Yin could see figures and drawings on each page, including grass, flower, stones, wood materials, and more. All looked lively as if they were real samples. Shi Yin could see the tiny descriptions too. Here, take this book. It contains the drawings of the original incipient grade materials that I've studied. You will need it in Desolate. Shi Yin didn't pretend to be too polite. He reached for the book and bowed to thank the old man. I told you I had to tell you. Shang Chun rubbed his chin, which didn't have a beard. He swung his hand generously. You should go. Just hold the guiding fruit in your hand. When you go near Desolate, something will happen. I don't need to tell you more. I've remembered your soul energy fluctuation. 10 years later, I will come and find you to help you complete your tasks. After Shang Chen said that, he turned around and left quickly as if he was afraid to meet someone here. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from Shi Yan's line of sight. His aura was also concealed. No matter how hard Shi Yan tried, he couldn't track him down. The ancient continent named Desolate was still barging into other stars and crushing the stars standing in its way. Sparks of broken stars exploded like the most dazzling fireworks. It was still moving around in the area of thick mist. Shi Yan observed closer. He found that Desolate was slowing down as if it knew what it was doing. Although Desolate was moving fast, Shi Yan wasn't afraid that he would get ditched behind as he had cultivated space power, Upanishad. It wouldn't be a big problem to chase after Desolate. Thus, Shi Yan wasn't hurried. Suddenly, his soul had a vibe as he felt 3 auras approaching him. The vitality waves of those 3 auras were abundant with a lot of blood chi. Shi Yan could feel one of them was at second sky of incipient god realm. He couldn't know Shang Chen's realm because of his magical power Upanishad. However, he vaguely guessed that Shang Chen was at third sky of incipient god realm. He was likely one of the true, peerless experts of this universe. 3 blasts sweeping over like rainbows or 3 lightning strikes. Shortly after, 3 people appeared right at the location where Shang Chen had just disappeared. A married woman in her 40s with an appearance of someone who had experienced hardships in her life emerged. She wore a dark blue brocade garment with a jade-ornamented belt that marked her beautiful contours. Although her gait was graceful, her face was full of rage. As soon as she arrived, she thundered, "Old bastard! Bring your ass here!" Standing by the woman were one young lady and one young man who looked pretty similar to Shang Chen. The young man looked really dashing. He was wearing a silver robe. He was fast and had great manners, but his face was so cold. The young woman was slender and was wearing a light blue dress. She had a water blue vest over her dress that showcased her 2 white, jade-like arms. Her moonlight arms were decorated with many colorful jade rings. She also wore a crescent moon emerald necklace that dangled above her ample bosom, which supported her charming figure. The young woman had a lagoon belt on her waist, which was as small as a hand and as delicate as a snake. The middle-aged women brought a young man and a girl to this area, right when Shang Chen had just left. She ground her teeth. "That damn old bastard. I'd risked my life to take the guiding fruit for our children, and you stole one. Tell me, is that how you do your parenting role?" The matured woman looked here and there. She spoke through her gritted teeth. "Get your ass down here for me." The young man and lady were also cold. They harshly looked around. It was too bad that Shang Chen had left earlier. The 3 of them released their soul consciousness to search for him for a while. The married woman had shouted for a while, but they didn't see any commotion of Shang Chen. After a long time, they gave up. The woman glanced, and her line of sight fell on Shi Yan. She struggled in her mind for a while, and then said to him all of a sudden, "That old bastard handed something to you. I know it. I know the aura of the guiding fruit, because I found them, 2 of them." She turned her head, looking lovingly at the man and the girl behind her. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Please return it to us. I prepared the fruits for my son and daughter. Shang Chun, that bastard, has stolen one from me." Pausing for a while, she said resentfully. I don't care what he has promised other people. I don't mind what earth-shaking favor he owes them. Nevertheless, this guiding fruit belongs to me. He has stolen it from me. Please return it to me. The young man and the lady focused on Yin. Friend, you've reached first sky of ethereal god realm. Even if you can get into desolate with guiding fruit, you can't survive for 10 years there. You should know reality and return the fruit to us. I'm sure we won't mistreat you. We will find another chance to repay the favor that my father owes you guys. What do you think? The young man was calm. He spoke with great manners. The way he treated people looked pretty similar to Shang Chen's. At the same time, the slender girl in blue took after her mother. Her swan egg-shaped face was mesmerizingly beautiful. However, she had a cold and clear voice. Please return our thing to its owner. Otherwise, we will not be afraid to take it back with force. Don't be wanton, the young man shouted at her. He has some relationship with father. Our father has taken risks to cause a grudge with us, to give him the fruit. He has his reasoning that we don't know. We don't want to trouble him too much, though. Don't mind that heartless bastard. He deserves his 10,000 death sentence, as he doesn't care about his children's futures. The woman was so enraged. It looked like she didn't want to waste her saliva talking about her husband. Boy, please give it back to us. We really don't want to trouble you. I'm sorry. This guiding fruit is very important to me. It's related to my beloved one's death or life. I can't give back to you. Yin bent his body slightly and sighed. A dazzling space slit cracked behind his back. He clasped his hands towards the three and, stepped backward, disappeared into the space slit. When he reappeared, he was at the outer layer of desolate already. Chapter 1091, Ancient Continent. Chapter 1091, Ancient Continent, Space Power, Upanishad. The matured woman screamed in fear. She could only watch Yin disappear and reappear by the outer layer of desolate in a blink of an eye. She couldn't do anything. She was so annoyed. At her realm, she could know Yan's true realm with only a glance, but she couldn't know which powers Upanishad he was cultivating. Thus, she couldn't predict that Yin had space power Upanishad. Seeing Yin escape using his space power Upanishad, she understood immediately. She knew why Yin had been calm when he met them. Mother, the slender but graceful girl, changed her visage. The young man also had a regretful face. He sighed begrudgingly and shook his head. Father must know the power Upanishad he cultivates. That's why he could leave him here unguarded. As the three of them were ready to attack Yin, they had even mobilized their energy. On the one hand, they wanted to take the guiding fruit back. On the other hand, they wanted to make Shang Chun show himself. When Yin had successfully escaped, they knew Shang Chun had left a long time ago. That cowardly bastard! The matured woman gritted her teeth. She looked so angry that her eyes were raging with flames. The young man calmed down quickly. He's entering desolate. We can't take the guiding fruit back. Yeah, we can't always get what we want. We need to alter the plan, though. Little Chiu, do you have any good solution? The woman sighed begrudgingly. The young man shook his head. I don't have any good solution. Anyway, we can enter desolate with the guiding fruit. No one could break this rule for many years. Of course, we can't, either. He suddenly smiled and said gently, Honestly, I'm not interested in entering desolate. Go, yelled the girl. Waving his hand, the young man stopped her screaming. He naturally took out a guiding fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into her hand. Little you go there. I'm here waiting for your good news. No, the girl shook her head, her neck reddening. She screamed, Father took my guiding fruit. It means he favors you more than me. You know he has keen eyes. This trip is crucial to you. You must take the chance. Nah, he just took it randomly. It was easier to take your fruit. You are overthinking it. The young man smiled brightly and relaxedly. I can reach incipient God realm without entering desolate. You need to fuse the powers Upanishad. You must get in there shortly. After the young man said that, he didn't let the girl talk more. He swayed his body and moved away like a beam of light. After several flashes, he disappeared. Just keep it as little Chiu gave it to you. The woman lovingly adjusted the hem of the girl's dress. She said tenderly, "Go and bring us a surprise 10 years later. Find your brother the materials he needs. I believe you can do it." The beautiful eyes of the girl were complicated as she nodded and answered gently, "I understand." She bent her waist slightly and said seriously, "Take care, mother and Gidge. Good girl. We will be all right. Your evil father can calculate things well. He will appear if something happens to us." The woman consoled the girl. "Yes, mother." The young girl nodded and bid farewell to her mother. She flew like a gust of wind towards Desolate. The rings on her white wrist flashed. The exquisite patterns on them emerged beautifully. It happened as what Shang-Chun had told Shi-Yin. He didn't need to do anything to enter Desolate. The guiding fruit in his hand was the key. When he approached the edge of Desolate and sensed the earth-shattering energy inside, Shi-Yin felt an explosion in his soul. He was shaken hard. It was the masterpiece of God and the power of nature. The torrential energy hiding in Desolate was thicker and more powerful than that of an expert he knew. Shi-Yin immediately felt overwhelmed. His soul flickered anxiously as he couldn't approach further. However, the guiding fruit exploded and made blue halos cover his entire body and protect his soul altar. Shi-Yin fell calm. He didn't even move. An unknown force started to pull him into the atmosphere, while the electric arc that could kill the soul covering the planet ignored him and let him pass through. While he had almost entered Desolate, he saw an incipient God Realm expert trying to break into the planet at a corner pretty far from him. The electric arc stopped him and attacked his soul. The incipient God Realm expert immediately got hurt. He had to use some soul-class secret treasure to get rid of the attack. Shi-Yin also saw many blurry blue shadows like him from other areas of Desolate. They were slowly guided by Desolate, and they moved through the atmosphere. After he had passed the atmosphere of Desolate, he had a wonderful feeling as if he had just jumped into the water. He felt floaty as he slowly sank. All of a sudden, he became a shooting star that plunged through layers of cotton clouds and a sparking electric passage. He grumblingly landed. However, before he hit the ground hard, he hurried to urge his energy. The immortal demon blood burst out, which held him backward. Shi-Yin landed inside a vast bog. This wet, muddy area had countless plants and foliage. The energy here was so thick that it was like a murmuring stream moving above his head. With a deep breath, Shi-Yin felt so wonderful, as if the pores in his body were all relaxed. It was a marvelous experience indeed. Shi-Yin was shaken, standing idly and perplexedly. He felt like he had an explosion in his head. Earth and heaven energy were so thick that it was almost like water spreading everywhere. Even though Shi-Yin didn't do anything, energy still flowed into his chest and seeped through his skin, following his veins to fill his essence, Qi ancient tree. It felt like soaking in a warm spring to wash his dirty body. Even his soul was clear. Ancient continent, worth the name of the ancient continent. Shi-Yin was surprised. He furrowed his brows and touched his forehead instinctively. Shortly after, his eyes brightened up. His co-soul has some changes. Shi-Yin's co-soul was Grace Mainland's origin, which was the 10 heaven flames combined with a wisp of his soul. Now, his co-soul was like a sweet stream gushing out the remaining energy that it had gathered from outer space, which poured into this ethereal extent. In this area, his co-soul seemed to be able to guide the energy of outer space into his body. At the same time, it felt so relaxed and safe. Shi-Yin's co-soul was Grace Mainland's origin, and Grace Mainland was also an ancient continent. In this area, his co-soul seemed to harvest big benefits, as it could guide a lot of free energy into this body. Shi-Yin used his soul consciousness to check and found his co-soul wrapped in wisps of creamy white mist, which were drawn from the energy around him. It congregated in his head and covered his co-soul. The co-soul was washed once again, and it gave him a magical feeling of something crystal clear and clean. He suddenly recognized the incredible benefit that this place had offered his co-soul and ethereal extent. Yin stood still in the swamp, where he was surrounded by thick energy and many strange pieces of herbs and foliage. Yin didn't want to move yet. Closing his eyes, Yin was trying to sense the commotion around him. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness became chaotic, as if some invisible force had just affected his mind. It was almost impossible to sense the surroundings using soul consciousness. When he tried to fly away, a strong gravity was suddenly applied at his spot, which pulled him back and prevented him from flying up to the sky. Desolate, has cognition, it sealed itself, and will open every 10,000 years. You can escape after 10 years. What Shang-Chun had told him about the magical features of this area suddenly emerged in his head. Yin was astounded. He lifted his hand to walk and put aside the thought of flying away. Surprisingly, the intense gravity that had just pulled him down didn't exist. Yin was dumbstruck. Now he could confirm what Shang-Chun had told him. This area was truly marvelous, and he realized that the earth under his feet indeed had its consciousness. This planet was truly a fantastic existence in this universe that stood for something mysterious that no one knew about. Yin stood at a spot and took out the book that Shang-Chun had given him to study the drawings and descriptions that Shang-Chun had prepared. Shang-Chun wrote this thin book himself. Yin admired his style of calligraphy and the realistic drawings. Those pictures seemed to be able to emerge from the pages. The content of this book contained descriptions of original incipient grade materials and how to find and distinguish them. It was useful with the drawings and description, as the readers could have a deep understanding of those wonderful materials. Yin quieted down. He temporarily put aside the mysteries of this ancient continent to focus on the book. Shang-Chun wasn't just operating in Agate Star area. He was the fate traveler, and he seemed to travel through many strange star areas. His knowledge was broad and profound. The descriptions he wrote in the book were clear and easy to understand, which gave Yin big benefits. Without this book, even if he saw the most precious thing on this ancient continent, he could never know it and waste his rare chance. With this book, he had a tool that could give him explanations at any time. This book was precious to him to distinguish something priceless. Bam! While he was reading the book earnestly, a low explosion came from afar with an angry scream. Frowning, he stashed the book. Thinking for a while, he silently dashed towards the source of the noise. The sound he had just heard came from Shang-Chun's daughter. She was the elegant woman who wasn't good to him while they were out there. The two guiding fruits, should have something in common, which guided her near him. Yin was worried that something unexpected happened to that girl, so he came to see if he could help. Anyway, the guiding fruit that got him here came from them. Although Shang-Chun had given him the fruit himself, Yin still felt shameful. Moreover, she was Shang-Chun's daughter. For Shang-Chun, he couldn't stand still when his daughter got into trouble. However, things didn't go as he thought. When he arrived quietly, he saw that the young woman had fallen into a small, clear pond. She was soaking wet, and her damp clothes were sticking on her generous contours. At this moment, she was rubbing her beautiful rear end gracelessly. She murmured in pain. Evidently, she got a rough landing. The robe that covered her beautiful curvy butts was wet, which made her more mesmerizing than ever. The contour of that wonderful butt cheek was breathtaking. Seeing her soft hand rubbing it, it looked pretty flexible. The bouncing cheek almost made Yin's nose bleed. Standing and looking at her from a far distance, Yin thought that he should leave quietly before he recognized her sharp blade look that would drill into his eyes and lock him down. Little bastard, the young woman cursed indignantly. She didn't notice her gentle curves were revealed. She violently dashed forward and raised fierce thunderbolts in the sky. Chapter 1092, Refined Blood. Chapter 1092, Refined Blood. Under the sky above the pond was covered with lightning. Electric arcs weaved like a light net that snatched over Yin. In the grumbling thunder like an avalanche, the young woman gritted her white teeth, her elegant face cold. Savage electric dragons swirled around her body with an intimidating aura, her narrow eyes shooting electric beams. Shi Yin was frightened. That woman was at third sky of incipient god realm. She seemed to cultivate both lightning and ice powers Upanishads. She had exquisite attainment of both powers Upanishad. The moment the lightning strikes swarmed over Shi Yin, a sleet shower also started to fall from the sky. The rocks that were the size of a human head fell massively and rolled with power and icy energy. At that moment, the temperature of the surroundings was reduced dozens of times. After the lightning strikes hit the pond, it was damaged severely. Dirty water splashed on exploded foliage. Apparently, the woman thought he was peeping at her. She was so angry that her face turned purple. Her attacks could rise strong waves and gusts of wind from the surroundings. Her fiercely scorching lightning had stirred the entire area and left nothing in peace. While lightning strikes and sleet were attacking everywhere, Shi Yin retreated like a ghost, flashing on and off. Brilliant starlight dots sparkled around Shi Yin. They made his way, his trajectory in the sea of stars, moving him at fast speed. He ran so fast that even the soul consciousness couldn't catch him. After the battle in Cloud Sea Star, Shi Yin had put aside all the chaotic issues to watch the rising and lowering tides with Xia Xian Yin and Ziyao. His soul was peaceful and relaxed. When he had the mood to comprehend his powers Upanishads, he could occasionally grasp the key element of his power. Within that short time, he had improved his star power Upanishad to the level that could make people feel envy and awe. Shi Yin urged his star power Upanishad and used the star power to create the magical sea of stars. His body seemed to fall into the starry sky, moving as if he was a star that could change according to the galaxy. His soul and body had fused with earth and heaven. Starlight dots emerged. While he was moving backward, those starlight dots sometimes gathered, sometimes scattered. This kind of movement was strange, but marvelous. The woman had her eyelashes battered. Her soul consciousness was released like a vast net, but she couldn't figure out his direction. In her sensibility, Shi Yin had disappeared from her sight, as if he had become a part of this ancient continent, a tree or even a leaf. He had blended well into the surroundings that the young woman couldn't detect his life energy fluctuation. The ability to recognize and locate the soul and aura was the premise to guide the attacks. Just like when a normal warrior fought, he needed to see where the opponent was to properly aim his attack. The thundering attack of the woman also needed to locate Shi Yin first before she could do anything. However, right when Shi Yin used his star power Upanishad, he had become part of the earth and heaven here. Sometimes, the others could see him with their eyes, but they couldn't grasp his location with their soul consciousness. This irritated the young woman a lot. Her savage attacks couldn't be accurate. She could only stir up the area around the pond. She had created many holes on the ground. At the same time, the dirty water of the swarm shot up and turned into a muddy shower falling from the sky. A large amount of dirty water had showered her and made her helter-skelter. As this ancient continent had restricted the warrior's soul consciousness, they could sense a small area around them. It was different from the other places where they could cover half a star with their soul consciousness. Thus, when Shi Yin's image disappeared from her sight, she couldn't figure out where Shi Yin once again. The graceful young woman had a lot of mud and other dirty, sticky objects from the swamp all over her body. She walked around the area to check for a while, but she couldn't see any commotion from Shi Yin. She felt so gross, and she wanted to find a clear lake to wash her body and change her clothes. This area had many lakes and bogs, so were filled with dirty water, but there were still many clean lakes. However, it was strange that the entire place didn't have any life energy fluctuation of living creatures. Without insects, the whole place was filled with unknown foliage. After Shi Yin had escaped the woman's attack, he still looked calm and gentle. He wandered around the swamp and held the book Shang Chun had given him in his hand. He wasn't too bored to compete against that girl. However, Yin thought that she was tough at her third sky of ethereal god realm with her lightning and ice powers of Upanishad. At the same time, her blood chi was abundant with a strong life magnetic field. Perhaps she wasn't less powerful than a first sky of incipient god realm expert like Feng Yin. Yin thought it was really difficult to fight to the death against her. Anyway, he didn't need to fight that woman. She was Shangqin's daughter, and the guiding fruit that Yin got was from her family. At the same time, Shangqin had treated him pretty well, and his relationship with Frederick of the bloodthirsty bloodline was quite good. From any aspect, he shouldn't provoke or fight with her. He'd better stay away from her. With the book in his hand, Yin read carefully while observing the spiritual herbs and flowers around him. There were many flowers with peculiar auras and energy. However, they weren't original incipient grade materials. His book didn't have any articles about them. However, Yin could find many divine grade materials, which were attractive to original God Realm warriors if they appeared in the market. However, he wasn't here for them. Although he found them interesting, he had to put his efforts into finding the strange and rare things in this book. This swamp seemed endless. He walked around the area for a long time, but he didn't see the end. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Yin had an admiring look. Although it had been a while, every time he watched the arch of the sky above his head, he always felt surprised. There were many colorful clouds in the sky, which looked like rainbows hanging that never disappeared. Their glamour made his soul mesmerized. Every time he looked at the sky, he felt like he was in a fantasy world where he never wanted to leave. Thick energy like water and spiritual herbs and grass were everywhere on the ground. There were magical sights that he had never seen before. It's an ancient continent. However, he hadn't seen the special places that Shangqin had told him or found original incipient grade materials yet. Anyway, the energy he had consumed for teleportation to this area was refilled. The essence chi ancient tree in his body was filled. Today he stopped by a lush lawn. His eyes brightened in thrill. Those green tufts were immortal grass. To him, a warrior with immortal demon blood, the immortal grass was a great tonic. Yin didn't want to keep his manner, so he lingered on this lawn to pick up the immortal grass and grind them to take the green fluid. His fingers absorbed the fluid, and he used the magical energy from the liquid to generate immortal demon blood. Just like he had taken the panacea, he felt so refreshed. The ruby drops of immortal demon blood were generated and were stashed inside his veins, bones, and even his lungs. Tufts of immortal grass disappeared under his fingers. Gradually, the immortal grass around him was cleared, and it left a bare ground. He sat neatly on the damp, muddy area. His aura was quiet when he was mobilizing the immortal demon blood in his body. It circulated around his internal organs and made them fill each of his veins. His blood chi surged like a rising tide, shooting out from his god body. Bones of his skeleton sounded of crack. Each of his muscles was shivering as if the muscles were taking in energy and sounding happy. The shrunken 720 acupuncture points in his body started to vibrate. When drops of immortal demon blood circulated in his body, he seemed to receive great god power. He felt that an unrivaled energy had just filled his body. Beams of blood mist flew out of his pores. His god body was quenched another time, as if he had a complete transformation. Those immortal grass had helped him generate more than 300 drops of immortal demon blood. Those drops of immortal demon blood flew through his veins and burned down dregs and contaminations, which made his god body tougher and more tenacious. Shortly, he transformed into an immortal demon shape. Ferocious, sharp spikes appeared on his elbows, knees, and shoulders. His body was as red as melting iron. At this moment, his body had an exploding beauty with a natural armor that covered his entire body. He looked like the perfect knight with a naturally fierce and brutal aura. This procedure took time. The bones in his body sounded of crack for a long time. Eventually, he resumed his normal shape. After a while, he awoke and slowly stood up to check his condition. He grinned happily. Although his realm hadn't broken through yet, each muscle of his was filled with power and his bones like iron. Now Yin had confidence that nothing could break him. His thought flickered and his eyes shot out dazzling light that was aimed at the pinky finger of his left hand. The fingertip exploded when he released the star energy in his body through his finger. He immediately urged the immortal demon blood. A ruby immortal demon blood was sent to that damaged area. The supernatural recovery ability of the immortal demon blood was activated immediately. He could feel clearly that the broken bones were covered and connected shortly. After 15 minutes, he found his little bone was recovered. Checking for a while, he saw nothing abnormal. He suddenly recognized the tenaciousness and recovery level of his body. All had become terrifying because of his immortal demon blood. Laughing, he urged the energy in his body, striding forward. He felt he had reached the peak of his state, and he would break through to the second sky of ethereal god realm soon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ear-splitting wind hissed by his ears as if something was whipping in the air, which almost exploded in the air. Standing bewildered for a while, Yin accelerated and dashed towards the source of the sound. Dozens of meters-long vines were winding around a blurry shadow in front of him. Those vines had a lot of sharp thorns that danced like crazy pythons and wreaked havoc in that area. Their auras were so frightening. He concentrated and observed. That massive blurry shadow over there was a kind of bizarre, demonic rattan. It looked like a small mountain with so many vines, which were moving and whipping unceasingly. Those vines were trying to capture a person. That figure was dashing madly like an electric beam and swaying between vines that had covered the sky. Surprisingly, that was Shang-Chen's daughter, a warrior cultivating lightning and ice powers Upanishad at third sky of ethereal god realm. However, her condition was evidently not good in this moment. Chapter 1093, 100 Culpa Ghost Hand Rattan. Chapter 1093, 100 Culpa Ghost Hand Rattan, _ The iron-like thorny rattans were dancing in the sky like lightning strikes. They had crushed a lot of surrounding things. The demonic rattan was like a small mountain with many strong, terrifying vines. They looked rigid enough to resist different energy attacks. The lightning strikes that the woman had used couldn't scratch it much. While those vines were moving at the air, they narrowed her available space. Gradually, she lost space to hide. The vines had a lot of sharp thorns. When they passed by her, they brought gusts of wind that blew her body and made her shiver. When those rattans touched her blue dresses that were made of some special materials, they were cut open. Her blue dress was torn, revealing her soft, creamy white skin. She became more anxious, her breathing disordered. Her soul altar became turbulent. The dispute between her lightning and ice powers Upanishad emerged, which reduced the power of her attacks. Normally, warriors who cultivated different powers Upanishads could use their powers to support each other or fuse their powers into one with a special method, further promoting their powers to another higher level. However, there were still different situations. Before they could fuse the powers and let their mind be turbulent, the dispute between powers Upanishads happened, which reduced the powers of their powers Upanishads. The vines pushed the girl into a corner. As her attacks couldn't do what she had expected, she became more anxious, which triggered the conflict between her two powers. It was also the reason why most of the warriors wouldn't cultivate two or more powers Upanishad at the same time. When a warrior cultivates different powers Upanishad at the same time, their breakthrough slows down when they reach ethereal god realm. Their progress would be slower than the warriors who cultivate only one power Upanishad. It was really hard to fuse different powers Upanishads, and at the same time, it could cause a conflict between the powers during fighting that would decrease the warrior's fighting competence. Shang-Chen's daughter had strange halos ripple through her eyes. Terrifying lightning strikes burst out from her rings on her porcelain wrists. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning strike emerged. In just a blink of an eye, she had a shining blue lightning rod in her hand. This rod was made of pure lightning energy with burning power stored inside. With the blue lightning rod in her hands, the lightning beams crawling on her body had the gates to gush out. They all flowed fiercely towards the lightning rod. Within that moment, billion lightning beams twisted together. The lightning strike that was just generated became longer and larger. The furious energy it carried increased unceasingly. At first glance, Yin slightly paled, his face fearful. That blue lightning rod was apparently an original incipient grade weapon. It could absorb and amplify the lightning energy in her body. After she took out the lightning rod, her aura changed massively. At this moment, she didn't use any bit of her cold energy. She used pure lightning to control the lightning rod. The area around her now had countless lightning strikes that created terrifying electric dragons. The rod that the woman was holding was also a divine weapon of lightning class. However, it was much better than Du Lin's Thunder God Spear. Yin could tell that because the lightning energy accumulated inside that rod was much more abundant and turbulent. The tenacious vines got hit by lightning strikes every time they made their way to approach the girl, sending gray smoke to the air. This demonic rattan wasn't rooted inside the swamp. It could move fast and agilely. Seeing the girl take out that lightning rod, the massive body of the demonic rattan wiggled, retracted the vines, and sank back into the swamp. Countless vines moved toward the rattan. Shortly after, the demonic tree disappeared into the murky wetland. The woman looked upset. She cursed and struck her lightning energy into the swamp, which sent the muddy water into the sky. It seemed like she had waited and plotted that demonic rattan for a long time. She even tried to hide her real power and the divine weapon to entice that tree. However, seeing Yin emerge, she was afraid that he could ambush her. Thus, she had to use the divine weapon before the right time she had planned. This commotion had scared the demonic rattan and made it run away. Cursing the tree for a while, she turned around with her cold face and glared at Yin. She said indignantly, "It's you again." Frowning, Yin didn't get a clue. "It has nothing to do with me, doesn't it? If you hadn't appeared, I could have lured the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan out of its bog and killed it," said the young woman with a pair of cold and harsh eyes. "I just passed by coincidentally. It's you who thought that I would attack you. It's your mistake." Yin shook his head and didn't mind her anymore. He frowned and prepared to leave. "You shouldn't dream of leaving," she snorted. "Let's sum up the dead of you peeping at me." She didn't use the lightning divine weapon to attack Yin. Her rod turned into an azure lightning strike and then a jade ring on her moonlight wrist. Her 10 slender and delicate fingers moved, shooting out lightning strikes that weave with each other into a thick mesh lightning net. Thunder sounded grumblingly in that net, which flashed with the blinding lightning. The net suddenly snatched over Yin. At the same time, an icy aura spread over from the swamp under his feet. Yin couldn't react when the cold air intruded his feet. As soon as the cold air got through his feet, his legs froze and locked his veins and bones. He couldn't move or run away. Apparently, this woman was prepared. She knew that she couldn't find Yin if she let him run once. Thus, she had mobilized the ice energy earlier and sent it underground. When she created the lightning net, she had also urged the freezing energy to block Yin, which prevented him from using the star energy to escape. Her eyes were elegant, but as cold as the frost flower. They had a gleam of arrogance and coldness. "Let's see how you run from me this time." Yin burst out laughing and said begrudgingly, "Do you think you can kill me with this?" Boom! A fiercely brutal aura shot up into the sky with a deadly murderous aura. Crack! Crack! Yin's feet were set free instantly. When the bloodthirsty aura was released, his veins and bones moved with boiling, immortal demon blood. His energy was brimming within seconds. He had a violently surging energy. Crack! Yin balled his hand into a fist, which then ballooned like a windmill. He furiously punched the lightning net with plenty of murderous ori. Sizzle! 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 Thunderclaps resounded and lightning beams shot out everywhere when the lightning net the young woman had cast was smashed. It became many sparks twinkling around her. If I want to fight to the death against you, I'm sure you can't win. However, I'm giving your father Shang Chun face. Can you not disturb me, please? While electric beams were shooting out everywhere, Shi Yin told her with a severe complexion. The beautiful eyes of the woman froze as she looked at her lightning net shatter with disbelief. As she knew that she couldn't gather her energy again, she grimaced, "Are you really at first sky of ethereal god realm?" She was called Shang Yingyu, and she was Shang Chen's daughter. She cultivated lightning and ice powers, Upanishads. She had a divine weapon. Shang Chen used to use different blood qi to quench her body. Whether it was because of her divine weapon or her exquisite powers, Upanishads, she belonged to the group of top warriors in this vast universe. At third sky of ethereal god realm, she could defeat most first sky of incipient god realm experts. She had the competence to challenge the warriors whose realms were one level higher than hers. However, it was unacceptable to her when Shi Yin had smashed her lightning net. Shi Yin had only first sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. Although she didn't use her max power in that attack, it wasn't something that ordinary warriors could resist. She deemed herself brilliant, but at this moment, she couldn't defeat a warrior at first sky of ethereal god realm, which was extremely unbelievable to her. However, what made her flame of rage burst was that Shi Yin told her that she was disturbing him. "I'm disturbing you." Shang Yingyu felt so angry. "You took my guiding fruit, and my brother couldn't enter this place. You've sneaked on me twice, and you tell me that I'm disturbing you. I have never seen any man at your despicable level." Swoosh! She blinked. A lightning strike was aimed at Shi Yin. Thunder resounded noisily. At the same time, a strange blue icicle drilled towards Shi Yin's chest instantaneously. This was a combined attack of lightning and ice power Upanishad. The lightning icicle carried two magical powers with a strange, evil energy fluctuation that was beyond Shi Yin's understanding. He was surprised that his soul consciousness couldn't lock it. Frowning, Shi Yin urged his power Upanishad. He rose his hand and made a cut in the void. A fine space crack with outer space streamers appeared in front of him. The lightning icicle, the combined attack of ice and lightning power Upanishads, headed into the space slit and disappeared. It couldn't cause a scratch on him. Seeing that her attack couldn't affect him, Shang Yingyu became more indignant and her eyes got colder. She wanted to mobilize more energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, they both heard the wind flutter from afar. It seemed like someone was approaching. Shang Yingyu was baffled. She retrieved her attack. Pondering for a while, she agilely climbed on a lush tree and hid her body. She wanted to know who would arrive. She knew about this ancient continent more than Shi Yin. Every warrior who could enter the ancient continent was a prominent warrior of the Great Star areas. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she wasn't invincible in this place. Thus, she knew when she needed to hide. Seeing her hide and not attack anymore, Shi Yin discolored. He looked around and hid in between the branches of another tree. Then, he frowned and watched in the direction of the coming noise. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind howled colder like daggers moving through the air, which was pretty unpleasant to the ears. Rumble. The demonic rattan that was hiding under the swamp suddenly flew up. It used all the tangled but flexible vines to run away as if it was running from something. The demonic rattan seemed to recognize something dangerous, as if it knew that the one who was coming could harm it, so it had to run in advance from the swamp. Shang Yingyu and Shi Yin were astounded. They silently put up guard since they knew that the one who was about to arrive wasn't an ordinary warrior. Chapter 1094, The Goo God Sect. Chapter 1094, The Goo God Sect, is a kind of mysterious object artificially cultivated by special methods, which can be cultivated for many years. It can be large or small. Generally, it is a worm or some kind of insect. The 100-kulpa ghost hand rattan used its several thousand vines at the same time to fly out of the muddy puddles and run away fast. There were many kinds of spiritual herbs and trees around this area. Murky swamps and clear lakes were situated in this place, which sent thick moisture into the air together with the abundant energy. Swoosh, 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 buzz, buzz. The strange noise was zooming over. Shi Yin and Shang Yingyu hid in different trees, frowning and waiting. Shortly after, the 100-kulpa ghost hand rattan, which had just left, returned. Countless vines wiggled on the ground like living tentacles as it hurried to get under the muddy bog where it used to dwell. Shi Yin was surprised. Before he had arrived on this planet, he had listened to Shang Chun talking about Desolate, the ancient continent. This ancient continent didn't have any living creature or races. There is no living being with a body and blood like Monster Clan, Demon Clan, or Human Clan living on this planet. Every 10,000 years, Desolate would open, but later on, it would kick those people out. However, there were many original incipient great herbs and grass. They didn't have blood and flesh, but they did have simple cognition. They were the spirit florists. According to Shang Chun, the spirit florists had a limited lifespan. They couldn't live and cultivate forever like the Monster Clan or Demon Clan. When the plants in this star grew to a particular level, their energy vanished and returned to the ancient continent, which prevented from changing the structure of the continent. The creatures with blood and flesh weren't like that. Taking the Human Clan or the God Clan, for example, as long as their realms were profound enough, their lives could be endless. As long as they were alive, creatures from different races would need energy from earth and heaven to cultivate. They would grow unlimitedly. Even if a life star could have more earth and heaven energy, sheltering a large number of this kind of experts, its energy would all be consumed eventually and become a dead star in the end. Grace Mainland was also an ancient continent. However, after the immemorial epoch, the antiquity time, and the ancient time, it had given birth to many immemorial creatures, God Clan, and the 10 great clans. Until this moment, its energy had been used up. Desolate seemed to have realized this point pretty early. It was the most selfish planet among the great ancient continents. It was like the woman who has never given birth, so she could maintain her beauty, health, and vitality. 100-kulpa ghost hand rattan was a spirit plant that had grown in this ancient continent for a long time, so it had a simple consciousness. The 100 kulpa meant that this plant would take 100 years for each of its kulpas, and 100 kulpas were just 10,000 years, which was also the lifespan of the 100 kulpa ghost hand rattan. It could live only 10,000 years. When its time was over, it had to vanish, and its energy would return to the ancient continent. A Sanskrit word meaning a relatively long period of time in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. Sometimes, it's used to describe a calamity too. Seeing the demonic rattan hide under the swamp, Shi Yin frowned at the description of that plant in his book. He felt astounded. The 100-kulpa ghost hand rattan was as rigid as an icy crystal. It had cognition and often hid in the dirty boggy wetland. After it could create 10,000 vines, it could refine the 100-kulpa soul thread, which was an original incipient gray material that allowed for the refining of the dangerous divine weapon of soul class. Those were the details of Shang Chen's description of the demonic rattan in the book. The 100-kulpa ghost hand rattan was tough. Once it hid in the pond it was dwelling in, it was hard to force it out. Putting the book away, Shi Yin glanced at Shang Yingyu hide on a tree through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The two massive trees they were hiding in were tall and big with thick branches and leaves that shaded a large area. Besides just two people, they could even hide 10 without making any significant traces for the others to discover. This ancient continent had a magical effect on the soul consciousness. Even Shi Yan's soul consciousness couldn't catch the life energy fluctuations around him. He believed that people who came here would encounter the same restriction. In this area, eyes were the sharpest tools to find a target. Thus, hiding in a thick bush didn't sound funny at all. Rattle, rattle. All of a sudden, strange rattling and buzzing noises swarmed over from everywhere. Shi Yin squinted to have a better look. He changed his complexion immediately. His face was now ashen. So many toxic insects and even snakes and scorpions were flying in the sky. Yin could see the green-legged spiders, black scorpions, and many toxic insects move in gray clouds and cover the entire sky like slashing waves. There were more than millions of them. In just a blink of an eye, they packed the area. Those insects and toxic animals had swallowed all kinds of spirit herbs and grass, leaving not even a dried leaf. On their way, all things were cleared. The wetland was exposed. Millions of deadly creatures swarmed over the area like a disgusting, rising tide, while others flew in the sky. SSSSS. SSSSS. A strange whistle reverberated in the place, echoing unceasingly. It seemed that the cry came from a flute that controlled the toxic insects and animals. Yin put on a cold, harsh face and slowly pulled himself together. He watched the oncoming venomous things. He knew that the ancient continent didn't have any of those demonic insects or anything that had blood and flesh. Those things came from some people from outer space like him. The whistle he heard was definitely from someone who was guiding those insects. There was something hiding in the dark somewhere. On the tree opposite Yin, Shang Yingyu had a cold face. It looked like she found those things disgusting. Instinctively, women were afraid of those little nauseating things. Shang Yingyu wasn't an exception. Watching the toxic insects and venomous animals coming close, she had released her energy in advance. The cold chi she had released had frozen the entire tree. Demonic insects and venomous animals surged like rising waves on the ground. They started to move and congregate. Gradually, they became a vague face. That was a dark spirit man whose face was filled with pimples. He looked ferociously ugly. Slowly, the demonic insects and toxic animals gathered and formed his body. After a while, he didn't look much different from normal people. He grinned and let out a hoarse laughter. He rose a bony hand from his loose, black robe, pointing at Shang Yingyu from a far distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless insects wildly swarmed over. Shortly after, the ancient tree where Shang Yingyu was hiding was covered with insects. Within 10 seconds, the tree fell. Its branches and leaves were all swallowed. Shang Yingyu had blue lightning beams crawling on her body. She stood in the middle of the insect pile in disgust. An electric halo expanded from under her feet, keeping those insects away from her. You're the daughter of Shang Chun, and in Leah, and your name is Shang Yingyu, right? The dark spirit old man looked at her. After a while, he laughed evilly. By the way, the guiding fruits you guys have are from our hollow, fearsome star area. Yeah, from us, to be exact. You are from the Goo God sect of the hollow, fearsome star area? Shang Yingyu discolored, her eyes showing a concealed fear. Hollow Fearsome Star Area was like Fantasy Mist Star Area. They were both extremely famous high-level star areas in this vast universe. The general competence of these star areas was mighty. They were also part of a small number of star areas that the God Clan didn't dare to intrude. Compared to Fiery Rain Star Area and Agate Star Area, these two star areas were much stronger. However, the main reason that the God Clan didn't dare to touch the hollow fearsome star area was that of the Goo God sect. This sect was the most mysterious sect in this universe. Members of this sect cultivated evil incantations and witchcraft. They were so intimidating that even the God Clan didn't dare to provoke them. Members of the Goo God sect had mastered using legendary venomous worms. They could kill people without touching them. They could make the other's soul alter rotten as if it was gnawed by toxic insects. Legend said that one expert from the Great 12 families of the God Clan used to want to attack Hollow Fearsome Star Area. However, while he was still trying to convince the experts of his family, his soul altar began to fracture day by day. The God Clan couldn't do anything but watch him die. They didn't know how to heal him. This rang the alarming bell to that God Clan's family. They aborted the thought of dealing with the Goo God sect. Of course, many people thought that the reason why the God Clan hadn't started a war was that the Goo God sect had just operated within their hollow fearsome star area. They didn't show their intent of invading other star areas or causing conflict with the God Clan. At the same time, this sect was really strong. The God Clan had planned to invade the other star areas first, and then hollow fearsome star area. Anyway, no one dared to defy the intimidation of the Goo God sect. This peculiar sect of hollow fearsome star area had a good grasp of the wickedest witchcraft in the entire universe. Even strong, incipient God Realm experts were wary of them. It's true. I'm from hollow fearsome star area. My name is Sha Zhao. The old man of the Goo God sect grinned and revealed his white, sharp teeth, which was scary indeed. Sha Zhao. Shang Yingyu screamed in fear, her face more grimaced. I've heard of you from my mother. You are the strongest expert at incipient God Realm of Goo God sect. Haha, overpraising. Sha Zhao guffawed. His laughter was really unpleasant to the ears. I'm here to take the 100 Culpa soul thread. Am I bothering you? Not at all. Shang Yinyu's eyes sparkled as she talked faintly. If you don't mind, I'm leaving now, so I don't interfere with your business here. Suit yourself. Sha Zhao looked at her and then hissed. Countless toxic insects proactively made her way and let Shang Yingyu go. Shang Yingyu didn't hesitate. She nodded and then walked out of the way. When she was about to get rid of the insect surroundings, she talked while walking away from Sha Zhao. I should make it clear that the one who is hiding in the tree over there is not an acquaintance of mine. You shouldn't think I have some other intention for leaving him here. Then, she accelerated and leaped out of the circle of demonic insects and venomous animal like a lightning strike. Sha Zhao was surprised, laughing evilly. Friend, come out and talk. Shurian looked harsh and cold as he watched Shang Yingyu dash away. He took a deep breath and landed away from the tree. Fierce flames burst out from his feet. Many insects and animals proactively avoided him and gave him room to land. The venomous insects hissed as if they were provoked and ready to fight. Sha Zhao's eyes brightened. He was so excited looking at the fiery flame under Shurian's feet. Heaven flame of the origin. Haha, it's the flaming origin. Good, so good. You want it? Asked Shurian calmly. Sha Zhao nodded continually and said honestly, the flaming origin is rare. This kind of flame is marvelously useful to the disciples of our Goo God sect. Little buddy, can you give up your favorite thing? Sure can. Squinting, Shurian also smiled. He pointed at his head. It's fused with my soul. Kill me, and you can get it. Simple, eh? Sha Zhao frowned and was silent. Chapter 1095. Do you have some more? Chapter 1095. Do you have some more? _ Hundreds of thousands of demonic insects and venomous animals lay on the ground like thick gray mats. They covered 10 square miles of this area. At first glance, it gave people a head-splitting headache. The demonic insects and animals could nibble people's souls. Sha Zhao furrowed his brows, his face dark and hard to probe. His inky black eyes had something flicker like an ignis fatuus, which gave him a malicious look. He didn't attack Shurian immediately. Warriors from the Goo God sect had a unique technique to sense the realm and power of the enemies. They could guess their opponent's powers and realms through observing blood chi, mental status, or even how pink their faces were. They could guess precisely the energy and realm of their opponents. Sha Zhao understood clearly that the realm wasn't the only criteria to assess someone's overall competence. Taking himself as an example, although he had only third sky of ethereal god realm, he believed that he could subdue or even kill first sky of incipient god realm expert. He knew that Shang Yingyu, who had just left, was also this sort of warrior. As he grasped her profile, he let her go easily. Sha Zhao squinted, his eyes drilling in Shurian. Something like invisible soul threads flew out of his eyes and covered Shurian like a net made of seaweed. They were trying to explore Shurian. Shang Yingyu didn't actually leave this site. She had used a secret treasure that Shang Chun had given her to make her invisible. She hovered like a faint gray smoke and waited silently by the edge of the insect mass. Her blood chi and soul energy fluctuation were also concealed so that even demonic insects with their great sensibility couldn't find her. Shang Yingyu's eyelashes shivered. She looked at the two men standing in the middle of the toxic insect formation and waited for something. After a while, she was surprised that she couldn't explain the situation. Sha Zhao was standing with his venomous animals and laughing oddly. "You're joking, right? We come to this ancient continent for our own purposes. We won't fight if it's not necessary. It's no use to anybody and brings no benefit. Okay, let's deal with it this way. I will force the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rot tan out of the swamp and confine it. You will use your heaven flame to refine it. We will share the 100 Kulpa soul thread equally. What do you think?" Shang Yingyu was startled, her face odd. She was so skeptical looking at the two of them. Sha Zhao was the strongest warrior at incipient god realm of the Gu God sect. As he could take the guiding fruit to access this ancient continent, it spoke up the fact that the Gu God sect has trusted him a lot. Shang Yingyu had heard about how terrifying Sha Zhao was from her mother. Thus, even though she had come here for the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rot tan, she had proactively avoided Sha Zhao to prevent causing any conflict with him. Although they were both at third sky of ethereal god realm, Shang Yingyu wasn't confident that she could defeat Sha Zhao in a fight to the death against him. Thus, she chose to leave. However, Shi Yin had only first sky of ethereal god realm. Since Sha Zhao was strong enough to shoo her away, why was he so friendly to this low warrior? Was he really powerful? Shang Yingyu had a lot of questions, but she couldn't find an answer. However, when she looked at Shi Yin now, she had changed her attitude. She told herself to be more cautious. Of course, she didn't know what Sha Zhao had seen with the secret technique of the Gu God sect. This particular technique of the Gu God sect was called blood-peeping divine technique, which could use the soul consciousness, blood qi, and people's appearances to assess the body's integrity and the profound level of their souls. This technique was famous for its accuracy in this universe. It was also one of the most exquisite techniques of the Gu God sect. Using the blood-peeping divine technique, Sha Zhao had observed Shi Yan's blood qi, his lean muscles, his heartbeat, and the strange missing soul to make a terrifying final conclusion. His body was like a refined crystal or metal that had been quenched many times. His soul consciousness was as refined as a blood vein. This was the level that a normal incipient god realm couldn't compare to. How could a warrior at first sky of ethereal god realm reach such a level of body integrity and mentality? How could Sha Zhao dare to look down on him? Especially right at the beginning, Shi Yin didn't appear to be fearful. He provoked the other first. This made Sha Zhao more cautious, and he had made up his mind almost instantly. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't fight that young man. As Shang Yingyu didn't know that Sha Zhao had used an exclusive technique of the Gu God sect to check Shi Yin, she didn't understand the situation. Share the 100 Kulpa soul thread? Shi Yin chuckled and glanced at the deep place in the muddy pond. He talked naturally, "Can? Then we can work as you suggested. You will force the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rot tan out of its dwelling, and then I will refine it. Yeah, do it. I'm eager to see the secret techniques of your Gu God sect." "No problem. Little buddy, wait for me. Let me handle it first." Sha Zhao laughed loudly. A short flute, which had a lot of holes like stars, slid out of his dark sleeve. This flute had a snakeskin pattern, making it look archaic and exquisite. "Whistle." "Huh." Sha Zhao squinted and blew the flute. It then sounded like someone whining and crying, releasing ghosts into this world. Under his low-pitched, gloomy melody, the ambience began to cool down. It felt like departed spirits were wandering around with an icy aura and intruding people's sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's indifferent eyes flashed with an icy light. Shang Yingyu, who was still hiding in the dark, also changed her face. She hurried to quiet her mind and urge her power. In Shi Yan's and Shang Yingyu's sea of consciousness, many toxic insects and venomous animals suddenly appeared. They seemed to be formed by the soul consciousness or real souls of those demonic insects and animals. When the old man blew the flute, they got into the other two's sea of consciousness easily and then began to move around. "Little buddy, be careful. When I play the demonic sound flute, our little friends won't stay idle, but they won't purposely aim at you." Sha Zhao said, his voice hoarse and rough. Although he was smiling, there was a wicked intent that people couldn't see deep in his eyes. Shi Yan and Shang Yingyu frowned. They knew that even Sha Zhao was being too friendly, and he knew how strong Shi Yan was. He didn't want to let Shi Yan go unharmed. Besides luring the 100 Kulpa ghost hand Tan, he had used the demonic sound flute to control demonic insects and venomous animals to probe Shi Yan's ability. He wanted to test if Shi Yan was as strong as he had estimated. Shi Yan understood it clearly. If he showed that he couldn't bear this attack, Sha Zhao's bloody treatment for him would swarm over immediately and leave him no chance to run away. In his sea of consciousness, countless demonic insects were floating and baring their fangs and claws. All of a sudden, they streamed towards Shi Yan's soul altar. Those tiny, ferocious creatures wanted to nibble at his soul altar and then swallow his soul. Shi Yan was so frightened. He couldn't imagine how evil the Goo God sex technique could be. Those little things in his sea of consciousness were just wisps of a soul, but they were more terrifying than real bugs. They could gnaw his soul altar. This kind of witchcraft had him aghast at this moment. He had never experienced anything like this. Shi Yan felt a little clumsy and annoyed. Sha Zhao could connect his soul with those insects and animals. Each of them was his eyes and ears, so he could actually get into Shi Yan's soul. He could also feel what Shi Yan felt. He knew that Shi Yan didn't have any solution to the situation. Sha Zhao smiled faintly. He was so proud of the venomous worm witchcraft of his sect. That year, one of the God Clan experts was killed by this technique. The toxic insects had bitten his soul altar to death. Today, even though this kid was extremely powerful, how could he withstand the soul-eating heaven-venomous worm of the Goo God sect? The smile on Sha Zhao's face went from concealed to exposed. He looked delighted. After the demonic insects and toxic animals chewed off the soul, they would evolve and transform. The more refined the soul was, the better the benefits that his bugs could have. Sha Zhao pictured those beautiful little things after they evolved. Shang Yingyu wasn't Sha Zhao's target. He sent some dormant bugs to her as a warning for her to not act rashly. Sha Zhao didn't believe what Shang Yingyu told him. He thought that Shang Yingyu and Shi Yan wanted to refine the 100 Kulpa ghost hand Tan. He believed no one in order to prevent unexpected events. Once Shang Yingyu showed that she wanted to rescue Shi Yan, those idle insects would take action and give Shang Yingyu no extra time or power to help the other. When Sha Zhao did something, he was always meticulous with backup plans. A cloud of demonic insects and toxic animals swarmed over and flooded the tier of power Upanishad in Shi Yan's soul altar. Those tiny bugs buzzed loudly and gave Shi Yan a head-splitting headache. He couldn't gather his thoughts when his sea of consciousness was turbulent. Seeing the toxic bugs and animals approach the tier of powers Upanishad, a freezing energy emerged. An inky black bead that had always stayed in Shi Yan's ethereal extent floated up. Just like a strange, evil eye, it fell into the tier of power Upanishads. It was the poison-dipped cold bead. The poison-dipped cold bead was condensed from the soul of the departed spirit jellyfish. It could swallow extremely toxic things. With the coldness, it could cool down the soul and prevent the warrior from falling into bedevilment. The poison-dipped cold bead slowly emerged. Black light rings rippled like water waves. The demonic insects and toxic animal entering his sea of consciousness screeched in fright. They immediately scattered and tried to avoid the bead. However, those black light rings had covered them all. No matter how hard they tried to wiggle, they couldn't fly out of Shi Yan's brain. Sha Zhao's face paled. The melody he was playing became more unpleasant and shrill. The mass of toxic bugs under his feet buzzed angrily. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each of the insects covered by the poison-dipped cold bead's black light in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness turned into a wisp of gray smoke after being drawn into the poison-dipped cold bead. Within seconds, all of the venomous little things that had intruded Shi Yan's sea of consciousness were swallowed. Shi Yan's sea of consciousness resumed its state. Shrinking his pupils, Shi Yin smiled strangely. He parted his lips to give Sha Zhao a compliment. It tastes good. Should be a good tonic for me, though. Thanks for your generous gift. Pausing for a while, he smiled happily. Do you still have some? Sha Zhao was bewildered. After a while, he felt so ashamed and said, I'm terribly sorry. Whenever I play the flute, some of those hot-tempered little buddies can't be controlled. It was just a mistake. Please forgive me. Sha Zhao clasped his hands to apologize, his manner sincere and conscience-stricken. It made Shang Yingyu more astounded, as she didn't understand the entire picture of it. Chapter 1096, A Sudden Fatal Attack. Chapter 1096, A Sudden Fatal Attack, _ I can't thank you enough. Why do you have to say sorry? Shi Yin smiled meaningfully. He begged earnestly, I'm serious. Those insects and toxic animals are beneficial to me. If you agree to give them up, I will be grateful. Sha Zhao discolored. He was cursing under his breath and sending his regards to 18 generations of Shi Yan's family. Until this moment, he wasn't so sure what the black bead that had emerged all of a sudden in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness was. That bead was the nemesis to his toxic little buddies. He was aghast when the bead swallowed all of them. Among his hundreds of thousands demonic insects and toxic animals, there were only several hundred that had evolved to a phase they could intrude people's soul. Each of them was precious and rare. He loved them as if they were his roots of life. The demonic insects and toxic animals with cognition that could intrude the other soul were the real Gu, the legendary venomous worms. They were also the mediators for many witchcraft practices of the Gu god sect's witchcraft. It required a lot of efforts and materials to nurture a Gu until it could transform. Gu was the secret of the power of Gu god sect's disciples. Dozens of his top Gu worms were devoured all by the bead inside Shi Yan's head, which made Sha Zhao almost vomit blood. At the same time, he had to act as if he didn't mean it. He smiled and gave an apology to Shi Yan. It was a big hurt to his pride, which was as painful as someone pricking a piece of meat from his heart. Just a mistake, really a mistake. Sha Zhao's face twitched, trying to press down the anger in his heart. His eyes were restless, as if he was a volcano that was prevented from erupting. Then forget it. Shi Yan chuckled, squinted, and relaxed. He deliberately urged, Oh, continue to deal with the 100 culpa ghost hand rot tam, please. After the poison-dipped cold bead had swallowed around a dozen demonic insects, it didn't hurry to return to Shi Yan's ethereal extent. It sank into the center of his sea of consciousness. Wisps of Shi Yan's soul consciousness tied the poison-dipped cold bead like tentacles. His sea of consciousness became cold and peaceful with this cold, tranquilizing bead. After his sea of consciousness had the poison-dipped cold bead, Shi Yan was more sensitive to the energy fluctuation of those demonic insects and venomous animals. He could recognize them and capture their life energy fluctuation precisely. He could even know how toxic they were and how much venom they had in their bodies. This cheered up Shi Yan immediately. He suddenly understood that something had been activated after the poison-dipped cold bead had devoured Sha Zhao's venomous little friends. The poison-dipped cold bead came from the departed spirit jellyfish, which was the most toxic and mysterious creature in this world. It lived by swallowing poisonous substances or venoms, which made it a source of poisonous substances. Most of the demonic insects and toxic animals that Sha Zhao had been feeding had extreme toxins and venoms. People who touched them couldn't have a decent death. Some toxins could enter the sea of consciousness directly, and even the god experts couldn't do anything to prevent it. However, to the poison-dipped cold bead, they weren't troublesome. They were tonics. Thus, something changed in the poison-dipped cold bead as it decided to stay in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. It seemed like the bead was waiting for more insects to feast on it. Squinting and feeling the change in his sea of consciousness, Shi Yan smiled brightly and calmly urged Sha Zhao. Sha Zhao gritted his teeth and gave an unnatural smile. I'm on it. I'm on it. Sha Zhao continued to play his demonic sound flute. The low and forlorn melody had driven the toxic insects and animals crazy. They dashed like fierce sand flowing into a deep place in the muddy pond where the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan was hiding. In several breaths, insect had filled that murky pond. Those venomous insects wiggled, which could tingle people's scalps and drill deep into the pond. At the same time, they chewed off the plants nearby. Their small eyes flared with harsh, green light. All of them were so excited like beasts smelling blood. All bared their tiny sharp fangs, dancing and stirring the entire swamp. Some strange, rumbling noises arose from the swamp. They were the sounds that the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan caused when it wiggled the vines. Apparently, the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan was dealing with those dangerous toxic insects. Sha Zhao's face was cold. Deep in his eyes was dark green light. The demonic sound flute he was playing shrilled ear-piercingly like ghosts crying and whining. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, gushing out poisonous smokes in many colors. The toxic vapors hovered like cotton clouds above the wetland. Strange fluids dropped from the vapors and seeped into the venomous insects and animals inside the pond. Those insects and animals became wilder and tried to gnaw the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan. Slowly, vines emerged from the water and twisted like slithering snakes. The Rattan was trying hard to get rid of something. Shang Yingyu was hiding in the dark, her beautiful eyes bright. She seized the chance when all the insects were gathering inside the swamp to attack the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan to approach this area once again. With the protection of her secret treasure, she could avoid Shi Yan's and Sha Zhao's sight. Shang Yingyu was dumbstruck when she saw the swamp where the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan was emerging from, little by little. She saw hundreds of thousands of insects creeping on each vine of the Rattan. She frowned in disgust. She felt her scalp become numb, and that crowd of toxic bugs and animals made her nauseate. She forced herself to calm down and used her cold energy to wake up her mind. She was preparing something discreetly. The ring on her porcelain wrist slowly glowed, transforming to a rod and coiling around her arm. She was ready to attack in any minute. Looking at the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan being tied, she was secretly excited. Her round, milky breasts thrust out and bounced magnificently. However, no one could see her glamour at this moment. The 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan was tied and was leaving its bog. Those tiny insects and toxic animals were like its archenemies. Several thousand vines of the Rattan had survived several 100 Culpas, but now they were powerless. The insects had chewed off all the thorns on its vines. Its consciousness was vanishing. Sha Zhao exhaled. He stopped playing the demonic sound flute and laughed contentedly. He was about to tell Shi Yan to refine the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan. However, at this moment, he suddenly got alerted. His face grimaced in just a flash. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three wild bones were gloomy and quiet. They were crystal clear and slowly emerging from three different narrow slits. Just like three lightning strikes, they thrust toward Sha Zhao in just a blink of an eye. Sha Zhao discolored, raising his hands to counter. He could never have imagined that Shi Yan would choose this moment to attack. When he played the demonic sound flute, he was wholly concentrated. Sha Zhao had put up his guard all the time, because in his mind, if Shi Yan wanted to attack him, he would seize the chance when he was playing the flute. At that point, he had to use his mind to control the insects to entangle the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan. He thought it was the best chance for Shi Yan to attack him. He even pretended to reveal his weakness as he had a perfect plan and just needed Shi Yan to attack him all of a sudden. Unfortunately, Shi Yan didn't do anything but stay calm while Sha Zhao was playing his demonic sound flute. Sha Zhao had waited for a long time with his intense nerves, but nothing had happened in the end. When a melody from the demonic sound flute ceased, Shi Yan was watching the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan. Sha Zhao thought that Shi Yan had actually wanted the Rattan. Seeing everything settle down, Sha Zhao calmed down his tense nerves and waited for Shi Yan to refine the 100 Culpa ghost hand Rattan. And while Shi Yan was doing that, he was going to attack him discreetly. However, right at this split of time, Yen had taken action. Sha Zhao didn't put up his guard. The three bone thorns slashed the void like lightning strikes and stabbed him directly in his chest. They were so fast that he couldn't even think of how to resist. Puff, puff, puff. Three sounds echoed when the sharp weapons thrust into his flesh. The beautiful chest plate of Sha Zhao's armor was broken. Three strange blood flowers bloomed in Sha Zhao's chest, and they could see the vessels and muscles wiggling inside. Some demonic insects in his body were trying to use their tiny sharp claws to hook and pull the tip of the bone thorns. They were trying to stop the bone thorns and not let them stab his heart. Those were the life-deving goo worms he had fed with his own blood and flesh. Sha Zhao spurted blood, his face ashen. As his body was damaged, his life-divine goo worms were also injured. Immediately, his essential organs were wounded. So cruel, Sha Zhao shouted, his face cold and harsh. Yen contemplated and didn't say a word. His face was cold and sinister like a saber. His god body shook hard. A furious, murderous aura shot up into the sky. His joints cracked as the energy in his body rose like big waves. Right at the moment the energy in his body increased massively, he suddenly had a bloody sword in his hand. Leaping through the air, he slashed Sha Zhao. The entire sky was dyed red because of the massive sword. A quiet, bloodthirsty pressure suddenly swarmed over. Sha Zhao was scared out of his wits. Tui. He opened his mouth to spurt out a mouthful of filthy blood with a lot of pieces of meat where tiny venomous insects were hiding. Those insects had bone sabers and small wings. They screeched while eating up the meat he had spurted. Their bodies were ballooning at a speed that naked eyes could observe. They became gold and round. The toxic insects swelled and became ferocious. They plunged towards Yen one after another. When they approached him, they exploded and created an extremely intimidating energy attack, which stirred up the void around Yen. The toxic insects were as big as soya beans, but after they had eaten Sha Zhao's meat, they burst off their body and created energy tornadoes that prevented Yen from approaching Sha Zhao to continue his attacks. Sha Zhao's face was bleeding as if someone had used a razor and cut his face. He looked as ferocious as the devil. He screeched pitifully. The life-divine goo worms in his chest tried to force the three bone thorns out of his body. Immediately, Sha Zhao jumped onto the 100 ghost hand rattan, and countless insects and small animals covered his body. They scattered, running away and immersing into dirty ponds here and there. After dozens of seconds, hundreds of thousands of toxic insects and venomous animals had disappeared, leaving only the explosions of the small, round insects that Sha Zhao had released. After I recover, I will let you know how it tastes like when you have 10,000 insects nibbling your heart. Sha Zhao's shrill came from underground and faded out. While he was screaming, he had run far away. Apparently, he was frightened indeed. Chapter 1097. Panic and Upheaval. Chapter 1097. Panic and Upheaval. Sha Zhao's chest was hurt severely. His life-divine goo was also damaged. As his toxic demonic insects couldn't attack Yen's soul altar, he didn't dare to tangle with Yen anymore. When a situation turned bad, he resolutely ran away. Hundreds of thousands of toxic insects squirmed into the dark swarm and drilled thousands of meters deep into the ground, scattering everywhere. The round insects continually exploded, creating violent shockwaves. Yen was inside the energy tornadoes while starlight chains were patrolling around him and protecting his body. After the exploding energy ended, the bodies of those insects turned into ashes and they vanished. And now, the other toxic insects were running underground to escape. In the swamp in front of Yen, the vines of the 100 ghost hand rattan were moving as if they were recovering. A significant amount of earth and heaven energy from everywhere congregated at the 100 ghost hand rattan, which had an amber hue that naked eyes could see. Since the 100 ghost hand rattan was native to this ancient continent, it could heal itself by gathering earth and heaven energy. Right now, it was having a speedy recovery. Frowning, he glanced at the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan, and Shi Yan's eyes turned cold. The murderous aura on his body changed quietly. A desolate, dead intent that was as cold as ice suddenly oozed out from his body and covered every corner around his body. This kind of deadly aura was able to seep into the ground despite the thick layer of soil. Since the other spirit herbs and grass were all eaten and this ancient continent didn't have living creatures, Shi Yan could urge his power without any barrier. His death power Upanishad moved. He became a corpse without any vitality. He gave people a deadly heavy ambience. Shang Ying was still hiding. She wanted to refine the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan, but her heart suddenly beat faster. The energy in her body was subdued. She felt so uncomfortable. Shang Ying quietly sensed for a while. She could feel that her vitality was affected as the full blood chi was reduced. She changed her complexion in fear. She didn't dare to sense further. She gathered her spirit to withstand the power of the death power Upanishad. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It felt like a wind of death had just blown through the area. The temperature dropped, and it became chilled to the bone. A strange noise echoed from underground. Dozens of thousands of demonic insects were dragging him moving underground. Although it was still the murky and dirty wetland, countless insects had dug up the passage so he could move freely underground. Many insects were glowing in ice blue and dark green lights, lighting up the dark subterranean world. The life goo worms were wiggling inside Sha Zhao's chest, their small claws weaving like the skillful craftsman patching his wounds, making them stop bleeding. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Sha Zhao's heart suddenly beat faster. His soul alter swayed hard. Wisps of soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness turned into smoke. His face changed into a green hue color, his eyes bulging. He clutched his chest and gasped for his breath. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Deep underground, not far from him, many insects and venomous animals were dead, their bodies stiff. When each of his demonic insects or venomous animals were killed, Sha Zhao felt like he was pricked by a needle. In that short moment, Sha Zhao felt needles thrusting into his flesh thousands of times. This experience wasn't pleasant at all. Sha Zhao clutched his chest, his face purple. He winced and bared his teeth like an ugly monster. Blood continued to trickle down from his mouth. He suddenly felt an extreme fear. A sharp energy wave expanded and reached him from above his head. Sha Zhao's dark eyes lit up for seconds as he was sensing. Suddenly, he roared and screamed. Grrrr. Just like a beast roaring in a low-pitched voice, countless insects gathered around his body, aligning their bodies and linking with each other. Those insects used their tiny claws and fangs to connect to each other, bleeding in different colored blood. More than 10,000 insects had congregated into a monster that looked somehow like Sha Zhao. That monster gathered the energy of blood and flesh from the insects and angled its hand into an iron-like anchor, soaring into the sky. Shi Yan didn't dare to linger. He spurted out blood that then turned into blood mist, covering the entire insects and small animals around him. It was an evil technique of the Go-God sect that was used to cover the aura of demonic insects and venomous animals. A blood light slashed down from the sky and fell like a meteor, which violently attacked the anchor that the monster had created. Shortly after, the anchor was shattered. The body of the monster, which looked like Sha Zhao, was dismembered. It turned into many demonic insects and toxic animals that ran helter-skelter. Shi Yan stayed by the muddy pond and squinted to sense. He couldn't catch a glimpse of those insects' ori. On this ancient continent, the coverage and sensibility of the soul consciousness were limited. He couldn't lock Sha Zhao's position accurately. He could only guess his general direction by the number of insects gathering. Shi Yan guessed that Sha Zhao was where there was the largest crowd of insects. He was correct, indeed. However, Sha Zhao was cunning enough and the witchcraft techniques of the Go-God sect were extraordinary, so they could hide all the insects. Shi Yan had chased after him to this area. However, He could only shake his head and sigh as he found that he couldn't force Sha Zhao to get out of his spot. As Sha Zhao was a third sky of ethereal god realm expert from the Gu God sect, he was a dangerous character on this ancient continent. At the same time, Sha Zhao was interested in the flaming origin in Shi Yan's soul. Shi Yan had figured this out right from the beginning. He knew that it wouldn't go well with Sha Zhao. Thus, he tried to attack Sha Zhao when he wasn't prepared. The three-bone thorns had the sharpness of space. Even Sha Zhao, who was at third sky of ethereal god realm, couldn't endure them. Since Sha Zhao's competence was limited, Shi Yan wanted to seize the chance and kill him. However, everything ended with his failure. After Shi Yan found the insects moving further away underground to disappear, he decided to return and collect the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. An azure light flashed when he caught a glimpse of beauty. The light blue lightning was clear and pure. It disappeared into a hole leading to the underground like a rainbow. Shi Yan was baffled for a while. He walked neither fast nor slow towards that area, his face astounded. That big hole was caused by Shi Yan's bloody sword. It was as big as a basketball yard and was several hundred meters deep underground. It was dark and quiet. Many murky streams were running into the deep hole and carrying leaves and spirit herbs with them. At first glance, the hole was a chaotic area. A clear blue light glowed inside the hole. It was as bright as the moon, and it slightly shook his ethereal extent. He concentrated on sensing. He found that the dazzling star in his ethereal extent was bouncing. It became restless in his ethereal extent. That star was evolved from the star nucleus and stayed in his ethereal extent, becoming a special attraction of his ethereal extent. His understanding of the ethereal extent wasn't deep enough. Until now, he hadn't known what was special about his ethereal extent. However, after he had arrived in this ancient continent, his co-soul had continued to pour energy into his ethereal extent. He could feel the extent enlarging together with the star in it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As he had felt the change of the ethereal extent, he wanted to take a better look at it. Suddenly, he heard some strange noise, so he turned his head to see. In 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan's general direction, Shi Yan saw the flame burning high and torrentially. Although it wasn't the heaven flame, it wasn't less scorching. It was rumbling and burning the rattan, dyeing the entire sky in a fiery red color that looked like the sunset. Someone was burning the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. He understood immediately. His eyes rolled. He couldn't help but snort. He knew who did that, his face darkening. Looking at the big hole in front of him, Shi Yan found that the blue light disappeared and the star in his ethereal extent didn't vibrate anymore. Turning his head around, he discovered that the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan was being burned. After hesitating, he took a deep breath and released his energy to dash towards its direction. Dash. Daji. Fiery flame happens over there. In the corner of the swamp, a muscular man was holding an enormous hammer that was so rigid. He shouted, his voice like a bronze bell ringing. This beefy man was tall and broad. His gold hammer was as big as a windmill with sharp metal spikes, giving people an intimidating look. However, the man who he called Big Brother was a lanky but good-looking one. The smile on the corner of his mouth was so charming. He was wearing gorgeous, richly ornamented garments that were obviously customized. It had so many pieces of beautiful jade decorating his hem. It gave him both elegant and imposing looks at the same time. This man was indeed particular. That furious flaming energy will draw the attention of many people. Yeah, it should be something good then. The handsome man smiled. He licked his lips, his eyes suddenly turning red. Let's go hunting. Ah, it's so good. The muscular man thundered and dashed with his gigantic hammer. The other side of the swamp. Inside a dirty puddle, the mud in the wetland moved all of a sudden. A humanoid creature slowly emerged while mud oozed down its body. His eyes were so sharp and icy like sabers. He rose from the middle of the mud pond like a clay statue, coldly watching the red sky over there. After a while, he swayed back to the dirty pond like a white, eel swimming inside the mud. His body was as soft and flexible as the snake. While moving through the murky pond, he didn't cause any ripple. The wet mud splashed, and its water evaporated immediately. Smoke and fire burst up to the red sky, creating a massive lantern that covered the entire 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. Not far from the rattan was the elegant gait of Shang Yingyu. She was frowning while a blood-red ring on her porcelain wrist fired scorching flames at the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. Many vines of the rattan were dried and cracked. The flames burned them down. Slowly, something appeared from the cracked vines. Shang Yingyu's beautiful eyes had a strange light. She was stirred up. The 100 Kulpa soul thread was crucial to her. This time she got to this ancient continent, she must find many things. The 100 Kulpa soul thread was one of them. She had to try to get it at any cost. Thus, even though she knew that Shi Yin could return at any minute, she couldn't control her stirring desire. She immediately showed herself and used the secret treasures to refine the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. However, she didn't expect that her rushing actions could make the sky look like it was burning. It had alarmed some thugs who couldn't be here after just a short moment. Chapter 1098, Forcefully Seize. Chapter 1098, Forcefully Seize, _. The sky was vivid and red with flames shooting up into the sky. The 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan's bark slowly cracked, revealing the hairline ice threads. The 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan had so many vines. After they were refined, there appeared countless ice blue threads that were magnificently beautiful silk fibers in a fulgent blue crystal hue. Those silky threads carried a faint soul energy fluctuation. They were magical, original, incipient grade materials. Shang Yingyu's eyes were brilliant. Her face was filled with joy. She continued to burn the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan while taking out some rhombus crystals. The rhombus crystals looked like long, narrow eyes that flew out of her white hand, falling towards the 100 Kulpa ghost hand rattan. The lozenge crystals moved quietly, rolling the 100 Kulpa soul threads around like when people rolled fibers around a core and connected many fibers together. Watching the crystals rolling the 100 Kulpa soul thread, Shang Yingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with thrill. She pulled herself together and tried to burn more vines. As she knew Shi Yin could come back at any minute, she hurried to finish the rattan to avoid Shi Yin's sudden attack. While hiding in the dark to observe Shi Yin and Sha Zhao's battle, her attitude toward Shi Yin changed completely. When she first met Shi Yin, she didn't put him in her eyes because he had only first sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. Before they had entered the ancient continent, she had made up her mind to not leave Shi Yin in peace. And she did that. As Shi Yin had proactively avoided her at first, she was more certain that Shi Yin's realm was low as well as his competence. This ancient continent had many high-level ethereal god realm experts, and Shi Yin was at the lowest level of the food chain. She thought that everybody could bully him. However, Shi Yin had beaten Sha Zhao up. Of course, she knew that Shi Yin had used cunning tricks. He had ambushed Sha Zhao first. Anyway, Sha Zhao was defeated. Moreover, Shi Yin was cruel and malicious. Seeing that his first attack didn't finish the enemy, he had tried to eradicate Sha Zhao with more attacks when Sha Zhao was hurt severely. She realized that Shi Yin wasn't easy to deal with. While collecting the 100 Kulpa soul thread, Shang Yingyu was vigilant and ready to counterattack in any minute. All of a sudden, her soul shivered in fear. Shang Yingyu's face changed in fright. She looked gingerly and focused while lightning beams creeping on her graceful body like dragons. She looked like she had electric rings illuminating her body. A flow of cold and desolate aura flooded from everywhere and ran directly into her heart's and sea of consciousness. Shang Yingyu was shaken. Inside her head arose a bloody, mountain-like word that said die. It furiously barged on her sea of consciousness. That word die was bloody and carrying the energy of brutal, crazy, bloodthirsty feelings which had struck her mind. She was baffled and it was as if her soul had been smashed. Her energy was running like water overflowing the broken dike. Murderous intent intruded her brain, occupying her tier of power Upanishad and making her flustered. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning arose in her ethereal extent. Billions of lightning strikes directly drilled through her tier of power Upanishad and sea of consciousness to act on the word die and to counterattack the flooding negative emotions. Countless icicles were floating and stirring in the cold and dark sea in her ethereal extent. They sent the icy energy into her soul to wake it up. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. She touched her forehead. The ethereal extent, made of billions of lightning strikes, arose above her head and covered the entire vivid red sky. Lightning strikes turned into wild dragons, roaring and soaring bravely as if they wanted to destroy earth and heaven. This flaming piece of land appeared to have the lightning disaster, which could destruct the entire area. Thousands of massive electric dragons were roaring and fiercely plunging towards a young man who was sauntering from a distance. That young man was Shuriyen. He used the death power Upanishad with the negative emotions and intruded Shang Yingyu's head. He knew that he would receive the most violent attack, but he had underestimated Shang Yingyu. Seeing countless beams of lightning dashing over, his body felt like it had become a massive heart that throbbed grumblingly. The immortal demon blood in his body moved like liquid steel. It gave him a massive amount of energy. With this energy, he calmed his mind and generated a space barrier. Each ripple was a layer of space confinement. Shuriyen was making many hand seals, and dozens of space confining layers floated up. The massive lightning dragons stormed over and tried their best to tear and destroy the layers of space confinements. However, they slowed down. Lock! He lifted his head and pointed at the sea of fire where flames rolled torrentially from Shang Yingyu's secret treasures. Instantaneously, the flames were frozen and didn't dance anymore. Shuriyen's 10 fingers wiggled, pulling the rhombus crystals, which were taking the 100 Kulpa soul thread towards him. Yin had taken the spoils that Shang Yingyu had to work hard to get. Boom! A lightning rod tore the sky, lashing over from a far distance. Shuriyen's space barriers were ripped off in just a blink of an eye. The soul consciousness with space energy moved with trouble, while Shuriyen's sea of consciousness was chaotic. The tier of powers Upanishad was shaking hard. Shuriyen felt like some small knives were giving him terrible pain and cutting his soul. Shuriyen's trembled, his face dark and cold. Worthy of your third sky of ethereal god, realm, cultivation base, an attack from Shang Yingyu's divine, lightning weapon had hurt him instantly. Many wisps of his soul consciousness were destroyed shortly, making his soul feeble for a moment. The power of a third sky of ethereal god realm warrior and her divine weapon piled up, which included the ethereal extent. Shuriyen couldn't bear the overwhelming attack. Hand back the 100 Kulpa soul thread. Shang Yingyu shivered and said through her gritted teeth. Billions of shadows of that lightning rod appeared above Shuriyen's head. It weaved and made a thick mesh net, putting pressure on him with the energy that could kill all kinds of creatures. Even an ordinary incipient god realm expert couldn't resist this strike. Warriors who could enter the ancient continent were all top famous ethereal god realm experts of the Great Star areas. Usually, they were at third sky of ethereal god realm, but sometimes their powers surpassed their realms. Shang Yingyu was one of those warriors. She had a divine weapon too. When she struck her attack with her third sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base, the lethality was earth-shattering. Shuriyen's face darkened. Murderous aura gushed out from his body like a blood sea. The blood chi in his body could be compared to that of immemorial beasts that were extremely abundant. He was urging his immortal demon blood to transform to the immortal demon body. Shang Yingyu was so powerful. This woman is really strong. A voice thundered from a far distance. Then they saw a giant gold hammer with a lot of spikes like a golden hedgehog fly towards them. After each second, the giant hammer's energy was doubled. The energy in that giant hammer, which was as big as a windmill, could blow off a small mineral star. Boom! The massive hammer fell like a meteor piercing through the atmosphere, hitting on the shadows of the lightning rod in the sky. The void was shattered when lightning beams and gold lights bloomed. The ground cracked, and countless deep ditches appeared. A beefy man came in laughing. He wore golden armor, which made him look like a heavenly guardian. The sharp metal chi emitted from his body, which could pierce through any rigid things of this world. Deji, it's the 100 Kulpa ghost hand wrought tan. The muscular guy blinked and laughed loudly, his voice like the sound of a big bell. Interesting. As Shang Yingyu was attacking Shiyan, he had the option to wait for them. After the two of them were hurt, he could appear and clear the scene. However, he didn't do that. He had interfered when Shang Yingyu had urged her energy to the utmost. It seemed like the brawny man wanted to show off his tyrannical, brutal face. That man looked big and rough, but he wasn't too old. He had a stubborn and wild appearance. He stomped the ground grumblingly like an avalanche. He rose his hand and grabbed the gigantic hammer. He guffawed at Shang Yingyu. You're strong. I like strong girls. You're sick. Shang Yingyu scolded, her face cold. She turned to Shiyan. Hand me that thing. If you don't blame me for what's going to happen. The 100 Kulpa ghost hand wrought tan belongs to our brothers. We've found it, but we have some personal business that we haven't taken care of yet, said an elegant, handsome man while he was strolling toward them. Shiyan felt funny as he didn't know whether to cry or smile. He looked at the brawny man appearing from nowhere and paused his energy accumulation. Then, Shiyan watched the 100 Kulpa ghost hand wrought tan. After Shang Yingyu's fire had burned it down, the 100 Kulpa ghost hand wrought tan now existed in the form of many gray-blue threads fluttering around the area. At the area where the 100 Kulpa ghost hand wrought tan used to be, the ground was covered with many fulgent, sparkling, silky fibers. They were the 100 Kulpa soul thread, which was releasing some faint soul energy fluctuations. The 100 Kulpa soul thread were thin and tiny. There were more than 10,000 fibers. Shang Yingyu had collected 1/5 of them, which Shiyan had already stashed in his fantasy sky ring. There were still a lot of them on the ground. However, it wasn't easy to get them all. Recently, when he held the 100 Kulpa soul thread in his hand, his tier of Powers Upanishad had some magical vibes that proved that the 100 Kulpa soul thread had some wonderful effects to the tier of Powers Upanishads. Shiyan paid more attention to the 100 Kulpa soul thread. There are still 4/5 of the 100 Kulpa soul thread. If you want, come take it. Shiyan said calmly and shook his head at Shang Yingyu. You can't take things in my hands. If you want, you can take those remaining on the ground, but I'm sure you will struggle to get them. Nah, it's not true, said the beautiful man who had just arrived. Pausing for a while, he frowned. Someone can't hold it anymore. Just like a wisp of the departed spirit. He gloomily floated and bobbed towards the 100 Kulpa soul thread. A frightening pale halo expanded from his eyes as his aura was extremely dangerous. Someone is underground. The beefy man laughed indifferently. Well, it's funnier with more people. No matter how many come, that thing will belong to me and my Deji. Shiyan frowned and glanced in a direction. He found a mud statue slowly emerge from a puddle on the ground with only a pair of cold eyes, without human emotions. Chapter 1099, Soul Culpa. Chapter 1099, Soul Culpa _ The mud statue was hidden inside the swamp. When Shiyan and Shang Yingyu were fighting, it had started to collect the 100 Kulpa soul thread. When the unknown brothers came, the mud statue stopped for a while, but it couldn't hold its desire for a long time. It tried to collect more of the 100 Kulpa soul thread right after that. The way he was collecting the 100 Kulpa soul thread wasn't similar to Shang Yingyu's method. The mud statue opened his mouth to spurt out a muddy brook, which acted like a small, soft hand that grabbed the sparkling blue ice, silky threads and shoved them into his mouth. This mud statue seemed to have mastered the power of mud and sand, especially the powers of earth. As he was swallowing some of the 100 Culpa soul thread, the amount of 100 Culpa soul thread on the ground was reduced. The good-looking man aimed at him right after he made the first utterance with Shang, Yingyu, and Shiyin. It was because the mud statue had high productivity in collecting the 100 Culpa soul thread. If he had more time, there would be nothing left for those people to harvest. The good-looking man was not the only one who could feel something wrong. Shang Yingyu also gave up Shiyin and dashed towards the mud statue, her face indignant. Only the brawny young man could still grin. He looked indifferent, as if he had absolute belief in his big brother. Splosh, splosh, splosh. Strange, but marvelous energy surged torrentially from the puddles around them. The immense gray energy of Earth burst off like a divine brush that drew the giant hand that could shade the entire sky. That massive hand was made of wet mud and moist soil. It was the anger of the god of Earth with earth power. Right when it appeared, the ground under people's feet shook violently. Everybody trembled hard. They felt their chests being hammered, making them feel like suffocating. Someone was using the power of Earth and sending the vibes through the ground to enter people's souls. Apparently, the one who was using earth power was that mud statue. With a pair of cold and indifferent eyes, he glanced at the good-looking man who was dashing towards him. 6 gigantic hands like massive mountain ranges emerged with the palms facing the others and arms jutting directly from the ground. Their 5 fingers were gray with dust and tremendous power, which could even crush the entire mountain. 6 massive hands were moving in the swamp as if they had the soul. 30 fingers created the strange hand seal that seemed to seal this entire planet. The handsome man floated like a ghost. He squinted and beamed a faint smile. A fan appeared in his hand, which was neither made of gold nor jade. It was made of some unknown material. The exquisite drawings on the fan of the mountain and lakes were changing continually. Shortly after, the drawings on the fan were like thousands of flowers blooming inside a quiet valley. The drawings switched between mountainous areas to fairy-like castles. This fan was as magical as an ethereal extent. The changing images on the fan stopped. Eventually, clear blue rivers appeared on the fan, which was meandering like spirit snakes and elongating everywhere to unknown regions. When Shiyin pulled himself together to watch, he didn't see the fan anymore. He saw heavenly blue rivers on the horizon of the swamp. Those heavenly rivers were several thousand meters long, and they were so crystal clear that he could even see their bottom, which had many shining rocks. It gave people a peaceful feeling in their souls. Boom! All of a sudden, the rivers interchanged, impressively pouring from the horizon. People could see heavenly rivers like blue ribbons powerfully shooting at the mountain-like hands. A chain of tremors that could shake the mountain swarmed over. Shiyin stood far from them, but still saw his body shake hard. He was even blown away. Gradually, he couldn't see the area of that fierce battle anymore. He could only see the increasing, earth-shaking energy fluctuations. Closing his eyes, Shiyin sensed for a while. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and dashed away resolutely. The realm and power of the mud statue and the good-looking man weren't something ordinary warriors could compare to. They weren't weaker than Shang Yingyu. They could be even stronger than her. He was at first sky of ethereal god realm. In Agate Star area, he dared to fight against an ordinary first sky of incipient god realm. However, the warriors in this area were all geniuses of the great star areas around the universe. Their real competences had even surpassed their realms. Shiyin knew both the mud statue and the handsome man was as strong as him. Still, there were Shang Yingyu and the muscular man with his hammer, who wasn't weaker than Shang Yingyu. The 4 people who were competing for the 100 Culpa soul thread were all brilliant warriors. He didn't want to stir up this murky puddle. Making up his mind, he wasn't hesitant to leave. Flying like a dark light, Shiyin glided over the swamp and got further away from that area. On this planet, the Sea of Consciousness was affected. They needed good eyesight to find the hiding enemy. Once he could go far enough, his opponents wouldn't be able to use the soul consciousness to lock his location or find him. He left silently, so when the other four found his aura disappear, he traveled a far distance already. Thus, he wasn't hurried. The ancient continent kept many marvelous treasures, and the 100 Kulpa ghost hand-wrought tan wasn't the only original incipient grade materials. There were more awaiting him to find. He shouldn't risk his life so early. Shortly after, he left the battle site and moved gingerly towards the massive hole that the other had created before. His thoughts flickered. He took out the lozenge crystals with some of the beautiful ice blue 100 Kulpa soul thread. Blue light continued to sparkle from the crystals with the faint soul energy that had surprised people. Holding the book that Shang Chan had given him, he frowned and studied it carefully. After a while, his soul consciousness flickered again. The 100 Kulpa soul thread was the soul threads of the 100 Kulpa ghost hand-wrought tan. It was somehow similar to the soul threads of the departed spirit jellyfish. However, their functions were different. According to Shang Chen's document, the 100 Kulpa soul thread could amend a soul altar. Warriors at a profound level could have their soul altar crack as a result of serious damage. The soul was the basic foundation of a warrior, and the soul altar was where his essence, chi, spirit, and soul gathered. It was the most important thing. When the soul altar had cracks, the warrior would find it hard to increase his or her realm further. His or her power Upanishad would even shatter. When a warrior fell into bedevilment condition, his soul altar would be damaged or even end up collapsing. Taking the former pavilion masters of Potion and Tool Pavilion as examples, their soul altars collapsed as the result of their failures in refining and forging treasures. They had to turn into a flow of a drifting soul to survive, which vanished into the universe after some time. The 100 Kulpa soul thread could patch the cracks. If they had more 100 Kulpa soul thread, together with the other original incipient grade materials, they could rebuild a soul altar. It was the same as rebirthing. The warriors with soul altars all had a profound realm, but the 100 Kulpa soul thread was really precious to them as it could fix their soul altar. In the Great Star areas, the 100 Kulpa soul thread was a peculiarly rare item that was scarce and in high demand. It was the top treasure that many people had yearned for. The 100 Kulpa soul thread had another function. It could urge the natural Kulpa in the ethereal extent. It could make the powers Upanishad attack the ethereal extent to quench it, which would help warriors increase their usage of the abilities of their powers Upanishads. While the warriors were battling others, the ethereal extent could be a big help as it could change their powers Upanishad to increase their attacks and their overall competence. The ethereal extent was unrivaled and marvelous. Until now, nobody had explored all the mysterious abilities of it. The 100 Kulpa soul thread took 100 years for a Kulpa, and it would have a disaster for each Kulpa. After 100 Kulpas, it had lived for 10,000 years. At that time, the 100 Kulpa ghost hand-wrought tan could have intelligence. After each Kulpa, it could generate some 100 Kulpa soul thread. Thus, the 100 Kulpa soul thread could also make the ethereal extent experience the Kulpa, which would quench it and make it tougher. Shi Yin blinked. Dozens of fulgent soul threads on the lozenge crystals flew out and entered his eyes and his sea of consciousness. They traveled through the tier of power Upanishad to reach the ethereal extent. They were about to get into the ethereal extent. Shi Yin's ethereal extent had a big change. The starry sea inside his fantasy world suddenly had many lightning strikes, sharp wind blades, windstorm, weaving lights, and surging flames. All the powerful energies were burst out at the same time, wreaking havoc in his ethereal extent. They seemed to attempt to destroy his ethereal extent. Shi Yan's face changed. He didn't think much, but he found a murky pond. He entered and hid several thousand meters underground. Thunderbolts struck inside his ethereal extent, while fire surged up to the sky. Wind blades and ice mountains also attacked everywhere. Countless attacks made of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, storm, ice and lightning had struck Shi Yan's ethereal extent directly. It seemed to tear his sea of stars, causing an intense pain that almost broke Shi Yan's spirit. Taking a deep breath to gather his mind, Shi Yan used his space, death, and life, and star powers Upanishads as the basic foundation to change and generate different abilities of the three powers Upanishad to resist the madly violent energies in his ethereal extent. This was a kalpa to Shi Yan's ethereal extent, also a quenching time of nature to his powers Upanishads he must undergo. The 100 kalpa soul thread could trigger the ethereal extent's kalpa to strictly train the soul. If he could get over this great challenge, his soul would be incredibly strong. His soul altar could transform, and he could even reach the new realm. Initially, he came here to find the blue light that had given him a strange feeling. Because he had underestimated the power of the 100 kalpa soul thread, he had fallen into a passive situation that forced him to get underground to cultivate. However, the battle on the ground between Shang Yingyu and the others were so furious that they weren't free to mind him. Under the swamp, Shi Yan was covered in layers of wet, doughy mud like a ball. From time to time, that muddy ball shivered and released immense life energy fluctuation. Shi Yan's body didn't have a significant change, but his soul altar was changing dramatically as his ethereal extent was like a ruin that different energies were hitting hard and bringing deadly dangers. His thoughts changed. The brilliant galaxy ethereal extent gathered countless twinkling stars that created a star area, which vaguely looked like a bow and an arrow. It was so massive and imposing like a mountain, a river, or even a beast. That galaxy changed continually, as if it wanted to showcase the marvelous power of nature. The star bow and arrow emerged, shooting out a vivid bright arrow that was made of many meteors. In just a blink, it crushed all the mountains and rivers in his ethereal extent. The star power, Upanishad, changed continuously by his thoughts, releasing incredible lethality. Sure, Yin was focused and trying to learn the magical features of the power to catch a glimpse of the star power Upanishad. He wanted to use the star power Upanishad to withstand the kalpa of his ethereal extent and train his will. Chapter 1100, Break the Shackles. Chapter 1100, Break the Shackles, _. In the other corner, the peculiar man with mud covering his body suddenly sank into the ground. Disappearing with him was half of the amount of the 100 kalpa soul thread. 6 giant hands pressed down like imposing mountains that sent away the energy that could seal the entire sky. The shining rivers crossing the sky moved like sparkling chains with sharp auras that attempted to wrap the imposing hands. Thunderclaps echoed while a lightning rod danced in the middle of the sky. The beefy man had a large build, and it was as tough as iron and steel. With the giant hammer in his hand, he grinned and stayed aside. He didn't want to join this battle, anyway. The good-looking man frowned and looked at the 6 imposing hands disappearing into the ground. He sensed for a while, and then said, "This man is dangerous." "Deji, you can't hold him," shouted the muscular man. "He cultivates earth power Upanishad, and he knows the surroundings well. His energy and power Upanishad can mingle with the muddy pond well. It's hard to force him out." The handsome man shook his head. "It's hard to deal with this man. Yeah, the warriors that come to the ancient continent this time are all top warriors of the big star areas." "Deji, how about those 100 kalpa soul threads?" The brawny man grinned. There were still many crystal clear 100 kalpa soul threads covering the muddy pond, even after the mud statue had taken half. Perhaps it was why the handsome man didn't murder Shang Yingyu. The remaining amount of the 100 kalpa soul thread was glowing faintly. Shang Yingyu was standing there with an icy countenance. Shang Yingyu had a cold face as she was too indignant. She hated that she couldn't kill all the people here. She had found the 100 kalpa ghost hand Rot-Tan first. But Shi Yin and Sha Zhao had bothered her too much. Shi Yin took a part of the 100 kalpa soul thread, and the mud statue took half of the remaining. There weren't many threads lying there, and the 2 mysterious brothers were gazing at them. Shang Yingyu was so angry that she wanted to spit blood. The good-looking man rubbed his chin. He pondered for a while and then guffawed. We will take half of them. The man holding the massive hammer was surprised. Shang Yingyu was also astounded. We will take half. Everyone who sees it should receive a share of it. Leave some for her, said the man with a smile. The muscular man was surprised, but he didn't argue. He seemed annoyed, but he walked over to take half of the remaining 100 Kulpa soul thread. Then, he turned to the other man, Daji, let's go. The handsome man's eyes drilled at Shang Yingyu. He said, I'm Wu Feng. Please send my regards to your father. Tell him I miss him. Then, he and the muscular man and left. Wu Feng. Wu Feng. Shang Yingyu was dumbstruck. She furrowed her bold brows and thought for a while. She discolored as if she recalled something. She looked fearful indeed. Daji, who is she? We could have killed her and taken all the 100 Kulpa soul thread. It's not your style. After they left, Wu Bai, the younger brother, shouted at his brother. If we killed her, we would receive a lot of trouble later. We'd better stay away from trouble. The handsome man called Wu Feng felt funny. Who is she? Shang Yingyu. Never heard before. Kid, you've been grounded to cultivate year-round, so you don't know many things. Her father cultivates fate power Upanishad. He can touch the spiderweb of fate, which is really magical. Her mother also has a strong background. When I was out to experience, her father used to help me once. I owe him. Daji was at the time you got stuck in original God realm and couldn't break into ethereal God realm. He guided you that time? Yeah, that time. Oh, you owe them a favor then. No wonder why you didn't kill her. Dash. After Shang Yingyu had stashed away the leftover 100 Kulpa soul thread, her cold face got less tense. She took a deep breath and pondered for a while. She took out a rhombus mirror, which was made of the same material as the rhombus crystals she used to collect the 100 Kulpa soul thread. This mirror seemed to be able to contact the other crystals. A flow of icy breath was spread on the mirror. A white metal halo expanded and projected something blurry. She pulled the mirror close to her face to see. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she sneered. Well, you're having bad luck that you're undergoing the ethereal Kulpa at this moment. Just like a cold light, she quietly flew out of this place and headed in Shi Yan's direction. The murderous aura diffused from her soft body. 1 hour later, Shang Yingyu wore a long water blue dress. Her cold face gazed at a murky puddle under her feet. She made an ice cube to be her foothold, so she didn't need to step on the dirty water. Her picturesque brows twitched. A white ring on her wrist shook for a while. Then, many ice sheets were generated as thin as a blade. They were gloomy and cold with flashes of lightning. All of a sudden, they plunged down to the muddy pond. Swoosh! A barrier exploded. An ice blade was smashed, and it caused an explosion. There was a barrier. Shang Yingyu's eyes sparkled. More feather-thin, icy blades appeared. They all thrust into the ground with a chilling aura. Swoosh! 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 Countless thunderbolts exploded. Under her energy, they all got underground and stirred up the entire area. Deep underground, Shi Yan was covered inside a big chunk of dried mud. He shivered all of a sudden. The co-soul flew out of his soul altar and floated up over the muddy puddle. Swish! 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 The co-soul looked like a peculiar spirit flame. It was a multicolor fireball with magnificent life energy fluctuation. Abruptly, scorching flames flew out and moved in the sky, making a seething sea of fire. The fire of the origin burned all the wetland and mud around, causing them to crack. The thick earth and heaven energy of the ancient continent had become the body of that flame. It all congregated in a significant amount. Within seconds, the water-like dense earth and heaven energy gathered and created a misty body that covered the flaming soul. Boom! 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 The block of energy as big as half a leaf fan with incredibly dense energy flowed towards Shang Yingyu. Lightning and the blocks of energy impacted and exploded. The ground was bombarded by shock waves of the impacts. Shang Yingyu was frightened. The flaming soul that had flown out of Shi Yan's body could use the energy of this ancient continent at ease. With this power, it could create different violent attacks that had made Shang Yingyu struggle a lot. Shang Yingyu suddenly felt wrong. This man was the owner of the ancient continent. If he wasn't the master of the ancient continent, he wouldn't be able to mobilize the energy of the ancient continent and attack anyone as he pleased like this, right? Her fear made Shi Yin excited and thrilled. His co-soul was the fused form of the origin and the heaven flames. It was the core of Grace Mainland, and Grace Mainland was one of the ancient continents, which came from the same origin as this ancient continent called Desolate. It was the reason why, when his co-soul got out of his body, it had also got rid of the invisible shackles and was able to control the immense energy of this area. The co-soul could use the energy in his area to create mighty attacks and lock Shang Yingyu's commotion. Without the restraint of the body, Shi Yin let his co-soul fly out. It felt like a blind man had just got his sight back. When the host's soul and the co-soul were still in his body, he couldn't sense the life energy around. It was like an invisible barrier that restricted him from using his soul consciousness to detect the other's commotions. It was a tough headache that everyone entered the ancient continent had to face. However, when his co-soul detached from his body, it seemed to break those shackles. It seemed like the co-soul was part of this ancient continent. Through the co-soul, he could simply sense the commotion of the surrounding 10,000 miles. The 10,000 miles around still consisted of immense swamps with many incredible existences. It wasn't like what he had observed before. Those life energy fluctuations were hiding in many corners or gathering in hordes. Shi Yin sensed for a while and had a conclusion. A part of warriors who had entered this ancient continent had joined hands. This finding astounded him, as they were all outstanding, ethereal god realm warriors of the Great Star areas. Facing even one was already a headache. If they joined hands, it would be a huge struggle for him. Boom! An earth and heaven energy punch, which was 1,000 meters big, forcefully struck Shang Yingyu and smashed her lightning power. The energy of the co-soul was reduced. Shi Yin immediately knew that the co-soul couldn't control the earth and heaven energy endlessly. It required soul consciousness and essence chi of the soul. Shi Yin knew that he couldn't use the relationship between the co-soul and the ancient continent to be invincible. Don't be noisy anymore. Are you done yet? The co-soul released the furious soul energy and focused on Shang Yingyu. I am noisy? It's you who is causing me trouble, Shang Yingyu said with a cold countenance. You took the guiding fruit that belongs to us. You peeped on me when I was in the pond. You robbed my 100 Kulpa soul thread. Who is making noise here? Your father shoved the guiding fruit at me. I heard you screaming, so I came to check your situation. I was worried that something bad would happen to you. Don't you see that? Why did I take your 100 Kulpa soul thread? If you didn't let Sha Zhao know about my whereabouts, should I have risked my life against him? You were right in everything that happened. What kind of logic is that? Shi Yin took a deep breath and then said, This is the last time I will remind you. The experts around here are joining hands. Only death awaits you and me. Moreover, a team is heading to us. Our fighting will be a prominent landmark to guide them. If you don't want to die, please stay quiet. Someone is coming. Shang Yingyu smiled faintly and mocked. Don't tell me you can sense the surroundings. As far as I know, no one could sense the auras of the experts on this planet. Can you do that? What kind of realm do you have? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Shi Yin sent her the message impatiently. Around 500 miles away, someone is coming. If we don't fight, they can't locate us. You can go there to check. I need to cultivate more, so I'll stay here. Then his co-soul slowly lowered and disappeared into the muddy puddle. Shang Yingyu hesitated for a while. She snorted and left to check his information. Chapter 1101, Hand in Hand. Chapter 1101, Hand in Hand, _ Shang Yingyu didn't believe Shi Yin. Her father Shang Chun, the one who cultivated fate power Upanishad, had traveled through many big star areas. He knew many secrets that other people would never know. From her father, She knew the peculiar condition of the ancient continent, which didn't allow the soul consciousness to sense. In this place, they could only use eyes to observe. She didn't doubt what her father had told her. After she had arrived, she had confirmed the magical features of this area. She figured out that her soul consciousness and the soul energy would be restricted. However, she still went there to check. Shurian's performance was extraordinary. He could use earth and heaven energy of the ancient continent, which gave Shang Yingyu a feeling that he had fused with this ancient continent. Shang Yingyu was hesitant, indeed. As Shurian had pointed the direction, Shang Yingyu quietly moved towards it, using her secret treasure to hide her figure, aura, and even her life energy fluctuation. She moved invisibly towards that area. A group of 5 warriors was moving fast, but relaxedly through the swamp. The 5 of them were at third sky of ethereal god realm, and the group included 4 old men and 1 woman. The 4 old men wore the same uniform, which was a dark blue fighting costume with a badge that had thick bones weaved on their left shoulders. Apparently, the 4 of them belonged to one force. The woman looked around 27 or 28 years old. She had beautiful, smiling eyes, and she was wearing a thin, cedar yellow dress to cover her graceful body. It seemed like she didn't come from the same force as the other 4. A bony old man was the leader of the other 4. His cheekbones rose high on his face and showed his malicious, ruthless contours. His snake eyes raked around the area as if he was searching for something. He suddenly rose his hand to make a gesture. The 3 men wearing the same uniform as him halted and observed gingerly. The graceful woman chuckled, but she also stopped. She cried, "Old Bai, the fight that we've detected stopped. Is it necessary to go there and check?" Bai Hao looked to the area further ahead of them. He contemplated, his face dark. "We will go there to see. With our powers, we don't need to be afraid of anything." Pausing for a while, he said, "Mia, the 7-color demonic flower we just got is really precious. It's good for me." Mia, the only woman in this group, grinned and spoke indifferently. "It's good for me, too." Bai Hao arched his brows and nodded. "Then never mind. Just keep it carefully. I don't want to bother you with my issues." Mia smiled softly. The 5 of them were talking while walking towards the bog where Shi Yin was hiding deep underground. Along the way, they were very cautious and watching everything abnormal around. They didn't know there was someone watching them silently. Of course, that was Shang Yingyu. Shang Yingyu had used the secret treasure to hide her body and any vital signals. Her eyes gazed on Bai Hao. Her murderous aura arose as if she had a deep grudge against him. Shang Yingyu looked at that group of 5 for a while and then ran as if she was flying. Dash! A burning soul emerged from the bog and sent Shang Yingyu a soul message. "Did you see them?" An electric beam flashed by a dry tree. Shang Yingyu appeared. She gritted her teeth, her face icy cold. "I saw them. They are from the Bai family of Dry Bone Star area, and there was one woman I didn't know." Her eyelashes twitched. "So you can really detect people in this ancient continent. Didn't you just confirm that?" Shurian's soul message was indifferent. "If we continue to fight, they will come here and follow the energy fluctuations. The 5 of them can kill the 2 of us. If you return the 100 Kulpa soul thread to me, I'll leave quickly," said Shang Yingyu persistently. "Impossible." Shi Yin was enraged. "If you want to court death, I'm not afraid to continue fighting you. You're hiding underground and using the 100 Kulpa soul thread to refine your ethereal extent. As long as I reveal your location, the Bai family will come to kill you." Shang Yingyu beamed a faint smile. "Then we have nothing to discuss more," said Shi Yin impatiently. "No, we can negotiate if you agree with me on one thing. Our previous resentment will be erased," said Shang Yingyu all of a sudden. "What is that? Help me deal with those 5. Use your supernatural sensibility to locate them. Help me kill them," said Shang Yingyu resentfully. "Do you hold any grudge against them?" "We have a grudge with the Bai family. The Bai family in Dry Bone Star area is the archenemy of my mother's family. They killed my grandfather and grandmother." Shang Yingyu's face was cold. Fantasy Mist Star area is adjacent to Dry Bone Star area. We have battles year-round. The Bai family is the overlord of Dry Bone Star area. They have some dark business with the God Clan. They've been plotting against us for hundreds of years. My grandfather was killed in one of the Bai family's operations. We can't stand under the same sky as the Bai family. Why has your father not destroyed that family yet? The Bai family is domineering. It's famous for its intimidating presence in many star areas. It's not easy to deal with them, anyway. They're approaching. You should hide first. We will discuss this later. Then, Shurian dropped their conversation. His co-soul sank into the ground and entered his soul altar. Shang Yingyu pondered for seconds. Her shadow faded and then disappeared into the void. After a while, Bai Hao's team emerged. Bai Hao frowned and assessed the area. He carefully checked the streaks and traces around the bog. He confirmed the competences of both sides aren't normal. The three ethereal god realm experts of the Bai family came like a breeze. They stopped by Bai Hao and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't find anything special or anybody engaging in a fight. "Oh, this trip was in vain," said Mia with disappointment. "If I had known it earlier, I would have stayed and searched more in that exotic land. Perhaps we could have found another 7-colored demonic flower. I shouldn't have gone here with you. There are no meaningless fights in the ancient continent." Bai Hao observed the murky puddle inside the bog and said coldly, "Once a battle takes place, it means one thing. 2 people found a precious material at the same time." Taking a deep breath, Bai Hao said, "Perhaps there's something precious not far from us. Also, the other 2 have found us and left earlier. Maybe they have left the precious treasure they had fought for behind." The other 3 warriors of the Bai family had their eyes brighten. Mia teased them. "The soul consciousness is restricted in this ancient continent. How could they detect us? Moreover, they were fighting. How could they have extra energy to observe around? I don't buy it. If you want to investigate, you do it. I don't want to waste my time with you guys." Then, Mia left early and didn't bother to bat her eyes at Bai Hao's team. After Mia had gone, one warrior of the Bai family asked in a cold and harsh voice, "Deji, who is that woman? Why do you have to treat her with care like that? Is it true that our Bai family has to be afraid of her? I think we should kill her to take the 7-colored demonic flower." Bai Hao sighed begrudgingly. "Don't act rashly. We can't offend this woman at the moment. If it was that easy, I would have killed her already. Who is she after all? Why do we have to give her a guiding fruit while bringing and protecting her here? Who could scare our Bai family?" said the man angrily. "Don't ask too much. What you should know, I will tell you. I won't tell you what you shouldn't know." Bai Hao frowned and scolded. "If you have extra energy, search around carefully to see if you can find any precious herbs or grass. We should take the chance when that woman isn't here to get it done. If we find anything, we can keep it. *T, we found the 7-colored demonic flower first, and she claimed it. She pissed me off. Control yourself. Before we've come to the ancient continent, I got the order to try our best to protect that woman. You guys have to watch over her." "Deji, who gave you that order?" "The family's head." The 3 ethereal god realm experts of the Bai family shut their mouths. They stooped and felt dispirited as they had to accept their mission begrudgingly. The 4 of them walked around and found no shadow or any good materials. Eventually, they had to leave reluctantly. Swoosh! A swift current shot out of the bog. Yin slowly emerged from that rapid current. Taking a deep breath, Yin felt refreshed. Divine light moved in his eyes. He flickered his mind, and the 3 powers in his tier of power Upanishad flashed one after another. Within one breath, he had shifted his energy between 3 powers. When he used the 100 Kulpa soul thread to train his ethereal extent, many disasters happened to his ethereal extent with different natural powers. However, his 3 powers Upanishads had dissolved them all. Afterward, he knew more abilities of the 3 powers Upanishads, especially the star power Upanishad. He vaguely felt that he had touched the door of the next breakthrough. He must have a significant understanding of the star death and life, and space power Upanishads to break the second sky of ethereal god realm. He had advanced his star and space powers Upanishad. Now he needed to focus on his death and life power Upanishad. People with more than one powers Upanishad would find it hard to break through once they reached ethereal god realm. However, after each breakthrough, their powers and realms would advance even further. If he could master his powers Upanishads, he could use them to support each other. When that happened, his true power was going to be much more tremendous and powerful than the warriors with only one power Upanishad. It was also the reason why it was hard to make further progress in cultivating different powers at the same time. They still try to practice them. A warrior who had mastered more powers Upanishads was unquestionably stronger than ordinary warriors. Shang Yingyu's graceful figure suddenly appeared, her eyes still cold. She asked, "What's your plan?" "I'll help you," Shi Yin smiled brightly. "But I have one condition." "What's the condition?" "I want the 7-colored demonic flower that the woman keeps." One of the reasons why he went to the ancient continent was to take this kind of strange flower, which could help rescue Yang Tian Emperor. Deal. Chapter 1102. The General Situation of the Sea of Stars. Chapter 1102. The General Situation of the Sea of Stars, _ The 7-colored demonic flower was the factor for Yang Tian Emperor's recovery. It was also his primary goal when Shi Yin came to this ancient continent. This kind of demonic flower was able to wash the soul-rotting aphis in Yang Tian Emperor's head. When he heard that Mia kept the flower, he had made up his mind. Inside the wet swamp, Shi Yin and Shang Yingyu concealed their auras, trolling like two departed spirits towards Bai Hao and Mia. Shang Yingyu sometimes explained it to him. Shi Yin frowned, his face severe. From Shang Yingyu, he knew more information about this universe. Different from Fiery Rain Star Area and Agate Star Area, Fantasy Mist Star Area was one of the strongest star areas in this vast universe. At the same time, this star area had the most prominent feature. Fantasy Mist Star Area wasn't a closed galaxy. Agate Star Area and Fiery Rain Star Area were high-level star areas with intimidating incipient God Realm experts with generally outstanding competences. However, due to some reasons, there were space barriers between those star areas. Most of the space passages that connected to the other star areas were blocked. The forces of the two star areas had proactively cut off the connection to the outer world. They produced the goods they needed to shut themselves. Since they didn't have many connections with the outer world, they didn't know much of the vast universe and the intimidation of the God Clan. Just like that, the other significant star areas didn't have a high evaluation of Fiery Rain Star Area and Agate Star Area. They thought that the others were a bunch of freaks who didn't understand how to develop the star area. But this Fantasy Mist area was different. This star area wasn't closed. It had a close connection to the other big star areas, as it had many routes and passages leading to different galaxies. There was no space barrier between this star area and the others. They did it on purpose. Fantasy Mist Star Area was the real door that opened to the immense sea of stars. Thus, Shang Yingyu's understanding of outer space and the other powerful forces everywhere wasn't something that Shi Yin could imagine or compare to. Through her introduction, Shi Yin's knowledge of the top powerful forces in this universe gradually got clearer. The truth wasn't so much different from what he had known. Ancient God Star Area where the God Clan stayed was no doubt the strongest star area in this universe. The God Clan was also the strongest force. They were the immemorial beast that crouched in the universe and could bite any prey it considered suitable at a favorable moment. The 12 great families of the God Clan had ruled some smaller star areas. Each family had many experts like clouds in the sky. The God Clan was formed by the 12 great families, which was like a horde of bloodthirsty lions always trying to showcase their invading instinct. The God Clan was so mighty, an ancient God Star Area was acknowledged as the strongest star area in the universe. They ruled forces from everywhere. Although the God Clan and their ancient God Star Area was dominant and ranked first, they hadn't really claimed the entire universe. There were still some smaller star areas and forces that the God Clan didn't dare to provoke or declare war with. There were some star areas, some forces, and some solid experts in this vast universe. Due to the existence of such forces and star areas, the God Clan couldn't invade most of the star areas in the vast sea of stars and turn them into its private territory to make many clans and forces its vassals. Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Fantasy Mist Star Area, and Drybone Star Area were some examples. These star areas had super powerful forces with peerless warriors. Although one force of them couldn't resist the entire God Clan, it was enough to withstand one or more families of the God Clan. Usually, if it was not a disaster that could destroy their clan, the 12 families of the God Clan didn't really unite. Thus, Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Fantasy Mist Star Area, and Drybone Star Area had a slot in this immense sea of stars. If the influential star areas like Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Fantasy Mist Star Area, and Drybone Star Area, with some other star areas, could stand still in the flood of God Clan's invasion, it meant that they were brutal and powerful enough. They didn't shut themselves out. Those star areas connected to each other, and they exchanged things. Sometimes, they would create chances for warriors to discuss their powers and competencies. They were like allies of the same star areas. However, this kind of ally wasn't officially defined. They wouldn't always get along well. Sometimes, they would have disputes, which could even accelerate to a war. However, once the God Clan dared to let its mental problem expand to these areas and affect their benefits, those allies would unite. The union of powerful star areas from everywhere in the vast universe could resist the entire God Clan. Thus, they could restrict the God Clan and make them invade star areas that aren't in the Union. Since Fiery Rain Star Area and Agate Star Area had defended themselves alone for so many years, they weren't members of this union. Also, as they didn't receive any help or protection, they were the delicious meat in the God Clan's eyes. Of course, the God Clan would spend their best efforts to swallow them. Goo God Sect of Hollow Fearsome Star Area, the Bai family of Drybone Star Area, the Wu family of Prosaic Star Area, and the Drifting Fire of Fantasy Mist Star Area were some of the famous, dominating forces in this vast universe besides the God Clan. Those forces were loose in the Union. They had secret disputes and competitions. Perhaps they had caused grudges. When the God Clan wasn't a threat to them, they would have a lot of battles. But if the God Clan invaded one of these star areas, they would unite to counter it. Of course, after several fierce wars with the God Clan for thousands of years, God Clan didn't show any intent to invade any of those allies anymore. Since they didn't have a common enemy, the allies in this loose union had been continuously fighting each other, which accelerated after many years and got more furious. The war between the Drifting Fire of Fantasy Mist Star Area and the Bai family of Drybone Star Area became so fierce that their core experts were killed. Shang Yingyu's grandfather was one of the leaders of the Drifting Fire. He was killed in the fight against the Bai family. This kind of grudge would never be untied. Lately, the Bai family seems to join hands with the God Clan. We received intelligence. The battleships of Ancient God Star Area and Drybone Star Area have done business. We believe they should have some agreement with the God Clan. Since we found something unusual in their operation, the Bai family is aimed at us. My grandfather's death is somehow related to a family of the God Clan. Shang Yingyu said through her gritted teeth. Doesn't your union consider the God Clan your enemy? Why does the Bai family have a connection with the God Clan? Shi Yin was surprised. The God Clan is too powerful. At the same time, they are good at enticing people. They've offered the temptation that the Bai family couldn't resist. Perhaps the Bai family couldn't stand their desires, so they shook hands with the God Clan. Shang Yingyu frowned and said, for example, the God Clan could invite the Bai family to attack a star area together. After they have taken that area down, the Bai family could share all the benefits with the God Clan. The Bai family couldn't resist such a deal. Once they go on the same road as the God Clan, slowly, they will become the God Clan's henchmen. They will never escape. God Clan has many tricks to recruit strong clans and forces. Take the Dark Shadow Clan, for example. That clan was really strong. However, They have become the watchdog of the God clan. I still have many examples if you want to hear. Shi Yin grimaced. The more he understood the general picture of the universe, the more he knew about the God clan's intimidation. The God clan had spread their forces to the entire universe like long tentacles tying down each star area in this vast universe that slowly pulled them into its hands. If it kept going at this invasion speed, the forces that didn't belong to this union would become the vassals of the God clan soon. Sooner or later, even that loose star area union would be divided. God clan would swallow its members, one by one. This God clan was like a bloodthirsty beast with endless desires. It wanted this entire universe. You say the Bai family and the God clan have joined hands? Asked Shi Yin. Shang Ying nodded. My father has a precise presumption. He said that the Bai family and the God clan has been plotting against a star area called Agate Star Area. It's my father's homeland. The Bai family and the God clan already have a plan. They will deploy their armies together. They even have a plan to divide that star area. Shi Yin had a dark face. I'm from Agate Star Area. Shang Ying was surprised. She said faintly, what a coincidence. Shi Yin didn't say more. He silently let his co-soul flow up and observe the surroundings like the eye of heaven. Shi Yin knew the direction of Bai Hao and Mia. His co-soul could recognize their location and direction easily. The different talents were all ineffective in this ancient continent, like open eyes of the blind. Although the soul consciousness couldn't sense around, since Shi Yin's co-soul had the same origin as this ancient continent, he wasn't bound to this strict restriction. He could still sense the surroundings precisely. They were waiting for a good chance to attack the others. As they weren't the opponents of that ground of five, they had to follow them closely and quietly. However, they hadn't attacked yet. All of a sudden, Shi Yin furrowed his brows and halted. Shang Yingyu's graceful body also stopped. She swayed her delicate waist and turned around to look at him, her beautiful eyes confused. Bai Hao's group and Mia were heading to the big hole that Shi Yin had dug up with his power, where he saw a faint blue light that had sent a vibe to the star in his ethereal extent. It was possibly something precious. At this moment, Bai Hao and Mia seemed to have discovered something. They stood there silently. Are you going to take action now? Shang Yingyu exhaled quietly and asked, if you're not sure, you shouldn't act rashly. If the five of them don't scatter, we won't be able to fight them. Shi Yin nodded. He suddenly sat down cross-legged on the wet, muddy ground. He squinted and didn't say a word. His co-soul flickered like a ghost flame, releasing the clear soul energy fluctuation. After a long time, Shi Yan's eyes flared with the frightening cold light. I got it. What? Shang Yingyu was surprised. Wait for the fun part. Shi Yan disappeared like a cold lightning and glided in another direction. Chapter 1103, Upset a Plan. Chapter 1103, Upset a Plan, _ Shang Yingyu couldn't guess Shi Yan's thoughts or his plan in mind. She couldn't check the commotions around like Shi Yin, so she could only stay quietly here and wait for him. Shi Yin had left for 1 hour. She wasn't worried about anything unexpected happening or his situation. After she had confirmed that Shi Yin could still use his soul consciousness to sense around this ancient continent, people would find it hard to attack him unless he wanted to see trouble. Of course, Shi Yin wasn't that kind of impulsive person. She thought that Shi Yin had changed his mind. She didn't know how important the 7-color demonic flower was to Shi Yin. Thus, she just assumed that Shi Yin had fled because he knew that he couldn't resist Bai Hao and Mia. He had just made an excuse to ditch her here. The more Shang Yingyu thought about this possibility, the more likely it appeared to her. Her face gradually turned colder and harsher. She gritted her teeth and cursed. The Bai family and her force were like water and fire. Through several hundred years, they had fought a lot. Her grandfather was killed in a raid led by the Bai family and the God clan. Earlier, her mother had told her to be aware of the Bai family. If she had a chance, she should try her best to attack them. She still remembered how her loving grandfather had treated her. After he returned home from the war, every time, he would give her some gifts that would make her excited for a long time. When she was a little girl, Her grandfather would hold her on his lap or his shoulder, play with her, and take her flying up to the blue sky with cotton clouds. She'd been mourning for him since the day she knew he was killed. At that time, she had cried for 10 days. Her tears were a chain of broken pearls. At that time, she was small and her realm wasn't profound. She was at King God realm only. She didn't have the capacity to take revenge for her grandfather. However, right at that moment, she had crossed her heart that she would use all of her strength to smash the Bai family. Years later, she knew how strong the Bai family was and the relationship between the Bai family and the God clan. They used to fight the Bai family with victories and losses. One time, the Bai family had ambushed her and her brother, Shang Qiu. Also in that battle, Shang Qiu's soul altar got damaged after he rescued her. Shang Yingyu was grinding her white teeth, her beautiful eyes flaring with a cold aura. She had made up her mind. Even if no one wanted to help her, she would hide and wait for the right chance to strike the Bai family hard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fluttering sounds of clothes moving in the wind came together with a brutal aura that approached her. Shang Yingyu's bold brows slightly furrowed. She hid silently in the dark and waited. Her eyes brightened as she retrieved a radiant light cage that was covering her body entirely. She appeared and exhaled. "What did you do?" "Helped you deal with the warriors of the Bai family." A strange flame flickered above Shi Yin's head as he was gliding like a ghost towards Shang Yingyu. His thoughts changed, and he retrieved the co-soul and his soul altar. He spoke to Shang Yingyu. "Help me conceal my body. I'm going to take you to see something fun." While talking, he didn't mind his manner in approaching Shang Yingyu. "I know you have a special, secret treasure. I'm not sure I can hide two people." Seeing him come close, Shang Yingyu looked reluctant. She hurried to scream, "Stop." A part of her creamy hand flashed a light of beautiful jade. An emerald green color burst out, a faint, icy blue halo. It looked like a massive bowl set upside down to cover her graceful, sexy body. The blue light quietly became transparent and then disappeared. Shang Yingyu's aura and body disappeared altogether. "There's still room for you, but you aren't allowed to stand too close to me," Shang Yingyu said coldly from nowhere. "Understood." Shi Yin nodded and got inside the cage, his face natural and calm. People couldn't see any difference from the outside. Inside the deep blue cage, touching the barrier of blue sea water felt like touching ice. The cage wasn't huge. When Shi Yin got inside, he had to stand shoulder by shoulder with Shang Yingyu. There was a narrow gap between them. He could inhale a faint orchid aroma from Shang Yingyu's body. Also, he could feel her soft but slightly cold shoulder. A blue electric arc flashed on Shang Yingyu's shoulder. A blue electric arrow made a straight line that separated Shi Yin and Shang Yingyu. "Don't stick to me," hissed Shang Yingyu. Shrugging, Shi Yin mumbled, "Who's interested in you?" "Hey!" Shang Yingyu suddenly turned around, shooting him glare. "What do you want me to watch that's so fun? If you lie to me, I won't leave you alone." She took several deep breaths in her anger, which made her thrust out her mesmerizing, breathtaking breasts. "We're just the audience." Squinting and looking at the area ahead of them, Shi Yan's eyes were like ice sabers. He muttered, "I have no feeling for people who shake hands with the God Clan. If I get a chance to do evil deeds, well, I won't let slip away. It's not just their team that will come to this ancient continent. Anyway." "You mean you found another team?" Shang Yingyu's graceful body shook. Her mouths curved in fear. "You want to provoke a battle with them?" "We don't need to provoke anyone." Shi Yin smiled evilly. "People will fight for benefits in this ancient continent. Strong warriors can't avoid disputes here, especially when Bai Hao's team seems to have found something over there." "You're despicable." "Thanks for the compliment." That deep hole was dozens of mu large, which looked dark and bottomless. Many dirty, discomposed leaves were swirling inside that hole. It was caused by Shi Yan's attack when he was chasing after Sha Zhao. The deep pit was filled with filthy water and mud while grass and leaves were floating on the surface. There was nothing to appraise in this area. However, There were 5 warriors standing and watching by the edge of the hole. Bai Hao and the 3 warriors of the Bai family frowned. They didn't know why Mia wanted to come here or what she was doing. A delicate, hexagonal crystal glowing in clear red light was held in her green, onion-like fingers. She was fondling that crystal, her eyes bright. A long moment later, the glowing red lozenge crystal shot out a rainbow light from its 6 points. The 6 beams of light were straight like swords, but they all combined into one muddy point in that swampy hole. The energy of the rainbow light hit on that point. Something inside exploded. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange noises started to hiss from that area, which was unpleasant to the ears. The 4 people of Bai Hao's group were gloomy. They felt it was very grating, and it made their scalps numb as if someone was using a sharp tool to drill into their soul altars. The 4 of them felt so uncomfortable. However, Mia looked excited as her bright eyes lit up. Something is there, indeed. A blue light suddenly shot out from the point that the rainbow light was illuminating and smashed the rainbow light. The hexagonal crystal in Mia's hand grumbled as if it was about to shatter. Mia was both happy and frightened. She hurried to put her unique, energy-sensing device into her fantasy sky ring. She was so delighted to gaze at that blue light. The hexagonal crystal could sense strange crystals and other precious treasures that had strong energy. The stronger the energy that object had, the fiercer her crystal would react. Recently, her crystal started slowly breaking. She understood that no matter what it was, the thing deep in that muddy ground would have absolutely powerful energy. Mia's eyes had a divine light that was as bright as a torch. She smiled happily. You guys go and check it out. She turned her head and bent her body slightly to request Bai Hao's group to help her investigate that area. Bai Hao changed his complexion a little bit, but the other 3 were obviously enraged. Exploring the unknown objects would be accompanied with unforeseen dangers. If she didn't do it herself, she knew that it was dangerous. She had ordered Bai Hao's team like a master to make them bear the danger for her. So, didn't your family's head tell you anything? Mia was still smiling, but her eyes were getting colder. Bai Hao was shaken. He recalled what the family head told him. He sweated and hurriedly replied, "Don't worry. We know what to do." He nodded to the other 3. The 3 of them had reluctant faces. They sighed inwardly before gathering their energy to investigate the area where the blue light shot out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ear-splitting noises came from another corner of the swamp. Wu Bai with the big hammer and the gold armor was running like an imposing mountain. Every time he stomped the ground, it sounded like they were creating earthquakes. Wu Feng was like a ghost that smiled gently and waved his fan slightly while following his younger brother. We got good luck anyway. We just got the 100 Culpa Soul thread not long ago. Now, something good is coming up. Haha, Deji, you say, what do we do this time? Wu Bei shouted violently, as if he wasn't afraid of anyone. Of course, we have to identify what it is. Then, we will decide what to do, smiled Wu Feng. While they were talking, they passed Shi Yin and Shang Yingyu who were concealing their bodies. They dashed towards Bai Hao's group. Dash. Inside the light cage that the others couldn't detect, Shang Yingyu's delicate face had a gleam of surprise. Why did you get them here? They were the nearest group, and they're the strongest. Shi Yin explained naturally. Those 2 brothers have the competence to fight against the 4 warriors of the Bai family. Although they're all at 3rd sky of ethereal god realm, those 2 brothers are much stronger. Of course, the Wu brothers of Prosaic Star area aren't the vagabonds. Shang Yingyu's eyes were strange. The Wu family? Is this Wu family strong too? How is it compared to the Bai family? 1 level stronger. Shi Yin was surprised. Are we just staying here, or what? Shang Yingyu lifted her head. Her energy surged in her body as if she wanted to join the battle. I have no objection if you want to come close to watch the battle. Anyway, the precondition is making sure they don't detect you. Are you sure they won't? Shi Yin looked placid. He spoke faintly. We can join the battle too, but we have to wait until they determine the winner first. Can you do that? Of course I can. All right, we're going there. I'm also curious as to what they have found. Chapter 1104, The Brilliant Star Fruit Tree. Chapter 1104, The Brilliant Star Fruit Tree, underscore. By how pointed with his index finger. A green light shot out from his fingertip, like a flexible rope that fell into the bottomless pit. Swoosh! His light beam suddenly shattered and turned into dots of lights that fell into the center of the pit, like pieces of broken glass. An energy fluctuation suddenly shot out of that bottomless pit. Something was emerging from the ground, as if an invisible force was pushing something through the layers of soil and mud. The three warriors of Bai family squinted. A strange light flared in their eyes. They mobilized their energy discreetly. Mia's picturesque eyebrows twitched. She pulled herself together and smiled. Her 10 slender fingers fidgeted the hexagonal crystal and made it emit radiant divine light. A green stone slowly emerged from the filthy swamp. That stone wasn't significant. It had the shape of a tree with many greenish halos covering the entire stone. The energy that the stone sent out was really sharp. The tree-shaped stone had many cracks where there was even thicker green light. Drilling their line of sight through the cracks, they could see something inside the stone. Under that tree-shaped stone, the beam of energy that Baihao had controlled slowly brought the stone out of the murky pit. Baihao frowned and studied that matter for a while. He asked in astonishment, "What is this?" He looked at Mia. The other warriors of the Bai family looked perplexed. They didn't know what that tree-shaped stone was. Mia didn't reply, her eyes focusing on the stone and her shoulders shivering. Boom! She suddenly squeezed off a hexagonal crystal in her hand. A beautiful light dot flew out and barged on that tree-shaped stone. Boom! Waves of dazzling light shot out like the magnificent light of a broken star. The white and green lights became blinding like lightning. However, shortly after, the white light was subdued and it left only some greenish light. In the center of the explosion, the tree-shaped stone had disappeared and left nothing. A clean stream floated above the dirty swamp like a cotton cloud. The cool and pure aura emitted from the stream calmed people's souls. The green stream looked like a green mirror floating above the boggy ground. It seemed to be a strange tree for this scenery. Baihao's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but scream, "There's something inside." Inside that clear stream was a tree with many roots and moist, fresh, lush branches and leaves. That tree seemed to be made of flawless, exquisite green jade. It was so perfect. The trunk of that tree was as big as an arm, and it was as tall as an adult. People could see some chestnut-sized fruits hanging on different branches. Those fruits had many fine patterns on the surface as they were blinking brilliantly like real stars. A strange tree grew inside a clear stream with some magnificent fruits. All of these details made by Hao's team astounded. There were 9 fruits on that tree. All of them marvelously twinkled like a star with a strong but strange energy. Mia gazed at the clear stream and the fruit tree inside. Her face was blushing charmingly. Her big breasts bounced slightly when she gasped. Evidently, she was so thrilled. Including Bai Hao, the 4 experts of the Bai family discreetly swallowed their saliva looking at the woman. They were so mesmerized by her sexy glamour. However, they were actually screaming inwardly to wake up their mind. "What is it?" Bai Hao took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. He wasn't foolish. From Mia's complexion, he knew that the fruit tree in that stream was really precious. Although he was ordered to protect Mia, he also had the mission to collect bizarre but valuable items for the Bai family. He wouldn't ignore anything that appeared to be good. The brilliant star fruit tree. Mia's full lips curled, her beautiful eyes bright, and her voice soft. "Help me take it out." Bai Hao's group looked at each other. They appeared as if they had never heard of the brilliant star fruit tree, so they didn't take action immediately. "Forgive my ignorance. I've never heard of the brilliant star fruit tree. I don't know how to take it. Please advise?" Frowned Bai Hao. Mia smiled warmly. She pointed at the green halo twirling around the stream. "First, let's break those halos. Can you use your power Upanishad?" The four warriors of the Bai family nodded. They winked and signaled each other to approach the halos. They were cautious and didn't hurry to use their power Upanishad just yet. Boom! When the four warriors of the Bai family were about to take action, a massive hammer like a dazzling gold sun came from a far distance with the power of a thunderstorm. Baihao discolored. He said resolutely, "Kill them first." The other three warriors of the Bai family had malicious eyes. They put aside the fruit tree and detached. They looked at the massive hammer that was like a scorching sun. The giant hammer radiated billions of gold beams, which were as sharp as a sword. The surging energy gushing out from that hammer was really frightening. Baihao snorted and touched his forehead. A giant furry white ape stormed out from his glabella. That giant ape wasn't a real entity, as it was condensed by energy. This white ape was dozens of meters tall. As soon as it appeared, it made people around look so small. The giant white ape faced the sky and roared, releasing its murderous aura and energy. The massive, mountain-like hands balled into fists as it shouted and punched that gold hammer. When it touched the hammer, its body emitted gold light as if it was walloped by the hammer. Wu Bai's hammer looked like a windmill, which was tiny compared to that white ape. However, countless gold beams from that hammer acted like billions of sharp knives that cut the white ape into smaller pieces. It exploded instantly. Baihao paled and snorted. The smaller pieces of the white ape gathered one more time. After 3 breaths, the giant ape reappeared, screaming and roaring crazily above Baihao's head. The 3 other warriors of the Bai family also urged their powers. Phantoms of beasts emerged above their heads. There was a demonic dragon, a lightning eagle, and a giant python that looked like a mountain range. The Bai family's members had a peculiar power Upanishad. The giant white ape, demonic dragon, fighting eagle, and a massive python was created by their energy and power Upanishad. They weren't beasts, but they had the power of Baihao's team. Their bodies contained turbulent energy that wasn't less than the Baihao's team itself. The Bai family. A cold voice arose. They saw Wu Feng drifting towards them like a ghost with his feather fan in his hand. Boom! A muscular body landed from the sky, stomping on the ground and creating some tremors. The man rose his hand, and the gold hammer fell into his hand. Deji! Wu Bai looked so excited. He thundered, "Finally, we will have an exciting battle." Mia frowned. Baihao's team quieted down, their faces getting stern. When the 2 sides were observing each other, commotions happened in another corner. Inside the light cage, Shang Yingyu's beautiful face was so cold as she glared at Shi Yin maliciously. Shang Yingyu acted as if she didn't see that. Another energy shockwave swarmed over. The light cage twisted like a leather bag in the strong wind. The force pressed on the light cage, pushing Shi Yin towards Shang Yingyu. Their limbs touched. Sometimes, when a shockwave was too strong, Shi Yin would tremble, which allowed his legs and lower body to touch Shang Yingyu's curvy, ample butt cheeks. Shang Yingyu screamed like a stray cat. This light cage wasn't wide. When the energy of the battle swept over this area, it twisted, which gave the 2 standing inside some physical contact. Wu Bai's and Baihao's energy impacted, sending away shockwaves far, far away. After a while, Shi Yin had touched Shang Yingyu's white arms, slender, straight thighs, and breathtakingly round but several times. Although Shang Yingyu knew that Shi Yin couldn't control this, she was still enraged. Her beautiful eyes flared up with cold light as she hated herself for letting Shi Yin enter this light cage. In her cold eyes, Shi Yin was still calm and natural, as if nothing had happened. He focused on watching the Bai family's warriors and the Wu brothers. He still had free time to take out the book that Shang Chan had given him. He started studiously reading, as if he was searching something. Shang Yinyu felt her teeth get itchy. "Found it!" Shi Yin suddenly screamed, his face astounded as he read a page with the drawing and description of something called Brilliant Star Fruit Tree. Lifting his head, he took a deep breath, his eyes hot. "You know the Brilliant Star Fruit Tree, don't you? The book you have is from my father. Of course, I know what the Brilliant Star Fruit Tree is. It's an original incipient grade material. It has an unimaginable effect on the warriors who cultivate star power Upanishad. Shang Yingyu snorted, answering coldly. I cultivate star power Upanishad. Shurian pulled himself together and beamed a faint smile. Shang Yingyu didn't change her complexion. I knew it. Good then, he turned around and grinned. I want the brilliant starfruit tree. Yeah, just consider it one of the conditions I want to help you deal with the Bai family. In Shang Yingyu's eyes, she had a sneer that she didn't want to hide. I have no objection, but do you think you can snatch that tree from the Bai family and the Wu brothers? You dumb. You don't need to care about this. You just need to agree on my conditions. He looked at the two parties, his face stern and brave. She could see the determination in his eyes that showed that he wouldn't give up until he got it. That brilliant starfruit tree must belong to me. Whether it's the Bai family or the Wu family, they shouldn't dream about taking my possessions. Shang Yingyu smiled disdainfully. Well, low realm, but high voice. Chapter 1105. Awkward Exposition. Chapter 1105. Awkward Exposition. Shurian felt his enthusiasm surging. He had only Shang Qin's introduction of the brilliant starfruit tree in his head. He didn't listen to what Shang Yingyu was telling him. It was hard to tell what the brilliant starfruit tree was. Shang Qin wasn't so sure if it was a plant or a kind of inheritance. It was really tough to create the brilliant starfruit tree. It required an expert who cultivated star power Upanishad to incipient god realm. This expert's soul altar had to have shattered when he died. His incipient extent could fuse with a life star, while pieces of his shattered soul altar filled the corners of that life star, which made it turn into a meteor. The meteor would then drift in the vast sea of stars and continue gathering the energy of the stars. After countless years, it would become the brilliant starfruit tree. Thus, the brilliant starfruit tree could be deemed a shattered soul altar of an incipient god realm expert who cultivated star power Upanishad. It was the energy crystallization of the stars in the form of a tree. The fruit of the brilliant starfruit tree was called the brilliant starfruit. The energy accumulated inside a brilliant starfruit was as much as what a level 3 life star could have. At the same time, the tree had the essence of star power Upanishad in its branches and roots. It was the consolidation of the energy and star power Upanishad, the soul altar of an incipient god realm who had gone to nirvana. After different training times, it could collect star energy. Slowly, it became that tree with the knowledge of the incipient god realm expert. Thus, it could be considered a star power Upanishad's inheritance too. If ordinary people had the brilliant star fruit, they could understand the star power Upanishad in one step. At the same time, they could receive pure energy in that fruit. It was similar to picking up the inheritance of star power Upanishad, which could help the warrior reach the realm of the deceased incipient god realm, without a significant bottleneck. Also, even if the warrior didn't cultivate that power Upanishad, once he had the brilliant star fruit, one day, he could enter the incipient god realm if he didn't get killed. A brilliant starfruit tree could create an incipient god realm expert cultivating star power Upanishad. If a warrior got the brilliant starfruit tree, he could absorb the energy in the fruits to fill their essence chi ancient tree, which would help him have more god power to break through. If the warrior who cultivated star power Upanishad got the brilliant starfruit tree, not only would the warrior take in the energy, but he could also learn the essence of star power Upanishad, which would advance his realm to a level that people had to admire. If he could get that brilliant starfruit tree, Shurian didn't need to struggle with his star power Upanishad anymore. He could absorb the knowledge of star power rapidly to transform his star power Upanishad. It was truly an original incipient grade material that seemed to be customized for him. How could he let slip away? No wonder why his ethereal extent had some strange vibes when he saw the blue light in that area. His star power Upanishad resonated with that tree. Shurian's eyes were as sharp as swords that gazed that brilliant starfruit tree through the invisible light cage. He had to get it. Dash. the Wu brothers? Bai Hao frowned tightly. The three warriors of the Bai family scattered and surrounded the brilliant starfruit tree. As soon as Wu Feng and Wu Bai had any strange commotion, they would attack immediately. The demonic dragon, the fighting eagle, and the python were like three unreal mountains floating above their heads. As the three beasts were made of the energy, souls, and spirits of the three warriors, they were especially intimidating. Bai Hao's giant white ape pounded its chest and roared. Its murderous energy shot up into the sky, which looked so real. Hey, Bai people, we are also interested in that brilliant starfruit tree. What do you say? Wu Feng walked forward and smiled while waving his feather fan, his eyes dark and malicious. If you let us take it, we won't trouble you. I know that you know how to behave. Although Wu Feng and Wu Bai had come here alone, they were so arrogant and tyrannical when they asked the others to give up the treasure. Bai Hao's team grimaced. Inside the immense sea of stars, the Wu family of prosaic star area was indeed famous. Their general competence was actually stronger than that of the Bai family. Everybody knew how intimidating the Wu brothers were. Although Bai Hao wasn't young and had the same realm, he knew that there wasn't any benefit from fighting those two. However, they had 4 people here plus Mia. The Wu brothers? Bai Hao sneered coldly. I know you guys are strong. I also know your family's intimidation. But in this ancient continent, He looked at Mia. Mia frowned, her face impatient. Don't waste my time. Bai Hao was shocked. He shouted abruptly, Kill! The giant white ape roared crazily like thunderclaps. It bared its fangs and jumped over, falling like a pressing mountain on the Wu brothers. At the same time, the demonic dragon, fighting eagle, and the python, the 3 beasts generated by energy, also flew out. While they were moving in the sky, they had even discolored the sky. The energy surging from them was so earth-shaking. When the giant white ape landed, it created 2 deep holes on the ground. They couldn't see the bottoms. The demonic dragon rolled in the swamp, creating more ditches and sending mud into the air. Their energy magnetic fields burst off like an erupting volcano, stirring the entire area. Wu Bai lifted his hammer. Dazzling gold light bloomed on his armor. He looked like a gold angel. He looked at the Bai family's warriors without fear. Wu Feng had cold eyes. He had a mocking smile on his handsome face. The fan in his hand opened and closed from time to time. The rivers gushed out powerfully like ropes tying down the 4 massive beasts. From that moment, the Bai family's warriors and the Wu brothers started to fight furiously. They stirred up the entire place. Dust rose. The ground cracked. If it wasn't an ancient continent, it wouldn't have been able to stand the furious battle of the 4-peak of ethereal god realm experts. Mia was like a fresh flower standing aside. She had a faint smile on her face, and she didn't look like she would join this battle. It seemed like the Bai family's warriors were all her servants in her point of view. Thus, they had to shoulder her troubles. This kind of battle task was the Bai family's responsibility. Mia didn't hurry to take the brilliant starfruit tree. Her line of sight switched between the Bai family's warriors and the Wu brothers. No one knew what she was thinking. As the light cage leaned from side to side, Shang Yingyu's graceful body shivered. She gritted her teeth, her face grimaced. The battle between the Wu brothers and the 4 warriors of the Bai family had risen earth-shaking energy shockwaves like tornadoes that expanded. They made many trees around burst off and the ground crack. If they weren't far from the battle and the light cage didn't have a potent defense, Shang Yingyu and Shi Yin would have to have used their energy to resist. Inside the light cage, Shi Yin and Shang Yingyu were pushed together as if someone was teasing them. They trembled as if they were drunk. Sometimes their chests touched, while other times their waists and butts collided. It felt like they were sitting on a bobbing boat that couldn't be stabilized. Shi Yin still looked calm, but he was actually amused. After a while, his limbs had touched her ample breasts and around but more than 10 times. After each time, he felt so amazed as if he received a light touch of electricity. The grudge that Shang Yingyu had vented out like that. The blue dress clung to her body. The soft, and beautiful material of the dress showcased her generous contours. Her straight thighs were so mesmerizing in a pair of silver boots. Shang Yingyu had snow-white skin and creamy exposing arms. She also had a slim waist and sexy legs. Shang Yingyu's body indeed had a golden ratio that people couldn't find any flaw to complain. At this moment, her ice-like face was embarrassed and enraged. She hissed, "Die, you F***king asshole." She stooped, looking at the space between Shi Yan's legs. At first glance, she knew that Shi Yan was pretending to be calm. The flame of anger in her heart burst out. Something that looked like a one-horned dragon emerged in between his legs, bulging his pants like a small tent. It wanted to show its rough and brutal characteristics. It's a normal reaction. Don't be startled. You're a woman. I'm a man. We're this close. It's unavoidable. Shi Yan staggered and didn't look at her. Another fierce shockwave swarmed over them. Shang Yingyu reluctantly trembled and leaned on Shi Yan. The light cage sent them a furious shockwave like a powerful hand shoving her into Shi Yan's lap. A rigid, hot shaft placed on her round butt. At that moment, Shang Yingyu felt like she received an electric shock. Shame and anger flooded her. Get lost! A flow of lightning energy shot out of Shang Yingyu's shoulder and entered Shi Yan's body, who was unguarded. Boom! Shi Yan emerged and staggered out of the light cage. However, his lower body was still sticking like an iron pole, as if it could tear his pants to get out at any minute. Her beautiful eyes had a strange light as Mia was planning something. She suddenly saw a young man with a grimace on his face and a short lance under his pants. He was standing on a rock on the left of the swamp. His lust posture was so obvious. Mia was bewildered. She didn't know what was going on, but she just kept staring at that young man. Under her awkward look, the young man turned around and punched the light curtain behind him. A beautiful woman appeared with an embarrassed face and a red neck. Mia was stunned for seconds. She felt so awkward when she said, "Well, you two have some special interest, I guess. You like to have fun when others are fighting fiercely. Did you move so fast that you broke your concealing equipment?" She felt so funny as she teased the other two. She thought that it was interesting, indeed. Shang Yingyu hated that she couldn't dig into the ground and go underground immediately. Looking at Mia with an odd face, she was so angry that she almost fainted. She had never been in such a helter-skelter situation. Shi Yan looked indifferent. He smiled and shrugged at Mia. "Well, you guys keep fighting. We won't disturb you. We're leaving now. Bye." "Oh, please don't." Mia thinned her lips, her eyes sparkling. "You guys can continue your fun. Just consider it like no one's here." "Ah, if you don't mind, I do want to watch. I heard that some people like others watching them when they do that. Since you have such a special passion, I'm interested." Shang Yingyu felt blood rise to her brain. She shivered and trembled as if she couldn't steady her body anymore. Chapter 1106. Change Again and Again. Chapter 1106. Change Again and Again. _ The furious fight between Bai Hao's team and the Wu brothers halted all of a sudden. The ethereal god realm experts of different star areas gazed at Shang Yingyu and Shi Yan. As people were gazing at her, Shang Yingyu's face became colder. She glared maliciously at Shi Yan. "It's your fault." Shi Yan snorted and said to her, "Our agreement is on hold temporarily." A deep flame shot out from his palm, making a gentle curve in the void. It strangely turned into a flaming arm that snatched the brilliant starfruit tree. Everybody paused and wore a disdainful smile on their faces as they watched him. A starlight rippled like waves of water in the lake with fierce energy fluctuation. The flaming arm that Shi Yan had condensed was smashed. It turned into many sparks when it touched the first layer of starlight. Shi Yan frowned slightly. "If it were easy to take that brilliant starfruit tree, you think I would just stand here and watch?" Mia mocked. Her bright eyes shifted to the other four people of Bai Hao's group with a glance. "Deal with those troublemakers first." Bai Hao nodded. His team left the Wu brothers. Their cold eyes gazed at Shi Yan and Shang Yingyu. Bai Hao was surprised. She stared at Shang Yingyu for a while. He laughed strangely. "Ha ha, "You the daughter of that slut in Leah?" Hearing him, the other three warriors of the Bai family grinned. Their murderous auras rose. The Wu brothers frowned slightly. Mia didn't care. She waved her hand and said simply, "Kill them all." "Well, it's good for her if we just kill her." Bai Hao clenched his jaw as lust flashed in his face. He screamed excitedly like a duck. "That slut has such a beautiful daughter. The Bai family's men should serve her well." Mia seemed to not be bothered by this issue. She just talked faintly. "I don't care about the process. I only want the brilliant starfruit tree. I won't interfere, no matter how you want to kill them." The four-third sky of ethereal god realm of the Bai family laughed evilly. Their eyes sparkled like a pack of hungry wolves. The drifting fire of fantasy mist RR and the Bai family of dry bone star area had a grudge that was deep to the bone. The Bai family killed Shang Yingyu's grandfather, but the drifting fire had also killed many warriors of this family. These two forces from the adjacent star areas have been fighting for hundreds of years, which caused the loss of many experts. The resentment between them was as deep as the sea. Once they met, they would have a bloody battle that other warriors couldn't stop. Bai Hao's team grinned fiendishly as they didn't mind the Wu brothers. They directly controlled their massive beasts and dashed towards Shang Yingyu. Thunder! Thunder! The massive blue lightning strikes shot out of Shang Yingyu's curvy body. Shortly after, countless electric snakes gushed out and filled the place where she was standing. They were frightened as they watched this scene. The giant white ape, the demonic dragon, the fighting eagle, and the python were gliding furiously like mountains with brutal and murderous auras. They roared and screamed maliciously. With one jump, they could cross several hundred meters and directly press down on Shang Yingyu's head. "I owe your father a favor." Wu Feng's eyes were cold and harsh. The fan in his hand swayed and released many rivers that were as bright as the sky. The icy cold aura filled this area. Carrying the grumbling noise of the flowing water, they all headed to the fantasy beasts controlled by the Bai family's warriors. The Bai family is indeed despicable. Wu Bai laughed crazily and arrogantly. The gold armor on his body sparkled as he violently stormed towards the others with his big hammer. The Wu brothers joined the battle on Shang Yingyu's side to deal with the Bai family's warriors. As soon as they came, Shang Yingyu felt much better. Charming Mia was indifferent. She watched the Bai family's warriors fighting the Wu brothers and Shang Yingyu, but she didn't seem to join. Quite the contrary, she walked towards the brilliant starfruit tree, and she didn't even throw Shi Yin a look on her way. He had only first sky of ethereal god realm, but he dared to come and explore the ancient continent. He wanted to court death. She thought to herself. Shi Yin was also not interested in the battle between Bai Hao's group, the Wu brothers, and Shang Yingyu. He knew that as the Wu brothers were giving her hands, Shang Yingyu's life wasn't in danger. It was good for him. Just like Mia, his attention fell on the brilliant starfruit tree. Seeing Mia walking towards the brilliant starfruit tree, Shi Yin didn't hesitate to glide towards the brilliant starfruit tree too. "You court death." Mia's face was cold. An intimidating gravity suddenly pressed from the sky and covered Shi Yin. Boom! Boom! As Shi Yin was gliding, he fell abruptly as if a big mountain had just knocked him down. He fell so dizzily. The furious gravity swarmed over him and pushed him on the swampy ground, making him dirty. He felt as if a mountain was placed on his shoulder that prevented him from moving. The terrifying gravity didn't stop there, and it continued to rise. He felt like he was actually carrying the mountains on his back. He couldn't even wiggle his fingers. Even though Old Orchid Star was a strange star with tremendous gravity, Shi Yin could still move on that planet. However, Mia was applying a horrible gravity on him that was hundreds of times stronger. If his body hadn't been much stronger than the others at first sky of ethereal god realm, he would have been crushed in that strike. Mia at third sky of ethereal god realm cultivated gravity, power, Upanishad. The sudden attack she had struck in just a blink had frightened him badly. She didn't even look at Shi Yin when she took action. She just calmly dashed towards the brilliant starfruit tree, her graceful body drawing a beautiful curve in the air. She disdained Yin, obviously. Inside that crazy gravity magnetic field, Yan's eyes were getting colder. His strong muscles shriveled shortly. His hot blood exploded, under the urge of his demon blood. Each cell in his body was shivering in thrill. An intimidating energy gushed out furiously. Shortly after, the murderous aura shot up into the sky. Boom! Yan's face was pressed on the muddy ground. He got rid of the gravity field. His body was vividly red and different energies gushed out of his body, making people dizzy. Mia turned when she was about to reach the brilliant starfruit tree. She was actually surprised. Her bright eyes scanned Yin as if she was studying him. Well, you weren't smashed yet. Seems like your body has been quenched and your attainment is not bad. Mia nodded, and her left hand touched the void, aiming at Yin. Just like a flood gushing or a tornado wreaking havoc, the extremely fierce energy surged and made the air exploded. Along its way, the ground cracked as if it was a long sword scratching the ground and creating bottomless ditches. Yan's face changed. When her small white hand pressed down, he found that the space around him was squeezed until it was deformed. The furious energy could even be compared to a warrior at first sky of incipient god realm. The god power accumulated in Mia's body was beyond his best imagination. Unless he could transform to the immortal demon body, he couldn't withstand this attack. The energy in Mia's attack could destroy the earth, though. Crack! At the critical moment, Yin was as calm as a majestic mountain. The energy of his entire body was urged. His space power Upanishad was mobilized. A narrow slit with many strange lights shooting out suddenly appeared in front of him. The gush of invisible energy furiously overflowed into that slit and disappeared. Mia was baffled. She looked at Yin. Space power Upanishad. Take a look. Yan's face was as calm as water. However, his images suddenly shattered like a broken mirror, as if he was minced by many space sabers. He disappeared shortly after. The starlight dots abruptly emerged by the brilliant starfruit tree. Yan's body congregated. He had traveled 10,000 meters and crossed Mia. Yin extended one hand and snatched it. Starlight emitted dazzlingly from his palm as he grabbed the brilliant starfruit tree. The starlight ripples protecting the brilliant starfruit tree didn't prevent him from touching it. He could finally grab the brilliant starfruit tree. Star power Upanishad. Mia's face became ugly. She couldn't help but shout. Bai Hao, Wu Bai, Wu Feng. And Shangning, you also turn around to look at this area. Bai Hao's face was restless, anxious. Guys, goodbye. Yin held the brilliant starfruit tree in one hand. His body looked like pieces of a broken mirror that radiated light. He vanished before the beams of shattered light fell on the ground. Under people's gazes, Yan's body and aura disappeared completely, as if he had fallen into some strange, unknown space. The two parties which had just engaged in a battle were dumbstruck. Mia grimaced as if she had just swallowed a fly. She stared at the spot Yin had just disappeared and shouted crazily, "Find him! Hurry up!" The four warriors of the Bai family were startled. Even if he cultivates space power Upanishad, he can't get out of the ancient continent as he pleases. No one can do that. He must be still around. Mia took a deep breath to calm down. At most, he could only use his space power Upanishad to teleport. The distance should be limited to scatter and find him. She was wrong about Yin. The warriors who cultivated star power Upanishad could pass the layers of starlight protection of the brilliant starfruit tree. Mia knew this. The others knew this. After Yin had appeared, he first used fire power, which was prevented by the natural barriers of the brilliant starfruit tree. This move had deceived Mia. It made her assume that Yin was like them. He had only the typical powers of Upanishad. If she had known Yin cultivated star power Upanishad, she would have never let Yin approach the brilliant starfruit tree. Never. Too bad that Yin had made use of her disdain and assumption. He had used the marvelous space and star powers Upanishads to break her defense and took the brilliant star fruit tree before she could react. He left without hesitating and left her with a mind full of the flame of rage. Are you guys on the same side? Wu Feng glanced at Shang Yingyu, his face dark and cold. You want to make use of our brother? At least you should have warned us, right? No, Shang Yingyu spoke with a cold face. I also want to kill him. Shang Yingyu didn't wait for Wu Feng to answer or for Bai Hao and Mia to focus on her. She leaped and turned into a blue lightning strike. She dashed away shortly after. Go get them. Once you find them, kill them immediately, said Mia with a malicious complexion. Chapter 1107, Refine the Fruit Tree. Chapter 1107, Refine the Fruit Tree. _ A blue lightning strike flashed above a dark, wet swamp and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Shang Yingyu ran rapidly. He didn't dare to stand there because she knew that there was no use lingering. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she wasn't equal to the 4 warriors of the Bai family. There was a need to mention that mysterious Mia. Wu Bai and Wu Feng shot out energy like an ignited powder keg. A flame burned in their eyes as they left the place. Mia stood by the place where the brilliant starfruit tree used to emerge, looking at the bottomless pit. Her beautiful face was so cold as if it had a layer of frost. She flung her arms and said directly, from this center spot, scatter and pursue them. That brat has only first sky of ethereal god realm. Any of you can kill him when you see him. The 3 warriors of the Bai family seemed to have ignored Mia's instructions. They only looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao nodded and blinked at the 3 of them. He said faintly, go after them. The 4 shadows shot out like 4 rainbows to 4 different directions. In just a blink, they were out of sight. After everyone had left, Mia's eyes looked puzzled. She mumbled to herself as if something had disturbed her mind. As soon as Shang Yingyu had left the besiege of the Bai family's warrior, she disappeared. She used her special device to conceal her body and aura. Hiding inside a light case, she moved in a direction by herself. All of a sudden, she found that this light cage was spacious. She couldn't help but think about the beautiful moment that had just happened inside the light cage. Something strange flashed in her eyes, but she quieted her mind quickly. The corners of her mouth curved coldly and resentfully. While her straight thighs moved, she had traveled a long distance. When she thought that she should be pretty far away from the Bai family's warriors, she hesitated for a while before retrieving the light cage. Her beautiful figure reappeared, standing under the shade of a big tree and waiting for something. 1 hour later, a muscular man sauntered toward her with a cold face. He reached where she was but kept silent. You dare to come? Shang Yingyu bit her lower lips and said angrily. She knew that Shi Yin could recognize life energy fluctuation within a specific area, and this place was the location where they had agreed to meet. She came here and put away her invisible light cage to demand an explanation from Shi Yin. However, she wasn't so sure that Shi Yin would show himself. Why wouldn't I come? Shi Yin was holding the brilliant star fruit tree in his left hand. That exotic fruit tree radiated silver starlight, which looked like fireflies falling on his arm. It made it a drawing of starlight with fulgent sparkling. You should understand that if you hadn't struck me out of the protection, we wouldn't have been exposed. As long as we didn't get seen, I could have helped you attack the Bai family after the Bai family's warriors and the Wu brothers finished their battle. Too bad. You ruined everything. I ruined everything. Green veins bulged on Shang Yingyu's forehead. She couldn't help but shout. If you hadn't harassed me, would I have struck you? If I didn't push you out, who knows what else you would have done? While screaming, she couldn't help but remember the scene she saw when she stooped her head and caught a glimpse of his surging lower body. She grimaced as she knew that Shi Yin was just pretending to be calm. It was unexpected. Without being embarrassed or ashamed, Shi Yin said harshly, Who F Astra's king would have known that your light case couldn't stand the shockwaves that badly? All right, it stops right here. Then, he turned around and left, leaving her a cold utterance. There's no way to cooperate with you. We shall terminate our agreement. You're despicable. Shang Yu gasped for a breath and said indignantly, "You've got the brilliant starfruit tree. You seized the chance and got benefits. Now you turn your back to me. What kind of man are you? I will try my best to kill the Bai family's warriors, but I won't do it with you. About the seven-colored demonic flower, I will take it on my own. You don't need to bother." Shi Yan's figure left far away, and he didn't turn once to look at her. After his voice vanished, his body had disappeared completely. Shang Yu stood there for a long time with her cold face. She leaned against the tree and felt so bitter and resentful. Several thousand meters under a swamp with thick mud, an area was burned which made a solid, dry cave. Space barriers that could prevent soul consciousness detection and sound were set up around that dry space. Shi Yan sat cross-legged and studied the brilliant star fruit tree in front of him. The roots, trunks, branches, and leaves of the brilliant star fruit tree looked like they were made of beautiful green jade. It felt cool in his palm. The 9 chestnut-sized fruits were sparkling like stars, releasing surging energy. Blue halos rippled, which were strong defenses to other people. If they took risks and touched the tree, they would be damaged. However, those blue halos weren't so threatening to him because he cultivated star power Upanishad. The brilliant starfruit tree was the sole altar of an incipient God realm expert who cultivated star power Upanishad. It fused with a life star after he died completely. After different experiences, it became this tree. It didn't have the soul or cognition, but the truth of star power Upanishad. The patterns on the branches, roots, leaves, and the fruits of that tree had lines like a star map. Vaguely, they were following something mysterious in the sea of stars. Shi Yan placed one of his fingers on the root of that tree. Squinting, he spun his soul altar and focused his mind and soul on the star power Upanishad. Slowly, his finger glowed and released countless starlight dots. They were glowing like small bacteria congregating in the roots of the tree. At that moment, his soul and sea of consciousness were connected to the tree. Wisps of his soul consciousness flowed like small streams coming to the vast sea. They swam in a sea filled with starlight. Countless fine, twinkling lines of starlight weaved and combined with each other and created a map of the sea of stars. Some looked like bows and arrows, and some looked like screaming beasts or spoons. Some even looked like horses with wings. These images were constellations made of different stars in the galaxy. They held some meanings of nature, and they could connect to warriors who cultivated star power Upanishad directly. Shi Yan's soul consciousness flew in there and felt in silence. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he had grasped something. The star map that looks like a spoon. Wasn't it the Big Dipper with 7 stars? From a distance, the Big Dipper did look like a spoon. Shi Yan felt something blooming in his mind. He seemed to grasp something. He immersed himself into that gleam of recognition while his soul consciousness moved around the brilliant star fruit tree, searching in its roots or branches. While his soul consciousness saw the mysteries of the tree, he was sinking and didn't recognize his condition. At the same time, one of the brilliant star fruits was losing its brilliance, and it shriveled as if the nutrients inside were drawn away. He didn't know that his study of the mysteries of the brilliant starfruit tree required the massive energy inside the brilliant starfruit. Beams of starlight radiated from his body as the fruit was withering. It looked like he had billions of fireflies congregating at his body. They moved around and disappeared into his body in the end and turned into a beam of pure energy. Time flew hurriedly. After one fruit shriveled, another brilliant star fruit bloomed with brilliance before its light was absorbed and taken away. While he was studying the meanings of star power Upanishad, his soul consciousness seemed to move around the vast universe with countless stars. He didn't recognize it, but the brilliant star fruits were disappearing one by one. As their energy was used up, they had to return to nature. Shi Yan didn't know that. Under the swamp, he held the brilliant starfruit tree in his hand to comprehend the power Upanishad that was crucial to his life. The star power Upanishad was a strange power that was rare even in the fountainhead of powers Upanishads. Also, it was the most difficult power to advance. However, this power of his was growing magnificently. It gave him unimaginable knowledge. Staying in a small room, his body was filled with billions of starlight dots. If someone could see this, he would figure out that those starlight dots were actually forming stars of the vast sea of stars in the universe. It was a star map that was scaled several times smaller. The brilliant star fruit on the brilliant starfruit tree in his hand disappeared one by one. The branches and leaves were dried up and the roots were cracking. They all merged into the small-scaled universe and disappeared. Yin was immersed in the center of the universe. He sank into the marvelous sea of stars as if he was a rigid fossil that would remain still forever. Time continued to fly. The starlight in the sky all seeped into his body and circulated in his veins, bones, marrow, blood, and flesh. They moved to his sea of consciousness and jumped into his ethereal extent. He stood still, but his body was shivering as if something was quenching his blood and flesh. Dirty water oozed out of his pores, and the roots of his hair eliminated specks of dirt. His hair became glossy and dazzling while his body was covered by the silky sheet of stars, and his bones the rigid jade. This was a new transformation. The great benefit that the brilliant starfruit tree brought him was the usage of the energy of the sea of stars to quench his body, bone, blood, flesh, and his soul. It gave an excellent tonic to every corner of his body. However, he hadn't woken up yet. His mind and soul seemed to wander around the immense galaxy, as if he couldn't find a way back. Right under the swamp, he had stood there for several years without knowing the situation of the world out there. The brilliant starfruit tree was a peculiar, original, incipient grade treasure. It was really hard to create one tree. To the warriors cultivating star power, it was a priceless treasure that existed only in legends. Yin had refined the brilliant starfruit tree and absorbed its energy completely. He had understood the essence of his power Upanishad, which also increased his spirit, soul, and body to another level. He had broken the threshold from first sky of ethereal god realm to second sky of ethereal god realm. When he got up, he had reached second sky of ethereal god realm. Chapter 1108, The Five Great Territories. Chapter 1108, The Five Great Territories, _. The vast universe was endless with many star areas scattering in every corner. Each star area had so many stars, life stars, mineral stars, dead stars, solar stars, and moons. There were as many as sand grains in a desert that couldn't be counted. In the endless sea of stars, some influential star areas were very famous. Their reputation was well known everywhere. Legends said that when the universe had just begun, it gave birth to ancient continents first. There were 5 ancient continents in total. These 5 ancient continents were cradles of every creature in this universe. All the strong races came from the 5 ancient continents. However, as billions of years had gone by, the mighty creatures had led countless clans and races to steal the energy of earth and heaven. 4 out of 5 ancient continents had been used up. Slowly, they had to return to earth and heaven. Only one ancient continent stayed the same since the dawn of the universe. It was smart and cunning. It didn't release its energy generously to bear any creature. It remained its status as a maiden. It followed the rules it had set up as it had nurtured marvelous earth and heaven products. After every 10,000 years, it would open to receive a visit from other creatures. This planet had considered itself a game that people from different clans and forces had to risk their lives to gain a spot. After every 10,000 years, it would open for 10 years. Warriors who had entered this ancient continent could fight or even kill each other to take its natural products. This ancient continent became a massive playground for those warriors to train themselves. After 10 years, there wasn't even 1/3 of participants leaving alive most of the time. However, each of the survivors received the best treatment from their families, clans, or forces. Gradually, They became the leaders where their talents shone in this vast universe. Today, although this ancient continent was closed, it didn't have a moment of peace. It has been 5 years. This ancient continent had drifted from the edge of fantasy mist star area to prosaic star area. It was racing at the peripheral area and crushing the mineral stars and dead stars, standing in its way like a sharp weapon that could break anything. If someone could use their eyes piercing the layers of mist of this ancient continent or hovering in the atmosphere, he could see this massive planet divided into 5 parts: east, west, north, south, and central. From a bird's view, people could see the situation of the 4 out of 5 territories. One of them was a territory consisting of an endless swamp. Another had thick and continuous glaciers. Another was where dense forests grew with trees that could shade the entire sky. The 4th territory included the torrential ocean with many islets decorating it. The pieces of territories were situated in the west, east, north, and south of the continent. And the area that the 4 territories surrounded was a world that was covered with thick energy. From a bird's view, it looked like there was a massive ice blue bowl covering the ground and sealing the center of the ancient continent. The other territories of endless swamps, glaciers, thick forest, and immense seas now had many warriors from different operating star areas. However, forces were dominating the 4 territories. They were slowly invading and killing warriors from the other forces. Inside the shoreless swamp area, a horde of people was walking. Mia led this group, with 4 warriors of the Bai family following behind her with respect. The 4 warriors of the Bai family treated Mia gingerly and with respect. In 5 years, they had witnessed many wicked deeds of Mia. Now, they knew how this woman killed her opponents one by one. She had stirred up this entire area. Around 20 warriors at 2nd and 3rd sky of ethereal god realm, young and old, male and female, with gorgeous clothing and appearance, were following Mia and carrying out her orders. Bai Hao looked at those people regardless of their ages, and they were all beautiful. He had more respect for Mia. It has been 5 years. We've killed more than 30 warriors of other big star areas. Still, some fish is missing. Mia was deliberate in looking to the area ahead of them. She spoke faintly. It's almost time for the center opens. We must have precise timing. We shouldn't give those fish any chance. Mia Jiejia, I believe when our 2 families join hands, we can enter the center when the seal is lifted. We can kill all those people. A teenager who looked around 18 or 19 years old at 2nd sky of ethereal god realm said with a smile. He looked really handsome. Haig sent the news. He has cleared all the fish in the North Glacier. If we can't finish our areas soon, he said he would come here and help us personally. We've lost, but we shouldn't have lost too much, frowned Mia. That Haig is a psychopath. We can't beat him. The superior has announced that he's the leader of this operation. I heard that he could use the soul consciousness to sense the creatures in this ancient continent despite the restrictions, said the teenager in fright. Mia sighed and nodded to him. Haig is a true talent. If nothing unexpected happens, he can confirm his chief position of the Bradley family after this operation. They rumored that Haig got the origin of our ancestral star. Is that true? The teenager lowered his voice. Hearing him, most of the beautiful people behind him and Mia were startled. Apparently, they were afraid of the man called Haig a lot. I heard that, too. Mia nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the leader of our clan. The Bradley family was always the strongest branch among the 12 families. Haig got the origin of the ancestral star. Who could resist him then? But Haig is chasing after you. If you can make him obedient, it's you who will hold our clan in your hand, right? The teenager smiled, his eyes studying Mia as if he wanted to observe her reaction. No woman could dilute Haig's ambition. Nobody. Mia discolored. Pausing for a while, she said impatiently, "We shouldn't talk about him. We should clean the fish that has escaped our net. We don't want him to insult our capacity when he gets here." "All right," the teenager laughed. "My Ascot family and your Fernandez family are joining hands to attack Fiery Rain Star area and Agate Star area. With the Bai family of dry bone star area, we could attack them after we get out of here. The power of our two families will, of course, increase. Perhaps we can have the competence to compete against the Bradley family. Mia's eyes brightened. She nodded. If we can invade Fiery Rain Star area and Agate Star area, our position in the clan will increase altogether. I hope everything will go well. It will, said the teenager. Baihao listened to Mia and the teenager's conversation. He stooped and was filled with fear. He felt lucky to be with them. For Mia, he got terrifying information. The God Clan had collected most of the guiding fruits through different channels. Previously, they had almost harvested all the guiding fruits to get into the ancient continent. Each guiding fruit represented an outstanding ethereal god realm expert of the great star areas. They were the leaders and the future of the family, who was especially nurtured. Sha Zhao, the Wu brothers, Shang Yingyu, and Baihao were outstanding characters of their star areas. Possibly, they would be the masters of their forces in the future. The God Clan had distributed the guiding fruits to the big star areas using their channels, which made the prominent clans receive the fruits. They sent their best talents to the ancient continent for precious items that people had craved for. It was a big conspiracy. The warriors of the God Clan came to this ancient continent were in larger numbers and were stronger. Families of God Clan had united to capture and destroy the future leaders of the opponent's star areas this time. They wanted to kill all the future leaders of their opponents, which would shake them hard for the next thousands of years. They wouldn't even be able to recover. It would help the God Clan build a firm foundation to invade the entire sea of stars. And they did that. There was one troop of the God Clan in each of the 4 big territories of the ancient continent. They were killing the other warriors in their area. They wanted to eliminate all the warriors who weren't from the God Clan before the center area was unsealed. Mia and Phelps of the Ascot family brought the Bai family's warriors to perform this cleaning job. It has been 5 years. In the swamp, a group of warriors with disheveled clothes were scattered around an area where had a lot of big trees. They all looked helter-skelter. There were 10 of them from different star areas, including Wei Feng, Wu Bai, the Mud Statue, and even Sha Zhao. They were all outstanding warriors of the big star areas who had survived until now. Mia, Phelps, and the Bai family's warriors had chased each of them. They all had experienced bitter attacks. Most of them were killed in the bloody besiege, their bodies buried in this swamp forever. Mia's group had collected all the resources they had harvested throughout 5 years, including their lives. The lucky survivors gradually understood that they would be killed all if they scattered. People then put aside their grudges to join hands. Everybody knew the God Clan's conspiracy since Mia didn't even try to conceal it. She had told them early what she wanted them to do. They knew that they must kill all of the others. Mia enjoyed this feeling. Only we are remaining in this area. Before the center is unsealed, we will be killed. Sha Zhao had recovered from the wounds Shi Yin had given him. He had spent a lot of time to find Shi Yin. However, he didn't succeed. He had assumed that Shi Yin had been killed already by the God Clan, just like many other warriors. He had even regretted a while. They prepared to ambush us as if they knew our whereabouts. We have many people here, so we could create a big commotion. But if we scatter, we will be killed sooner. Around 10 warriors grimaced while discussing. They seemed to lose their patience, but then something exploded deep underground. Everybody discolored as gray as dust. They thought that Mia, Phelps, and the God members were hiding underground to give them the bloodiest and fiercest death.